you, I work till I make it. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. Fight for what you want, don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life like a joke unless your last name's Wayans. Learn from other people's mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so, they messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Yeah. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Yeah. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm not chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Yeah. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Yeah.
It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sonning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in rare form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys who never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bad and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their grave. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet out the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I've been knocked down but never out. I hit that canvas but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. Touching on me, I'm winning so good. Go write that check, cause I'm getting too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got that thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. But you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game.
about it. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Mainly 'cause I can't take it any longer in my head. So, darling, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, oh, you've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? That too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You on in the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy when you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been on my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my spaceship. You to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, oh, you've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You on in the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down.
对方的闪现都还在。
哎呦，
哦呦，哦
哇，在躲视野。
哇，那他要3等 game 呢？
哇，这里被奶哥给绕掉了。
哇，有料哎！
这就是奶哥，
我来喽，
有点厉害啊！完了没照到，不知道奶哥过来了，一个冰前预祝致命伏笔。
Oh my
对于
god，
CF 那个，这就是 Gemini，
太
猛了。中野伤害是没有到这么足够的。那反而在塔杀的过程当中，就会让他自己的中路线或者下路线有点超过9种空，有稍微等了一下，一个一技能晕到，配上一个 W 缓速伤害到 W， 配上一个闪现过来给一下普攻，哈纳比再次倒下。
啊，但是这边 TP 又过来，
过来了，所有人都过来，利亚的守护者裁决先把哈纳给敲走，奥尔卡交了一个闪现，但是这边奎斯卡纳赶过来支援的过程当中被收下了。
奎斯卡纳这走的位置很奇怪，那边
奥尔卡一个人在塔下，这是一个4月1水球泡到2个人，但是还是要被 Rogia 给 shut down 掉。SOW 终于找到一波机会，
最想
有史的，对。
我来到了上半边，41波开了起来，阿志 EQ 往前追击，鬼步开起来后继续 A， 再 A 一下，差一滴 ，driver 靠着小兵退，但阿志还可以扛着继续往前追击，躲一个反击风暴，E 过去 Q 拿下 solo kill， 阿志 solo 的 driver。来看一下，哇，是上路对决被 Q3 回来了，这里
应该是被打回来，然后被大绝带走，
推
的哦，这个只是说这个卡桑蒂的掌握度非常的高哦。掌握度是非常好，有接机，完美接机。
哇，这里在 A 的时候被对面跳斩给取消普攻，但后续反击风暴这里没 Q3 到，直接拉扯一下后 EQ。而且 Taco 是大形态，这时间点不得已了。DCG 如果这个龙掉了，那可能剧本要改写了。一炮先进来，雀巢上来去尝试后 ，Taco 直接从小龙刺出来，那在旁边这么团战 ，HPS 直接往前开始收割了，承受不住地狱想撤退。后面看一下雀巢回来反打，看在这边锤。那后面的位置，纳尔开点，纳尔无敌，大头10万，你继续扛着猫咪，一个不会死的诸神，扛着伤害要去收割剩下一个火龙 ，ECG 承受不住想消耗，但扛不住，火龙也要倒，这是来自 HPS 打 DCG 打出了一波 ace。
那这边第3的小龙先开 ，CFO 就整体的视野还算不错，是有看到 AMP 所有的成员 TP 先叫，那这边龙吃的速度有点快 ，Alex 能不能再创奇迹？他下去了，不过这次没有中到，反正火不连击锁住了 Alex， 上面是 Atlan 先扫出了自己的锋芒贯穿，但是没有很好的效果，这边顺上墙，但是被打出了惊人线，但是是一个控操防壁，推回了3个人，叫出了惊人没有死。然后再回头，这边是 IMP 的大溃败，前面是 driver 很用力，已经杀了3个，那还有没有在走？叫了闪现，安德护将军击败回来，再一刀，他一个人救回了这场比赛，他拿了跨抓 kill。Oh
my god！ 来看一下这波的会战哦，那这波当然就是落后的 IP 他们是落6000块钱，所以基本上只能去一搏嘛。那抽没抽到之后，只能被拉开。那这是局面一个非常非常好的大绝切入角，顺势先被击落，然后力保不死之后，后续推到3个人。但是关键就在于死完 mission 之后的追击，1打4，我有看错吗？
他确实是一个人扁了4个人。
对，那 Race 是用后面收对方的路线去了，但是 Driver 后续这个判断残血极限 Q3 的距离抓得非常非常的准。
哇，难怪这个角色在3.3遭到这么大一刀的削弱。
哎，同学们上课啦！各位观众朋友，大家好，欢迎来到 Outside PCS 啊！我是今天的课堂老师关税老师啦。那之所以 Outside PCS 顾名思义是告诉我们说 PCS 的选手们在赛场之外的操作啊，他在日常生活当中会有一些玩乐啊。那今天我们到了一个课堂当中，就是要来考验一下大家，除了术科上面的操作之外，我们在学科上面对于英雄联盟的小知识是不是很有把握呢？那首先我们今天要来欢迎我们6位参赛选手啦。首先我们欢迎 BYG 的 Kino 你好。
大家好，我是 Kino。
哎呀，再来是我们的 DCG 的 Oka。
大家好，我是 DCG 的辅助 Oka。
好，还有我们 HPS 的 Taco。
大家好，我是 HPS 的上路 Taco。
还有我们的 CFO 的顺。
大家好，我是 CFO 的顺。
DWT 的空白。
大家好，我是 DWT 的上路空白。
还有 PSG 的阿志。
大家好，我是 PSG 上路阿志。
刚才其实在课堂开始之前的时候啊，老师有进来跟所有的选手同学们聊聊天啦。然后想必今天的这个小知识学堂啊，我们要先说明一下规则啊。这个规则是什么呢？就是
每一题大概都会分数不太一样，有5分、有3分、有1分啊。那我们会提供英雄小知识题，可能会是联盟宇宙当中给大家一些线索，大家就猜一下，这个英雄到底是哪一种英雄啊？或是一些线索题来猜一猜英雄联盟当中的是哪一只英雄的技能啊，符合我所提供的线索。那一题可能5分、3分、1分，如果你先达到了15分的话，那就可以先行下课啦。
所有的这个选手们有没有了解我们的游戏规则啦？不太了解也没关系，有没有疑问的可以先提出来。那我们接下来就要马上，顺有问题
一题5分的话，3题就下课了。
对，3题就下课。可是我们不会让大家马上就能够那么顺利、那么简单的就下课啦。那我先想问一下这个现场的所有选手朋友们你对于自己在这6位选手当中最有可能、最快速完成15分的选手，你觉得是哪一位？为什么？阿志？
因为最资深的、这里
最资深哦，而且我有听这个内许老师是同一所大学的、也是非常非常厉害的，是台湾最高学府哪一个科系啊？可以跟大家介绍一下。
是社会学系的，但我觉得今天最早下课的应该还是阿志，因为他的资历是第2高的，但是他比起我来说，他更活跃一点。
更活跃一点，是因为他有社交牛逼症，是这个意思吗？
没错，有点牛。
哦，了解了解。好了，那接下来的时间呢，我们就先要出第1题的题目啦。
第一题的题目是我们的英雄小知识类型，跟数学来点关系好了。第1题是5分，那你知道的话就可以马上抢答啦。
请问在英雄联盟当中，身高最高的英雄是哪一只？
敖瑞龙兽，
敖瑞龙兽，恭喜你答对了。
你这个有看题目吧？
我有看，
我真的知道啊，我真的知道啊。
敖瑞龙兽大概身高多高？
我忘了是之前有看过影片，然后是以那个就是他把每一个英雄坐在一起，然后有那个身高表，就可能他龙兽好像是就是整个星球的那种大小吧。
哦，这个有点不太正确，星球大小的是第2名，是巴德。敖瑞龙兽是整个银河系的大小，它的身高有人有2种说法啦，一种是100万光年长，一种是960亿公里长。但是呢，基本上都是天文数字嘛。
所以呢，各位观众朋友啊，透过这档节目，我们都可以马上的了解到敖瑞龙兽如果待在召唤峡谷里面是多么不合理的一件事情啦。
好了，那接下来我们也来进入英雄联盟的小知识题第2题啦。加纳，
等一下，
嘿，是
我的分数还没有记。
哎呀，我们的 BYG 的 Kino 先得到了5分。
刚那题不是试完了吗？
对啊，刚那题不是试完了吗？
试完吗？哎，是试完吗？你
是啊，
觉得是试完，
你觉得是试完？
这样就5分了。
你这样就5分了吗？那还是没有啦，这样子的话那就小努力分好，那1分好了。大家好想要跟 Kino 一起，对吧？好，那接下来我们第2题是属于生物题啦。请问史嘉纳是什么种族的生物？大家进入了片刻的寂静及尬感，对吧？因为其实平常我们选手大概都操作或者是技能跟道具，给大家一点提示。好，猜一下。昆虫。那它的这个族的名称是3个字，巴什么族？中间有2个字。
2个字。
换一道题了吧？
哎呀，好吧，那也只能先换一道题啦。可能呢，我们选手平常对于英雄联盟小知识，这个题目比较不会去点进去联盟宇宙来看了。那跟大家科普一下，它是巴尔克族。那巴尔克族呢，其实在苏瑞玛王国建立之前的时候，
在西北边的有一个山谷里面被记述着巴尔克族，他们就是一群蝎子。那其中史嘉纳是这里面蝎子当中最强的那一只。那当时他们的身体里面有一个核心跟心脏是水晶，那被称为海克斯水晶啦。那海克斯水晶被人类觊觎着，它有非常强大的能量跟魔法力量啊，所以呢就猎杀了巴尔克族。那史嘉纳非常的生气啊，于是呢就把这个在他们山谷门口的这些盗贼啊全部都给杀光光了。所以简单来讲，这个故事就是这个样子啦。那巴尔克族是在联盟宇宙设定里面的一个族群啦。
那接下来的时间呢，感觉好像英雄联盟小知识有一点困难，那我们进入到技能题好啦。技能题大家应该比较有信心吧？因为我看到就是大家其实有打上路的啊，有打 AD 的，有打辅助的。那么来出一个上路可能会出现的线索题。那我先简单介绍一下线索题的方式哦。
线索题就是我会出第1阶段、第2阶段跟第3阶段的线索。那我提供第1阶段的线索之后，如果你能够马上答题答出来正确的话，你就可以获得5分。第2阶段的线索提供出来，那你就可以得到3分。第3阶段就会是得到1分。那当然啦，如果第1阶段所提供的这个线索你答出来，但是也有其他技能符合的话，那就可能没有办法获得到这5分。因为呢，其实搞不好有很多的技能或者是道具是有符合这样子的线索条件，但是你必须得要回答到我们的题目当中正确的解答啦。
好，那接下来我们要来提供我们的第1阶段的线索啦。它是一个技能，而且这个技能有被动效果，并能够主动的释放。
上路嘛，
上路。
纳尔的 W。
错。好，那我再继续提供第1阶段的第2个线索，提供2个线索。第2个线索是主动释放此技能时，英雄自己会被缓速5分哦。来，
拉姆斯。
拉姆斯错。
缓速已经被罚了，
被罚了。
法洛士，
罚是多少件？
法洛士错。
你说是上路的吗？
上路的，会讲吗？
一定是上路英雄吗？
再讲一次嘛。
我们此技能有被动的效果，并且能够主动释放。主动释放此技能时，英雄自己就会被缓速。
沃加特 W，
恭喜你答对了，哇！我们的沃尔加特的 W 杀戮射击就是我们的正确解答啦。那这个就没有疑虑了吗？
他才是看题库的。
那没办法嘛，
老上单，绝对是老上单。
以前我跟阿志都是打上路的，所以这个技能我了解。
知道一件事情吗？这里除了你，全部都打过上单。
那可不可以跟观众介绍一下你在沃尔加特的 W 当中的理解啊，或是给观众一些科普的小知识？现在的版本可以怎么用会比较好？
因为像我是打辅助的嘛，所以我觉得由阿志介绍会比较好。因为我家以前是打美
直接丢给阿志了呢。
我们这边有个章鱼哥，应该
来章鱼哥。
哦，不会玩。
不会玩。
谦虚了。
谦虚。那还是阿志来补充一下。
这都能丢给我。
对啊，这个丢啊。没有啦，你丢如果补充大家觉得不错的话，那就直接加个3分吧。
好 ，W 主要是拆卡的时候有个细节啊。
对，
就是它可以
普攻一下，然后 W 开，对，它就会拆比较快嘛，然后再关掉，就等那个普攻间隔好了，然后你再关掉，然后再 A 一下，然后再开，就是会拆塔拆很快。
对，Taco 你觉得阿志讲的怎么样？
完全没问题。
完全没问题啊，那我们就是阿志就加个3分好了。
我的3分是他那边要给我3分吗？
不是，
不是。
我答的是主要问题。
答的是主要问题啊，好不好？没关系，那就是5分跟3分啦。好。
沃尔加特 W 啊，我们除了在第一阶段所提供的2个线索之外，第3个线索，第2阶段的是此技能也可以开关。然后呢，并且在第3阶段的线索是此技能在点满之后就不需要耗魔啦，也就代表说是可以一直常驻的开着的呢。
好，那我们的线索题第2题，这是一个道具题哦。此道具可以全地图使用，而且没有限制范围。啊，来，
就是可以绑人，然后他 CC 就是他对你造成伤害会降低，然后他的那个我不知道名字啊，咒魂什么锁的咒符吗？
咒恨符锁，恭喜你答对了。QWER 虽然没有办法直接说出全名，但是如果我判定啊，其实我们的意思表示是一致的时候呢，你就可以获得到这一题的题目啦。咒恨符锁，此道具可以全地图使用。
线索2的第2阶段是效果可以随着时间堆叠，并且在60秒的时候堆叠到满层。那第3阶段我们所提供的线索是，他誓言穷尽一生也要让他布上毁灭之图，是我们在咒恨符锁当中可以看到的那些注解黄色的底标的字啦。
好，那我们来恭喜一下我们 DWT 的空白啊，空白可以获得5分。那接下来呢，也是我们的线索题第3题啦，它是一个角色题。这个角色它的 Q 会加攻速，它的 W 会缓速敌人。好，来艾希啊，很相似，也一样是 AD 角，但不是。
补题
啊 ，Kino 又答对了，
英雄太熟了
啊，也是对嘛 ？Q 加攻速 ，W 会缓速。
第2阶段是提供给会增加攻击距离，那第3阶段的1是不能够任意释放的咯。
好，Kino 感觉已经快回家了，
快下课了，
还好第1题没有让他对哦，他第一题对他
来录不到5分钟，
他就太早了，
没办法，实力有 gap。
哎呀，感觉好像 Kino 是海放别人了。那所以呢，接下来我们要加高我们的题目的难度，不能让 Kino 那么快走嘛，通告费不是那么好赚。接下来我们就来考一考这个社会学可能不太熟悉的数学题啦。那我首先出第1题。穿着以下3件装备：振奋盔甲、雄心之钢、3项之力时，提供给了英雄多少血量？加起来，振奋盔甲、雄心之钢、3项之力
，1500或1550。
恭喜你答对了，1550。
怎么会去记这个？
哎呀 ，Taco 真的是这个一开金口就直接勇夺5分，但其实数学题啊，其实原本是1分的，但是呢，他特别的认真，所以呢，老师今天我私心就给了他直接5倍啦，今天可能是5倍的收获，就直接给他5分嘛。那我可以直接问一下吗？振奋盔甲、雄心之钢跟3项之力分别提供血量是多少？
雄心之钢800，3项也350，
振奋是400，所以400加上800加上350是1550元。那我们恭喜 Taco。好，那接下来时间呢，我们也出第2题的数学题啦。
如果我买了装备 涡轮金冠、日轮的加冕、女妖面纱，总共提供了多少魔法防御？这一题是1分哦。
来
110，
110，接近但是不对
130，
，130。哇，你们感觉好像在玩终极密码，110跟130之间，120，120跟130之间。
125，
恭喜你答对了！哎呀，这感觉就是终极密码啦。
然后完全讲不出来，等下完全讲不出来。
125啦，那可不可以告诉我们涡轮金冠是提供多少魔法防御？50，然后这个日轮的加冕
40，
哎，还在问同学40，阿志你在问同学，没那么多
，20万守住，
真的吗？
那日轮的防御，
日轮30啊
，30。
我都记了，我下不了课，
那我们女妖面纱是多少？
刚是多少？100，
那就
45嘛
，45啊
，45，
啊，你看这样95加30，所以是125。恭喜你答对了。刚才那一题呢，就是呈现一种终极密码，120到130之间。
同学的答案有点问题。
啊，怎么说？
日轮的加冕这件装备的神话特效是它搭载另外2件传说装备的时候，每一件会再分别给2点的双抗。
对，
所以答案应该还要再加4才对。
那我们请裁判组来做判定。Kino 加1分，因为给予了非常。对啊 ，Kino 现在只剩下3分就可以下课了。
还要再加难。
0分的怎么办呢？你先告诉我。
好，我先告诉我。
好啦，学务处报告，由于 Kino 呢这个表现太过称霸全国，所以呢他必须得要给他一些制裁啊，就是呢我们要出比较难一点的题目啦。好啦，接下来我们要出的是综合应用题。好，我们先出综合应用题的第1题哦，这一题是5分。
11等的伊泽瑞尔选用先发制人及未来市集的符文，身上有300元且无出装的他，若他想购买一把夺魄之镰，在他用大绝触发先发制人，并刷死战机为000无吃兵的吉因科斯之后，他还缺少多少钱？
来，
先发制人，
真的有人会知道先发制人刷下去会拿到多少钱？你知道吗？
我不知道。1460，
错。
2000吗
？2000哦，2000在附近。
2250，2000
到2250之间。先发制人，我们的符文说明在官方当中是这个样子的。
进入与英雄战斗阶段的0.25秒内，对一名敌方英雄使用普攻或是技能的时候，可以获得5块的金钱跟持续3秒的先发制人效果。那在这一题的案例里面呢，先发制人可以获得37块。
夺魄之镰的总价
2063，
不对。
你在干嘛？
好，未来市集的效果我念给大家听哦。
你可以透过贷款来购买道具，能贷款的数目会随着时间提升，能贷款的金额是50块，那贷款的上限是150加5每1分钟。那游戏进行2分钟的时候才会开放贷款。那我们的官方效果是这样子写，但是我们贷款直接提供给大家是可以贷款155块。
2107，
太近了，但不是啊。
2108，
恭喜你答对了，这个就是我们接下来要来列算式嘛。
好爽啊！
列算式就是呢，我们知道说夺魄之镰的总价是2900元，减掉先发制人获得的37块，减掉刚开始我们所有身上有的300块，再减掉未来市集可以贷款的155块，减掉击杀吉因科斯获得到的300块，就是2108元。
对，所以基本上我们这一题呢，就是在考夺魄之镰多少钱，跟我们的减法。好了，那看似大家就觉得这一题好像其实蛮困难的吧？那接下来呢，我们就进入到一个趣味题跟送分题的感觉好啦。
好了，那现在我们的战况先跟大家报告一下啦。其实 BYG 的 Kino 目前来讲的话是离下课最近的男人啦，现在是12分啦。那 DCG 的 Oka 跟 DWT 的空白各得5分，然后 PSG 的阿志是4分，然后 HPS 的 Taco 也是5分。那目前挂弹是
顺，你发生了什么？顺有点迷茫一点。
我在等下一题。
好，那下一题就是我们大放送的题目啦。请问，如果普罗不小心闯入温泉，会发生什么事？
被温泉的镭射打，然后跑出去，这样
会死吗？
不会死。
好 ，OK， 这一题趣味题是我们的1分啊 ，DCG Oka 目前获得1分。再来，我还是一样出一些送分题好了啊。
我们的技能题就是我会念出这个英雄的技能名称，那请精准的帮我们来说出他是哪一位英雄的第几个技能，然后可以得到3分。那记得呢，被动也在里面。好，第一题，猎人知道是哪个英雄的哪一个技能？
需要提示。
他2只手都有拿东西。
它比较常出现在哪一路？还是这个太多？
这个太明显，
太明显。那我要给
好运姐，
错，他有个亲戚也是英雄
啊
是雅尼吗？
达瑞文的 Q
啊，错，
雅尼
的什么
被动？
恭喜你答对了啊！
猎人，他是猎人吗？
他不是浪人，
他不是浪人，他也是浪人。
他的被动技能就叫做猎人知道啦，是
雅尼使用双剑，每第2下普攻的50%伤害呢，转化成魔法伤害，那暴击率提升至158，但暴击伤害降低10%啦。
接下来这一题，我觉得应该算简单。请问静电力场是哪个英雄的哪一个技能？啊，顺，
过一次大招。
哦，恭喜你答对了。整个开胡啦！那接下来也一样是我们的技能题哦。请问，给我闪是哪个英雄的哪一个技能？
达瑞文的1
啊！恭喜你答对了，顺直接后来居上，也是3分。
唯一给你。
对，其实大家现在开始平分秋色了。请问，坚持到底是哪个英雄的哪一个技能？
好像很耳熟，
我没听过。
卡上帝的 W。
错，但是他是 W，某个英雄的 W，
瑞纳达
啊，不是，他是斗士，而且呢，他也是很喜欢2只手拿着东西。
欧拉夫
啊，恭喜你答对啦，顺，直接在技能题
9分，
直接达到了9分。
我下不了班了，9分，
可以打给我，
给我闪，
给我闪。
好 ，OK， 一样是我们的线索题。
他是一个英雄的角色，第1阶段的线索，他的 Q 会回血 ，W 会增加跑速。
狼人，
恭喜你答对了。
碰巧达人
又会玩狼人了。
你在喊。
那我们沃维克的另外2道线索，他的E会恐惧，然后 R 有位移的效果啦。
第3题的线索题啦。
那它是一个角色的技能，第1阶段此技能无视控场。
2 W
错。来，第1阶段的第2道线索，此技能对命中的目标造成99%的缓速。
常用啊，
谁的技能这么强？
对啊，出场率蛮高的啊，出场率蛮高的。
缓速很长，不是控场
试试看嘛，试试看嘛。
听众到底有没有想要赶快离开？
有啊，
没有是坚强在说，
没有，它是那个一个毛，是毛，
是啊，不行哎，
不是毛，小牛毛没有毛这东西耶。
扣分。
我就知道我要留校查看的。
有坐骑或骑乘物的英雄，
奈德利，
什么啦？
觉得是怪怪的姿势，
忘了，
都忘了。可以猜一看，
看你怎么猜。
好。
哦，嘎透。哦，他的那个不是进都懂的，因为地线就嘎透了，所以加嘎透。
然后我应该法师啊，
法师，你看法师对啊，
我统治中路啊，
可以，同中是超猛哎，一下嘎痛啊！这边等下限量个乌拉格斯啊。等下限量个乌拉格斯啊。哦，手紧冲。哦，这桌子手感怎么那么好？真的哎，这个尺寸，这个角度，这桌子不会动，真的哎，桌子不会动。好想买真的。放眼吗？会，我会直接放的。可以看我啊，远，我们再看。给眼。往下路打，往下路打，我们先靠。我一个一个，开头。我一给你了。路有大刀，路没闪，过来啊，我补。慢打，还有大慢打。你可以打，慢打。看这个。慢打，可以打，可以慢打，我有动。OK， 来。别三一起。
刚动，
一万，中线可以先踢这边，我可以踢这边的，可以看一下上有没有演？哎，要照一下，要照，没照，再次，可以看，还没，4000，好位置啊，可以看铁地吗？看那个，露没血，看铁地，走力，谁意思？可以帮我们 AD 吗？可以，看肯定要考虑，可以，要考虑，这个考虑丢，可以，我可以追，对他，他没到，可以杀，推中，你们推中我单吃，
我推中，
杀王师吧 ，OK， 红眼吗？我有，我从右边打，他们想说，那变大了哦，我可以补红眼，等那，稍好看不？小心，没有了，往前吗？位置很好，可以看路，可以看街友这边，我们打前面，没血，我可以看你，可以，
看前面，
打前翼，路被开，小路可以播吗？怎么样？
我写我，
八龙，你吸，我3秒，
我先吸，
露我现在很小心，要吃8龙哦。
跟你有没有中文？
我要补的，慢慢来，明白？可以看我，可以帮我吗？爆大！可以，
慢，
他会看你，他会帮助，慢慢打，
看姐弟，
看姐弟，我给你 buff， 我可以给你拉，我可以干嘛？
去吧，
我慢慢点打，铁瓦有，点塔优先，我把塔一抬走，沟通冷静。偷可阿卡伊很少，点塔优先，你们都来去电。阿卡伊太大了，阿卡伊没断，这没事，我没事。好不好？点塔优先。
阿卡利要打人。
没事，他没队友的，我们会赢。推塔，点塔赢了。有听，决胜，nice。
特派记者，
我刚以为是那边5号出口，可是我发现那边没有5号出口。
哪里？
那里那个档案馆又没来过。
哦，你说里面的？
不然我刚刚就经过这里了。这样马赛克啊，这个地方。
但你走过来，我就知道是你了。为什么？因为你穿这个。
我原本衣服洗到坏掉了，剩这个可以穿的。因为衣服不能烘干，烘到坏掉了。但电影级别的这种拍摄没拍过，还要10年。真的，这挺厉害的。
帅，太帅了。超大，满版的。
我是那个地狱村的辅助来是吧？他看多少多？
对啊，很多哎，满版。太帅了吧！
好，好好等他。
这样算中场休息吗？
中场休息啊。
累吗？
有一点，站有点久了，腰有点酸，背有点酸。
所以你有经历过这个吗？
拍摄没有拍过。
哦。大家就最爱看这个啊！你选什么？
我选的鸡排，然后选没有3色豆的，因为他刚刚有3色豆，就不要了。
可是有猪排欸。
有猪排哦，不用啊，鸡排有。好 ，OK。
你不爱我们猪排教练？
Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind. Lot of sun, smoky in the air, that's a lot of crime.
你站哪？站着的，为什么名字？啊 ，IC 8，可以问你问题吗？可以。为什么你要叫 IC 8？我打韩服的心境啊，就这样。啊？打韩服的心境啊，就这样。什么意思？IC 8，原来这种不能剪的，那我们拍什么不能剪？
不然你们会想要什么？你们会想什么 ？IC，
它跟 IC 又跟它的什么英文缩写之类的。哦，再做 IC 呢？
这也很有趣吗？
这感觉比较有趣，比较有意思。
那你道歉一下，快点。又没关系。
超赞！他原本那个被推荐，鬼灭之刃那个。
哪里有鬼灭之刃？
一直做啊。
哦。
大家好，我是泰语小老师火龙闷干饭。今天要教大家使用的泰语小单字是对吧 ？Rengenti， 对吧 ？Rengenti， 来，大家跟我念一次，对吧 ？Rengenti， 这个词该用在哪里呢？当队伍出现像我这样的人的时候，你就可以称之他为对吧 ？Rengenti。萨瓦迪卡。
不然你刚刚那把训练赛都还没完成，自带拉手我是这样。而且为什么我们的猫玩那么多场，还玩那么跟屎一样？到底想怎样？啊，别以为没你的事，永远把你们家养那么肥，用团战第一个是，这个不知道怎么管。
这就是对吧 ？Rengenti。今天教的同学们都有记住吗？我们下一堂课见，拉贡。
Now both junglers are starting bot side and clearing up, so will there be a 3 camp here? Gemini might actually look for it. He is here way before Hana.
They're going to ward. They're going to catch out Cascada. Cascada does go with the flash available for Gemini. Going to look for the stun to see if there's a follow-up route. And arrow from Shun. First blood secured for Gemini. That is a big pickup for CF. Pretty worrying for SNW when this next Infernal Drake spawns. Ooh, Hanabi getting stunned up. Actually taking a lot of damage. Explosive cast goes wide. Hanabi might be in trouble here. Relia finds the Stasis window. Does get the flash up, forces the flash in return from Relia. Picks up that kill, but Orca is here. DCG are closing in. Hana gets kicked out of the map. Orca might be in trouble. Has the flash. Cascada also in trouble. How is he in the middle of 4 people? Relia, Orca's in trouble. They're all in trouble one by one. The Jin bullets come out from afar. And S9W might... Ooh.
Pick that up before the next 4 and 5.
Oh, going all out. Driving Driver out of his own turret. And Arja going to chase that one down. Oh, one hit away. And he's going to be able to connect that third Q. I think he is. Oh, runs it down. Driver wasting counter-strike though. I'm not sure where the word Hooper came from. But
we'll see a replay of this top. Oh, a cinematic replay of this top lane fight. I'm not. Okay, so it's the longest Cassante ult probably of all time, and he just gets chased down. I think part of the reason why this fight went so bad is Driver still didn't have his mythic, and I think he was sitting on a lot of gold, but isn't it insane how much distance Cassante can cover? He just has so many dashes.
Relatively low at the start of this fight. Dragon already started up by Taco and Taco. 6k HP on the Dragon.
There's a lot of poking from both sides.
Oh, Taco goes in, actually finds the ultimate onto Orca, gets stunned up, and Taco as well on the top lane, finding a triple man, Mega Gnar and Taco. There's just 2 Tacos wreaking havoc in the backline. DCG on the run, but now Sejuani getting so many stuns of Hanabi. It's a quadrukill for the Sejuani, actually. Could potentially be the Penta flashing over Hanabi, charges up the stun, doesn't quite connect. It is going to take him a while, but I think Taco is actually going to pick up the Pentakill on the Sejuani.
Wait, it timed out?
It timed out?
Okay, but unofficial pentacle. I don't think I've ever seen.
Keep your eyes on him. He's going to be looking for someone with his ultimate. Preferably, I think, Jimmy or Shun. It feels like the other people have too much tenacity for it to matter. But Rex, once again, dealing so much. Alex doesn't quite get the steal, but sees him taking Gemini over the wall. But he's going to get locked down here. Hops the stopwatch, actually. But Shun, he's got his distance. Jimmy getting a huge Shurima shuffle. And Shun, he's cleaning up here. Mission is in the Zonya's, but isn't going to last too much longer. But Driver actually doing so much on the Cassante. Taking down 4.
Whoa.
Is this the pentakill for the Cassandra?
Yo, it actually could be. Oh my god,
Is that
Driver,
4 or
what
5?
a monster.
I've forgotten how to count, but quadra-kill for Driver. It was 5, but take the away shot.
Yeah, so I feel like it starts off decently for CFO. You kind of chase the Sedge over the wall, and it's still, relatively safe. I do think that Shun got hit by a lot of CC in this fight, which, did kind of make things difficult. A massive Shurima shuffle. Jeff DeFeel kind of protects the carries, but I think what happened is just, again, like too much damage taken from Shun from kind of just like random CC, and then Driver is just almost forgotten about and manages to just clean up everyone off the back end. Gemini makes the mistake of thinking he can fight a new champion.
2023 champions. Wait, when was he released?
You're gonna sell all that you had before you. And you don't need a bell when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. Like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now.
reaching for the surface, and when I let it go, you bring it back to me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Spring Split of the PCS Week 3, Day 2. I'm your host for tonight, Shark, and I'm joined by an LCO import actually. Caster Skimmy.
I'm here, yes. It's not a episode of Match Fix. I've made my way here to New Zealand, right? So we've managed to link up somehow, some way. But I'm really excited to see just how, you know, the PCS can stack up to obviously what is now going to be integration with LCO. Being in Australia, casting that league, obviously getting to see how strong those teams are. Now coming over here to see how strong the PCS are as well. And it's looking like a pretty close race.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting so far, and I think also, you know, maybe you can take a few strategies back to the LCO. You can be the spy. But yeah, we've seen a pretty different meta in the PCS from the LCO. So I've been watching both, and I think the PCS, they've had, you know, very, very high priority on this Zeri, Yuumi, and kind of Lucian Nami. That's been the kind of go-to. And I think in general, they like their structure, right? A lot of the drafts are kind of the same thing over and over. We have seen some creative things. We've seen, I don't know how many games you've watched, but we've seen some Darius, which was quite exciting. Yeah, and we've seen an Udyr top as well, which was very interesting. Diana mid. Yeah, there's been lots of kind of exciting
mid
things.
last night as well, but Lilia jungle, which is cool to see a little bit more, you know, creative freedom. But yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head, right? The fact that they're playing so much Lucian Nami, why would you not? It's so broken ever since, what was it, MSI World?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It's been around since I've had, what, I don't know, puberty, really. It's been around for such a long time. But the Zeri Yuumi as well. Obviously, Yuumi has gone away. Now you've got the likes of Lulu coming into the fold of things. I want to see some Annie. Where's the Annie? Surely.
I think it actually did get banned once yesterday, I feel like. And I also think on the current patch, so this is 13.3 now, Annie support seems to be better than Annie mid. I think the win rate is slightly higher, which could be maybe because Annie mid kind of gets blasted if you blind pick it. You know, it's a bit of a risky one. Of
course, yeah.
But if you get away with it, I think it can be good. And it'll be interesting to see kind of if the meta develops, because at least in those first couple weeks, the day one, week one meta was actually very different from the meta at the end of the week, right? So that could be kind of interesting. And I think we're going to have a look at some previous results from yesterday. So we saw Helpix taking out Duish Team, Deep Cross Gaming take out Frank Esports, and Sem9 actually pick up their first win of the split up against Megabank Beyond Gaming. Taipei J Team did take down Impunity, and PSG Talon actually took down the first place at that point, Flying Oyster, who were on a 5-win streak before they met PSG. Yeah, and so PSG have a new jungler now from the LPL, Jinjia, and he seems... well, he's a good guy, you know, he seems pretty strong. And I think he had something like 60 games played on LPL, all on EDG. So hopefully, you know, he was bringing that wealth of experience. And we'll see PSG Town play a bit later today. I believe that's game 2. And yeah, I mean, honestly, yesterday, a lot of just upsets across the board.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you already mentioned the last game there. Obviously, the two favourites, right? PSG being the most successful org ever in the PCS, right? It's a bit of a statement for them to bring in such an experienced jungler as you highlight. But, I mean, I'm just looking at this, and really, for the most part, streaks do not exist. You're getting a game here, a loss there, a win there. So close, right? Really a game dividing a lot of these teams all the way down to that 6th and 7th position. Obviously, the top 6 being the most important of it all to try and make it through to those playoffs. But still sitting pretty at the top despite that loss. CFO in first place, tied, of course, with Frank Esports, PSG amongst all the chaos in that first spot as well. So then you come into 4th position with Deep Cross Gaming, Impunity, and J-Team. So many ties across the board. Only now are we starting to look at those towards the tail end of the leaderboard. We're Beyond Gaming at 7th with Hellpigs, who managed to scrape away that win. What a game that was. How Duish Team have managed to, you know, fall away from that one. I just, oh man, that dragon. Why did it have to be? Why did it have to be? Duish Team 1 and 6, and then Sem9 WP finally find their very first win.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's crazy. You're talking about that top 6, and like you said, a single game is all that it is between them. So very close still. This point in the split is definitely a good sign, because the regular season is only 6 weeks long in the PCS. So, you know, we're coming up on, I guess this would be halfway, actually.
Well, yeah, once this weekend completes, this is the first round robin done, right? So it's the first little preview, I guess, of how these teams could shape up going into the second half. And maybe one argues, hey, the meta hasn't or has favored us, or perhaps some teams are just finding some momentum, finding some stride. Let's jump into today's schedule then and see what we're looking at. It all kicks off to start off the night with Megabank Beyond Gaming looking to bounce back up against Impunity Esports. PSG Talon looking to try and make it 2 from 2. Up against Deep Cross Gaming, whereas Frank Esports go up against Duish Team, still hunting for another win to break up what could be a 5-loss streak. CFO obviously want to bounce back as well by taking down Taipei J Team. And to close out the night, it's about at the bottom of the table. It is Hellpigs up against Sem9 WPE.
Yeah, and I think the game of the day for me is probably going to be I want to say PSG Talon up against Deep Cross. I want to see more of that PSG roster. But the game that we will have coming up here is BYG versus Impunity. And I think this is it's a weird one because, yesterday, BYG, they lost to Sem9. They lost to the bottom of the barrel
Big
team.
upset,
Yeah, and I don't know if you were watching week 1 of the PCS, but I think it was week 1, day 1, BYG actually annihilated CFO. It was like a 9-0 scoreline or something. So we have no idea where these guys sit, really. It's kind of, this is a test of like, do you, up against Impunity, it's really a test of, do you belong up there with them whilst the game at Sem9 just, an off game, not something we don't need to think about, or are you more, bottom of the barrel, can't really find the consistency. So BYG, they've got a lot to kind of prove.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's the big word that you've hit the nail on the head on, right, is consistency. I feel like it's a word that gets overused a lot in sort of broadcast work, right? Because obviously these are best of ones, and there's obviously a lot of volatility in that with pocket picks being removed or like little early game shenanigans not going their way. But, if you are able to beat the top dog, then lose to the bottom of the barrel, you're starting to ask yourself, where does this team really lay? And obviously, thankfully for them, there is that second rotation of the round robin to try and find themselves again. But I suppose you put them in middle of the pack if you're being a little bit, realistic.
Yeah, I think so. And here we have Megabank Beyond's gaming roster. We got Lee Kai, Kong Yue, 1116, Feng, and Kino. And they've had some, they've, as we've been saying, they've had some great games and they've had some really awful ones. I think 1116 also has had, I think he had a monster performance on Rise. It was something like 13-0, 12-0. Incredible performance. And then they, come out and lose to Sem9. So I don't know what to think of those guys.
Yeah, well, sometimes, as a wise man once told me, you do get that on the very big jobs. And it must have been the biggest of them all. He certainly loves to play the Rise. He's most played in his entire career, and it seems like one of those champions that is flourishing based on the changes to what? You got the Catalyst, you got the Rod of Age, you've got the Seraph's Embrace coming in. They can keep nerfing him, but the old mate Blue Wizard continues to dazzle. Just so much map pressure.
Yeah, and I think this is a team that is, I want to say, a little reliant on their mid-jungle at the moment. And it will be interesting because Impunity also are a team that, quite heavily rely on that. We've seen a lot of games with Impunity where, 5 bans would be put towards Mission. And he just kind of gets shut down out of the game. And that kind of seems to be the play for them. So it'll be interesting. Will Megabank Beyond Gaming go for that as well? Just look to target Mission out of this game completely. And here we have it. The Impunity lineup, Driver, Alex, Mission, Atlan, and Nature. Now, one thing I want to talk about real quick is that they're actually on red side this time. So I think it's much more difficult on blue side to just, ban out all the mids and then counterpick mid, right? Because you don't have that 5th red side last pick.
Yeah.
So that, I think, does make it a bit more difficult to shut down Mission. He's most likely going to get at least a good counter matchup. But yeah, I think so many of these games, if Mission doesn't get ahead, the rest of the team really fails to snowball.
And I think that's a very valid point. We looked at their game last night, right? Played the Silas into the Yone, wasn't able to really find his footing in that one. Obviously, you want to try and hijack as many influential ultimates to try and affect the map as a whole. You're relying on driving the top lane there as a Scion, a tank Scion, who's doing 37% of your overall team's damage. It's a little bit doomed. Even if you do have the protein shake, you're dropping a Herald mid, it's not even doing anything. You're thinking, surely go top. And you're just falling victim to what? It was like a Yone, Jackson, a Zeri. And you're just thinking,
it was broken.
Go next.
Yeah. Impunity, it was interesting. Like you said, they were Scion to life, Driver's Scion, and I think Atlan also managed to pick up 2 kills, but it was never enough, really, to drag them over the finish line. And I do think SARS has been a bit of a bait overall, just as the league has gone so far. But let's take a look at the 2 junglers. Kong Yue up against Alex. So champ pools, pretty similar. It's kind of just the jungle meta at the moment, but actually a whopping 86% KP on Kong Yue. That's pretty impressive, as well as a 57% first blood participation. So that guy, he's involved in a lot of kills.
Yeah, and I think that makes a lot of sense because from what I see of the recent performances coming out of Impunity, they like to stick to the same drafts a whole bunch, right? You've always got that Lucian Nami locked in as a guarantee. If it's not that, it's going to be the Zeri Yuumi. That obviously can't happen anymore. But in the jungle, it's always been. It's going to be a Vi, it's going to be a Sejuani. Anything that allows you to play something like the Silas in mid or play literally any kind of carry. Because right now, top laner, even if they're not always having as much fun as, say, AD carry, they get to engage. And as a result, that means Sejuani has to go.
It does, and we see at least Maokai banned away, other very common bans. And the Azir ban actually levied a Mission. I don't know if there's been a game so far that Azir has not been banned against Mission. So a lot of respect towards him. And now, a lot of these junglers taken away, so you have to feel like Vi and Wukong are now kind of becoming the power picks left available. Ashe and Varus also still available, as well as the rest of the bot lane combos. Sion is actually banned up against Driver.
Respect, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if that means they're looking for the Jax blind pick. Okay, so Zeri's actually banned, which means Lucian Nami is on the table and potentially the counter something like a Caitlyn Lux or a Varus Ashe, could be available. It'll be interesting to see what they first pick here.
We saw the crazy stat before about how abysmally low the win rate is of Varus here in PCS. What was it, 1 and 8? Something crazy,
yeah, it's
which
not good.
to me just makes no sense. The champion is so broken, even if we are playing double AD carries in that bot lane. But BYG are going to open up their account by removing the Sejuani, then taking the Wukong and forcing, I suppose, Alex's hand to say, well, we know you're going to go for the Lucian army. We've left it up and available. Are we planting a trap?
Yeah, so do they look to take the Vi or take the Nami here? I think there is potential. We've seen a couple times, yeah. So I think respecting the fact that something like Draven Nami could come out, just take the Nami away. You can always pick up your jungler on third. Now, BYG, I would expect them to pick their bot lane here, and I feel like it should be Varus Ashe, or at least that's what we've mostly seen. Perhaps we'll see something different with the melee support, though. Ooh.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see some more melee supports come back into the fold of things, right? Especially when things like Lucian Nami are off the table, Zeri being banned away. Obviously, you still have these champions to play around, and they've been quite comfortable with the Varus, showing us a whole bunch of different options. What springs to mind for me has been the Leona or the Ashe. Depends if they want that engage. ASO, I actually haven't tried the new ASO. I've seen all the montages, and he looks omega broken, but thankfully it's not available until, what, week 5?
Yeah. Oh, could actually be the Varus Heimerdinger. Varus Nautilus. I kind of like the melee support angle. I think yeah, okay, so they go for it. And this should be Vi picked up, or perhaps Viego, but yeah, I think it will be the Vi. That is locked in. Now, second phase bans. I wouldn't be surprised to see Jax get banned here at some point, given that the Scion ban has already come through. And actually, Mission, you know, he's only had one champ banned against him so far, so he's probably going to get, you know, a bit more pick of the litter in terms of his champions.
It begs the question, where will they go? Because if they do stick to this combo or just triple early game pressure from the side of Impunity, you're always going to default to Mission playing some kind of scaling, right? If it's going to be the Silas with the Rod of Ages build, a Ryze, a Kassadin, anything along those lines. What comes out as a result? Well, actually, the Annie's going to be banned away. We really want to see it. I mean, me personally, I don't know about yourself, Shock. I really want to see it as a support. I think it's really cool there as a new Zeri replacement partnership, but in mid lane, it's finding a bit of success too.
Yeah, it's interesting that it was just a mid lane Annie target ban, right? Like, that wasn't even a flex Annie respect or anything like that. That was just straight up mid ban. So potentially something that's being played in the PCS scrims, and hopefully something we'll see eventually. But Silas is banned away, which is kind of interesting because I feel like it's a decent Silas game. You've got the Varus ult as well as the Nautilus ult. So obviously strong ulti's coming through here. The Gragas is banned well. So I think Impunity potentially looking for the Jax here. Gragas is often picked into the Jax. Sion is taken away already. BYG, will they ban the Jax, or do you put another ban towards Mission? I'm not sure yet.
Yes, curious. I think back to your point before about the Gragas and the Annie ban, it really just stems to me that Impunity want to go forward. They will be holding down that W key, or the right-click key, really. You know, want to make sure that they're going straight into the belly of the beast, and nothing is slowing them down, or at least disengaging them away. Ultimately, it is going to be a second ban in the mid lane. Victor taken off the cards. I feel like it had to be some form of scaling, but I mean, there is the Jax.
Yeah, so the Jax with the counter ban and locked in. I feel like giving over Jax with Gragas banned is scary, because I feel like Gragas neutralizes the champ so well. But if you want to now take something more aggressive, yeah, you're looking towards the Fiora, the Jace, something like that, and BYG, perhaps they're willing to match with aggression of their own. It's quite interesting because even in a lot of these games where it's been like 2 carries top, a lot of the time you've had to play bot because it's just been range supports all around. But here, perhaps could see something different for a change with the Nautilus bot. Now, what will be the last pick? Blind pick here for 116. Ryze is still open, but doesn't look that great versus the enemy comp. Talia is always an option, but again, yeah, I mean, it's decent.
I mean, you got triple engage, you got a split push angle, the Fiora that can certainly group up if called upon. You want some kind of stability. I think maybe extra range to try and help out. I wouldn't be too amiss of, just a control mage, extra mobility. I was wondering if we'd start looking at things like an Orianna, perhaps, you know, the delivery system with a Nautilus or even a Wukong, but ultimately, if Ryze is there, why would you not?
And now Mission, he is pretty much his pick of control mages. I would like the Talia. I think it does do pretty well. Also, does a great job of matching the 1-3-1 that can potentially come out of BYG. Would like to see that locked in, but when Ryze is picked, you get your choice of any mage pretty much. And so there we have it, the comps. So pretty interesting overall.
It's interesting, right, to see the resurgence of Taliyah, because we've seen that a little bit back home in the LCO. Obviously, the go-to has usually been the Silas into the Rise to basically match ult for ult. Taliyah seems to be the new global champion. It feels like 20 years ago we last saw the Twisted Fate come out. Are you happy about that? I'm sure you are.
Oh, yeah, I'm not a Twisted Fate enjoyer. I get nightmares thinking about versing that. But, yeah, I quite like Taliyah because I feel like it does offer kind of the flexibility, right? It gives you the ability to pressure the map. It's got, reasonable ganks up. And also it scales very, very well. Yeah. So it's a champ that, is perhaps scary to blind pick. A lot of longer range mages can take advantage of it. But I think, as far as a red side last pick goes, it's pretty damn valuable.
I think it is. And I think if you're definitely in a very skirmish-heavy region as well, we're going to be looking at trying to entertain fights in some rather tight corridors, either around the dragon or the entry into that. Kind of like a Caitlyn trap to a degree. You're basically saying, I dare you to step up, right? The pebbles are down, the flick is there, the weavers walk and cut you off, and suddenly somebody tries to make a flash engage, or, I don't know, a Fiora tries to flank from another side, and hey presto, it's not worked out.
Yeah, I think one thing that's sort of forgotten about as well is a lot of the time you can just throw down the Taliyah ult and burst down an objective. I think we actually saw it a couple times yesterday where you start the Baron, drop the wall, and suddenly it just buys you so much time in which you can just DPS down the Baron. So that's always an added kind of bonus, I guess, to the rest of the Taliyah. I always feel like Taliyah is a champ that you can play without your ult if you want. You can just be a QWE Taliyah, of which I am one of them.
Okay, yeah.
But
just expose yourself.
If you can use the ult, it's really, really good, right? We've seen Nesty, I think, create some really great engages. We saw yesterday, some pretty nice plays with the Taliyah ult. But we are getting into game one. This is BYG up against IMP, and now you haven't been here for it, Skimmy, but Amelg says it's misty on the Rift every single day. The weather has not changed in weeks.
No, it hasn't. But look, I am all about these cinematics. It's a beautiful way to kickstart a campaign. There we go, the horizon of us here for the 2023 edition of the Spring Split in the PCS as we get ourselves kicked off with the opening night here for day 2. Only 2 games really remaining to close out that initial round robin, and a good feeler test, more so than anything, to figure out, okay, teams have had their chance to go up against one another, feel out kind of strategies, kind of what works for them in the meta, and more than that, I guess, is abuse that best-of-one mentality, because I feel like there's always going to be times where teams say, yeah, we're really great in scrims, yeah, best-of-ones, we can cheese this and that. I think a lot of teams will always give you the answer of, once it comes to best-of-3s, once it comes to best-of-5s, that's when we go up another level. Do you agree with that, having been in that situation yourself?
Yeah, I think that scrims are definitely, they're definitely a learning experience, right? And a lot of the time you're not playing your absolute best comps. You're just trying to learn, you're trying to improve, right? And then stage games where you actually have to turn it up, especially when you're getting towards, the later half of the split, like you were saying. Now, something sort of interesting here is that Taliyah went for the spellbook. So you see a lot of Taliyahs obviously just go for the first strike. But I think having the ability to swap to cleanse up against Ryze Varus is pretty nice. Kind of goes under the radar, but yesterday I believe we had, I think it was a Ryze versus, might have been Taliyah, I can't remember which one, but just the point and click gank setup coming out of Ryze can make it very difficult to play out the early game.
Certainly can, yeah. Makes it obviously very easy then for the Wukong to come in right afterwards. And once Merc Treads come online as well, suddenly you've just got far too much tenacity. Very, very slippery in that regard. As we check in actually with a nice little feature here, seeing how all 3 lanes are playing out in those early moments. Everybody hunting for that decisive level 2 with those trades, with those potential ganks to try and find that first blood.
Yeah, and I think we've seen this pretty often that Lucian Nami, gives up priority for those first couple levels where they are weak, but then once you come online, after a few levels, especially when you get the first base Dirk on a Lucian, that's when they really start to turn around. And Lucian Nami's been very polarizing in the PCS. I think a lot of the time it's, been insane. A lot of the time it's also just never found the mark. Kongwei is looking mid.
Yeah, he's going to poke his head in. Just going to remind Mission that this lane belongs to their side of the Rift and just, cross the map back to his other side of the jungle.
Just a quick drive-by on the mid. That's really annoying, by the way. I hate when that happens. But yeah, so it will mean the priority goes a bit more in 1116 favor, which is nice. Control that river. Just kind of allow your side lanes to continue to push, continue to breathe. Driver, he could be in a little bit of trouble soon with Kongwei pathing up, although does have Alex in the area as well.
Yeah, he's got a rather advanced ward on that top side of that river bush, but wants to try and really crash this wave in, but it does buy time for Kongwei to make his move. As a result, you can see both Alex and Mission on a mission, looking to try and protect that by planting vision elsewhere. Alex is going to go for a cheeky invade here, double buff ready to go. Whether or not he decides to actually commit to this one, his driver actually groups up with them. If that Gromp took a little bit longer, maybe would have pulled the trigger.
Yeah, it was pretty close, so definitely, could have potentially yoinked that cam, but ultimately the junglers find each other and you feel like not too much will happen now as a result. The junglers soon should be pathing back to bot side. Oh, actually, a hook lands.
Kino's on. He's looking for it, isn't he? A lot of damage with the Riptide afterwards and the hail of arrows. That does so much damage. I mean, this combo, you talk about Lucian Nami being strong, but even that, Varus and Nautilus will pack a punch.
Yeah, that was really nice. So they get a huge chunk onto nature and burn the heal. But I think Impunity's bot lane, they do have a lot of sustain, and it feels like BYG actually have to base first now with Alex in the area. So I think it's still good, but perhaps not as good as you'd think. You know, Outland is ultimately going to get to reset this wave. One damage forced onto 1116 is going to reset. Probably will look to just go for the tier, start building towards the catalyst.
Yeah, no mana, no problem. Right, back to base, pick up the TP back into that lane and carry on stacking it up. Hold to see. Tier is there, so it is the dream. And obviously Catalyst won't be too far away after that. But Kino going to go back to base, redeploy, clear up some vision, and look to see what their next setup would be. First Drake of the game up in 15 seconds. And based on the fact they've managed to find tempo in that bot lane, let's see if they can utilize that aggression to get that Dragon Soul win condition up in line.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who actually gets the Dragon Soul here, because Feng has completed the Dirk and Atlan is not. It's very rare that you see Lucian not complete the Dirk on his first base. Actually opts for the pickaxe instead. So, interesting choice.
Yeah, how good is the Dirk, the power spike of that alone,
it feels amazing.
Yeah, you can sit on it forever, or you can obviously build it into Collector, whatever it may be.
Yeah, now, I feel like this should go the way of BYG. Kongre is in the area. They have got those double pinks in the river, as well as 1116 on this cannon wave. Should be able to push it in. Rise extremely good at getting priority on those cannon waves, but actually elects perhaps not to start it up. Sometimes starting Dragon early can be a bit of a bait if you end up losing camps on the other side of the map, or you just lose too much tempo that it's not really worth it. But, so far across the board, like, CS isn't too crazy, although bot lane, BYG definitely starting to pull ahead.
Yeah, just a constant flash pressure. There we go, once again on his head with the passive. Great bubble, but a follow-up afterwards. That's going to be Atlan taking a fair bit of damage. Ignite was committed as well. They were really keen for the all-in. Ultimately, they find 2 members down to 50%.
Yeah, now Flash is traded. I feel like it's slightly better for BYG. A Nautilus with no Flash isn't quite as vulnerable as a Nami with no Flash. I have to see, though, if it actually gets punished. Alex is in the area, and Kongre, they're about to find each other. Are they going to commit to doing this dragon? Because I think you have to back off. You take so much damage while actually doing the dragon that it might not be worth it. Perhaps they can instead just look to push Impunity out, but they're actually going to turn back to it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Impunity look to contest this. I feel like they have reasonable angles on it.
I think they have enough time more so than anything here. Shock. The fact is, BYG are not going to look to try and back away from this one. They're fully committed, but it looks to me as if they're going to try and jump in at the very last moment. Alex hesitated, but ultimately jumps on through. Looking to try and find his kill there.
Ooh.
Weaving and working, but Realm Warp, without any CC to disrupt it, may just be the best ability in the game.
Yeah, that was a very clutch rise ult. I think they were definitely in trouble there. If not, ending up in death, taking so much damage on the way out, they'd be forced to reset. But good hustle. They pretty much just get the rise ult. Or sorry, they get the dragon and then escape without really losing anything for it. So nice play there from BYG and really good understanding of their limits and also their champ capabilities to be able to do that. 116, he's pretty although so is Mission. I think bases will come out sort of soon. And Herald as well is in 35 seconds here, so you're going to want to be strong for that. Both top laners, they have their Sheens. So definitely willing to fight.
Yeah, at this point as a mid laner, you're just screaming to your jungler, when's that next blue buff coming up? When's it mine? When you're leashing it for me? And they say, hang on a minute, let me get level 6 first and foremost, which is what Alex has now just achieved. So back to base, look to try and get himself up and ready to go. I've seen a fair few builds, right, with the Fire. We saw obviously the Radiant Virtue for such a long time. We saw a little bit of the Chemtunk Sword as well for the Grievous Wounds, seeing a bit of Black Cleaver action as well. So it's cool to see that, you can be a bruiser, you can be a fighter, but you can also still be a bit of a support in a way.
Yeah, I think definitely item versatility for the junglers is pretty good right now. Something actually interesting here is, so Alan's just decided to skip the Dirk altogether. It's just going to be rushing towards that Mythic. So I guess consciously deciding that he wants, I guess to scale slightly better, avoid buying that Dirk. And BYG, they're actually starting this up. I think this should go to them. Impunity's bot lane hasn't made the move to come up. So this should go over to BYG, but there is a trade. Impunity is getting plate spot. They are denying gold onto Feng. And I feel like when you trade like this, it's always up to how well you use the Herald as to whether or not it's worth it, right? If you don't get any value out of the Herald, this can be very bad. Your ADC falls behind, theirs starts to accelerate. At the same time, though, if you can find value with the Herald, and actually Impunity, They're in the area. But it does just get picked up by Kongyu. I'm interested to see where he'll use it.
Yeah, I think just teasing. I don't think it really was going to be a full committal. More so than anything, I think for Immunity, it's just 3 turret plates. I mean, you saw another one fall in the mid lane there, 2 down in the bot lane, as well as Feng's forced to hold on for his own. The grand challenge has been laid on Dat. Let's see what Likai can do. Driver flashing away does not matter. That's a 9-minute first blood. I felt like it was coming for such a long time, but it is finally rewarded as we go down bot lane. Oh, one more auto is all he needs. Flashing in after the culling, and kill confirmed against Kino.
Yeah, lots of action across the board, and I think it's really big for both teams. You know, shutting down the Jax win condition as well as getting a kill onto the Impunity bot lane's Lucian. So, yeah, we're really starting to see kind of the form, I guess, of these teams, you know, starting to come into reality. We've got this Jax Fiora lane, which is now going to be a little bit more difficult. Interesting that the Herald wasn't actually dropped top. I would have expected after the kill just to be immediately dropped, but Alex was in the area, so perhaps could have stopped it. And yeah, let's take a look at the replay of the bot play. It's actually full HP.
And he's not level 6. That's the big thing for Kino, right? He just forced to hit the wall and just dies.
Yeah, it's actually ridiculous how much damage. I'm always surprised by how much damage Lucian Nami does. It's not okay. Actually, have a look at the mid lane CS. This is pretty in favor of Mission, given it's just been pretty much an isolated 1v1. So CSing very nicely. 109 at 10 minutes. I mean, I think that's pretty much all the CS you can get.
Yeah, he's on the dot, right? At some point, he's going to be telling Alex, hey, mate, that's enough camps for you. That jungle now belongs to me. I'm going to be looking to try and farm up 12 CS per minute. Become an absolute weapon to really outscale this this Rise. But I think they've been playing really a game of ping pong, right? Just hitting a wave back and forth, looking to try and play influence elsewhere on the map. But these lanes have been fairly isolated for the most part. But yeah, that kill in the bot lane means the world there for Atlan, having fallen behind in the initial 10.
Yeah, and Atlan now has his completed Gale Force, so can definitely look to play very aggressively with this. Now, BYG, they do have flashes up, so it's unlikely, I feel like, that any kills will happen here. But the Dragon in 45 seconds, I think Impunity will definitely look to contest it. And it's going to be a lot up to Likai, who got the trade on the top side, you know, to snowball his lead. And he looks like he's doing a good job so far.
It's such a good spot for a Fiora to be in, right? A long lane, we can just chase them all the way from your own tower back to theirs. If you've got the angles, if you've got the flash, doesn't decide to commit for it, doesn't need to, ultimately. Can force him back to base, doesn't have a TP back. He's going to lose a lot if he can crash this quick enough. Yep, the next Dragon up in 15 seconds now. First one went the way of BYG, and you can see that Kongyue is in the area, sneaking his way into lane to see if the Lucian Nami would dare stand up again.
And Liga, I think he actually took some tower plates top, so did get quite a bit of damage there. And both teams sort of thinking about this Dragon. I'd be surprised to see BYG start this up. I feel like fighting into the Gale Force Lucian right now is a bad idea. They're on Vision as well, so if anything happens here, Impunity will know about it. Double TPs come out on mid, so perhaps, you know, do really value that mid pro. And yeah, BYG, they're going to start this up. Impunity, I think they really want to fight this.
Yeah, Impunity will be certainly feeling strong about themselves right now. Rod of Ages up against double Mythics. That's power right here and right now that they can look to try and work around. As BYG leashing it to their side of the map, bringing it up to mid lane as 116 comes on through. Still, as you say, on Vision. But Atlan looking for it. Kino jumps in with a depth charge, knocking up two. Atlan going for the ult of his own. Getting close to smite range. Kino forced to hook away. Dies to Alex. Alex has to run away. They've sacrificed a dragon. And that is the arrow. The one to pierce it all to get them their second in their game. 116, completely isolated. Burnt an ult, burnt a flash. And a double flick of the wrist back. Where are you going? That's Impunity now with 4 kills to their name.
Yeah, really well executed, I feel like, out of Impunity, especially missions to Leewell. We were kind of talking about it before, how it can create so much value. Not only did it disrupt the Rise ult a bit, but it meant that Feng was in a really poor position. Couldn't really get to DPS. Hopefully we will see a replay of that. I think also something you touched on before that fight started was the Mythic advantage as well. Yes, have a look at this. You know, Mission, he finds a very good angle here. And if you watch Feng, you know, he kind of just gets completely zoned out of this fight. He's forced to just flash early. And then all that ends up happening is it's basically now a 4v3 with Feng unable to contribute. And Impunity, like you said, the Mythic advantage, having the Ludens, having the Gale Force up against just the Rod of Ages, definitely just deal more damage.
And it's interesting because I think BYG were on 2 separate fronts, right? They went to try and flank from the behind and try and remove the squishy targets and say, well, we'll just leave this Drake to chance. Thankfully, Feng was the chance to secure that for the team. So they'll be happy with that, but Impunity is saying, you're not going to get away with this one for free, and we're able to pick up a ton of kills.
Yeah, and I'm surprised BYG was so intent on fighting that Drake. Now, worth noting is that BYG did actually pick up the drag. So the scaling dragon win condition is still on the table, but it's weird to so heavily contest when, you know, you're still lacking that power spike, right? You didn't have the Ghost Blade completed on the Varus. Your Rise only just bought the Rod of Ages, so kind of surprising. But the gold remains mostly even, just down 1k for BYG. And they do have 2 drags.
But this is what's keeping the game in Impunity's favor, right? Is the fact that they have managed to, you know, forget about those objectives at the start and spend a lot more time going for these plates. There's another one. If Kino can fall on down, he's going to use a disengage away ult. Say, why did you touch my AD carry? They won't mind. 3 members in the area, a successful gank.
Yeah, so another kill picked up, and Impunity, they're time and time again just finding these random kills. Coming away, will he be able to trade onto the top side? I feel like diving drivers Jax is pretty difficult, but perhaps can just force him away from the tower. Yes, it does force him away, yeah.
Going back to base.
That is nice. So they're gonna, this looks like it will be the tier 1 towers traded. And the thing with this is I feel like Fiora getting gold, it's definitely like the time bomb win condition, right? Later in the game, stopping a Fiora is going to be very, very difficult. On the other hand, though, the gold at the moment being on Atlan's Lucian, it's very immediate, right? You feel it right now. It's going to be relevant in, you know, a very short amount of time here. BYG are actually going to get this dragon, and perhaps Impunity will just go for more bot side. Could maybe even redive or play for tier 2 bot.
And I agree, I like that because, right, you've already got the shard, right? You just want to make sure you get that rapid fire cannon as quickly as you can, and you literally delete somebody from a million miles away, and it doesn't matter what you have. Any kind of disengage tools, any kind of depth charges, whatever it may be, you've just got too much damage to really possess with. It's instantaneous goal, instantaneous map pressure versus the potential of what the Herald could achieve.
Yeah, and I think Impunity really traded up there. Obviously, we'll have to see what happens with the Herald, but it was just a 1k gold lead. Now, looking at about 3k. So, yeah, definitely felt better for Impunity there. I feel like the Herald probably just goes mid. I think it's pretty difficult to ever siege this tower down up against, you know, Impunity's wave clear. Potentially, though, could play for 2 towers in the side lane. We'll have to see. And Mission now is almost a 40 CS lead, so doing really well. The 180 CS at 16 minutes.
Interesting thing for me here, Shock, is the fact that we've yet to really see the Impunity bot lane plant themselves in the mid lane and say that this belongs to us, because as much as it's very hard for BYG to try and shove and crash tier 1 mid, once the Lucian's there with the combo, I mean, you're not even able to even step up into that lane, right? How many times have we just seen him dash on through now that that power spike has been achieved with the second in the rapid fire cannon? It just does not exist. And now you're really looking to try and say, well, Lakai, what can you try and do in this 1v1? He's had his moments. I'm going to say, I feel like he's had driver's numbers so far this game, even if the KDA and if the CS doesn't really represent it, he's been popping off.
Now, next dragon is in 40 seconds, and BYG, it looks like they're going to trade it away. They probably don't want to contest this third dragon, but can perhaps trade a lot on the other side of the map. They have the Herald and Kongyu, you know, committing to playing towards this top side. You have to feel like Dragon will be given up, but maybe could even play for a side lane inhib. I think if you're Impunity here, you have to send at least one person base. Ooh, well, no one's recalling at the moment. I could actually see BYG picking up quite a bit here.
That's the dream, isn't it? Shelly doesn't actually take any damage from the headbutt. The tower goes down just a little bit too quickly. Still, as you say, no one's back in base. It's a straight 1v1. Kongyue's done his job. He's summoned the Herald. Now we're looking to try and open up an inhibitor, and at this point, you're just thinking Fiora is in an absolute dream world. Forget Hullbreaker. Just win it out on its own.
And interestingly, BYG, they're actually moving down the map, so potentially playing for the contest, but I feel like it's just impossible. Impunity have so much better control as well as better items. Perhaps if they can find a pick with Kino's Nautilus before the fight starts, could be an angle. Kongyue potentially almost out of position.
Yeah, not deciding to pull the trigger, are they? Despite having the pressure in mid, the wave cleared, don't decide to go for the dragon until the very last moment. They did see that Lakai actually peeled down all the way to bot side to entertain a potential fight, make it a unfair one. Drive did have TP, so could have regrouped if need be, but this should work wonders, right? Look to try and disrupt the potential power of a very early soul point.
1-6 almost got collapsed on, but has the Rise ult to get out, and now with Fang's reset coming out, it will just be the dragon picked up for Impunity, but Impunity, you know, while they are ahead in the 4v4, do have to start considering this split push win condition. Fiora is starting to knock on the base. The next dragon won't be for another 4 minutes. So I wouldn't expect to see too much kind of happen here. I feel like it's quite difficult for BYG to actually use their 1-3-1. Given that you're kind of behind and you don't get the mid lane priority, it is difficult to pressure for both side lanes. But perhaps can pressure for one, and you have to feel it will be Lakai's Fiora kind of accepting that pressure from his team. BYG, they're looking for control around mid. Perhaps want to knock down this tier 1, but it is going to be difficult. With the Herald used top, it's going to be very difficult to actually break this tower until they can find some sort of teamfight win.
But just look how many numbers they have to plant in the mid lane just to try and deal with a Lucian army. Even a Lucian on his own for the most part, that he can command so much respect that if you make one wrong move, I got a flash cleanse, as well as an ult, which will just take you down very quickly. This is the age-old classic, which I saw from Ruler way back in the LCK, where he just pops out the bush from one side to the other. You're dead and gone in a heartbeat. And yeah, I think for BYG right now, it's a case of, well, if we don't want to fight them face on, then let's look to try and open up the map as much as possible, force Driver to respond. Because I feel like if Jax ever gets a chance to group up, what do you see? The leap, the flash, the counter-strike onto 3-4 members, that's enough to try and win you a soul point or potentially a Baron.
Yeah, especially I think with the Talia as well, right? If you can get a big counter-strike coming through, there's definitely follow-up from your team. Bot lane, you know, still going in Lakai's favor, but hasn't really managed to just completely blow the game open, and we're not expecting that from him yet. It is sort of more of that scaling win condition. I mean, Impunity, they have like a fairly modest 2k gold lead. They're trying to get a lot of control around this Baron area, and it's pretty scary, I think, for BYG to actually face check these bushes. 1-1-6 feels like, yeah, it does have to flash, and will give over his top lane tier 1. There's actually no trade on the other side of the map.
Yeah, smart flash. I mean, obviously you had to show so much respect to somebody like a Vi that will just chase you down. Doesn't matter really how confident you feel like defending that tower. It doesn't exist. Yeah. It's a false. Always has been, always will be. So he's going to lose out on that trade, unfortunately. And he's going to then turn her attention, no doubt, back to Lakai and say, well, how's it going for you bot sides? You've opened up the top half of the map. Let's try and replicate that by taking down this bot tier 1-2 now.
Yeah, and I think it just feels like it's taking so long to get this bot tier 1. Perhaps needs another item to really get something done. And it is always difficult because you have these long periods of just having to respect, right? When Impunity are regaining control. Oh, actually engaging.
Oh, we're on. As you saw on Battery, they found their target. Great flash there from Kino. Otherwise, he was going to be a world of pain. CC stacking would have been a little bit too much to try and deal with.
Yeah, and both mid lane tier 1 still standing, which makes it quite difficult for both teams to get a whole lot done in the side lane. Nature does run into Kongyue, could actually be in trouble with the Talia over the wall.
Hits the clone. That's the old debate.
Yeah, that clone got destroyed.
Never stood a chance.
Okay, now both top laners aren't set up really to pressure. I'm just thinking Likai might actually... Okay, will he path bot yet? So he's pathing bot. Dragon's in another minute. Alex? Or not Alex, Outland. He's looking.
Yeah, I like this from Atlan though, just really trying to pressure them off from that mid wave and say we want this tier 1, we want to try and open it up. Great flash! Oh, very dicey there for a second from Nature. He's going to fall victim to it, ever so close now to a potential next Drake, and Baron is always on the cards.
Yeah, losing Flash before a big objective fight like Dragon is pretty risky. It's going to be difficult in the next 5-4 Nature to position on that Nami, although it can just, you know, play very far back. Do his best that way instead. There's also the potential of one of the teams kind of deciding, okay, maybe we don't need this Dragon as much and we can just look to trade the Baron for it. I think both teams have fairly solid Baron DPS. I think Impunity probably DPS the Baron just a bit quicker. Lethardy Varus obviously isn't the best Baron taker. Actually, you know what's interesting? Nautilus still does not have a Mythic.
Yeah, overrated, apparently. And that is a support's life. We're here for morale, we're here for good vibes, we're here to, you know, prevent our team tilting and ultimately plays a lot of wards down on the map. I think the biggest thing for me, just quickly touching on this mid lane matchup, right? We feel like we've been singing the praises of Mission the majority of the game, hits the Mythic item spike first, is able to try and command the Rift a little bit better with his ultimate usage. But what do you think of the fact that now we do have a Rise with 10 stacks on the rower, with now a completed Seraph's Embrace? Like, sure, that's a break point where you're thinking 2-item Rise starting to creep into that level 16 territory.
Yeah, I think like the later the game goes, the stronger Rise becomes in terms of absolute damage, right? But I think something you always have to consider is, can you actually deal that damage? Because it feels like when you're playing against the Talia and the buffed up Lucian, as well as the, you know, all the CC coming in from the Vi, the Wukong, and the Nami, it's quite difficult to actually deal that damage. So I could definitely see that if BYG managed to kind of withstand and engage on the way out, 1-1-1-6 could just deal a ton of damage, right? Clean up the fight like that. But I think if Impunity are the ones pressuring, the advantage. You know, they're the ones engaging, they're the ones chasing down. I could actually see Rise, despite having a ton of damage, just not getting the opportunity to deal.
Just outranged, right? Yeah, absolutely. And that would also be a very sad state of affairs, but it is one of the limitations of the champion, perhaps a good heads up from their opposition as to how they can try and manage it, because I haven't really seen too many creative plays with the Realm Warp. I think we saw one around the Dragon to try and disengage them away from a fight, get the buff, get out. But apart from that, I feel like I'll be getting close to dangerous territory where we're looking to try and flip a game on a Baron where it's like, okay, how much damage can we really do? 2 major item spikes are there. Can we look to try and entertain the pressure on these side lanes, which Lakai's opened up quite well. Still looking to try and break down the bottom half of the map, but I think once you can open that map up completely, Driver doesn't get to play. He never gets to group up. He never gets to even, you know, threaten a potential 5v5 Baron contest himself.
Yeah, 100%. I think when that split push condition reaches that point of just, you know, you can't be contested anymore, especially if you end up having to send 2 members down there, really limits the options you have on the other side of the map. And there always is potential for these globals to come through, either, you know, ganking bot or maybe even ulting 2 Baron with the Rise ult, you know, something like that. I would like to see some sort of creative play, because it feels like BYG, they're resting a lot on this Fiora win condition at the moment. We'll see if it ends up paying off, though. And I wonder what the issue is here. Any predictions?
Any predictions? Well, you do get a fair few different issues when it comes to these pauses where, you know, peripherals don't work, audio's not happening, perhaps your PC's just lagging, FPS issues. That's my pet peeve, is when my PC randomly just like caps out at like 30 or 40 FPS for some unbeknown reason. And how do you resolve that? Usually it's a good click of the old restart button, which takes a bit of time, absolutely. But obviously the refs in the background, they're going to be doing their absolute best to get this one resolved as quickly as you can. But I don't feel like this game has any clear, definitive winner at this point. It feels like we are teetering on the edge of it can explode at any real moment.
Yeah, I think you're right. The next Dragon fight, if both teams choose to contest it, could be a big one, right? You're kind of getting to the stage of the game where if, you know, even just 1 or 2 members die, Baron is a realistic kind of win condition at that point. But yeah, I think you're right. Like, the gold remains, I think, at around 2k lead for Impunity, so definitely not... No, it's not amazing at this point in the game.
The highest it's been like, what, 4? It's not been enough to really bang home really about, has it?
Yeah, and it's interesting to see kind of the side of BYG, right? Because we're talking about consistency all the time, but BYG, you know, yesterday against Sem9, they played an extremely long game, and they didn't manage to end up picking up the win. And in that game, they were making a lot of good plays, but also, you know, making a lot of bad plays, giving a lot over. And it feels like this game, BYG just they haven't really made any crucial mistakes, right? And the gold lead remains relatively even, but they also haven't done anything with, you know, the Rise, right? It's never feels like another lane has been blown open. It always feels like it's just a trade, right? And they're not normally the ones being proactive with it. So, yeah, I feel like BYG perhaps have a little bit of confidence shattered after yesterday.
Possibly, and I think that's the big thing, especially when you are looking to try and unlock your mid-jungle duo especially, right? That you want to utilize that macro ability to try and move your mage all over the map to try and showcase what they can do, try and get some early kills, try and actually snowball the lead. If you do have an advantage, press that advantage, really choke hold the opposition out from if they're really climbing back into it, right? 10k goal lead, it's decisive. You know, you're not going to do anything to really catch up, even if a Lucian somehow gets a, you know, a cheeky double, triple kill somewhere on the map. So yeah, it's a weird set of effects. It almost begs the question, you know, if we're going to look to have this almost gentleman's agreement in mid lane, why not just default to the old classics of like a Syndra and an Azir, a Corki, and sort of just say, hey, who can outrange better at like the 40-minute timer?
Yeah, I think that is a real risk you run with Rise, because, you know, like we were saying, it does deal a lot of damage, but just so often outranged. And I think also you feel the need to get stuff done with Rise, right? It feels weird because he is a champ that scales, but at the same time, he is an early game champion, right? He has like point and click ganks up, great wave clear, a roaming ultimate, and something like the Syndra, the Taliyah, the Victor, they will always outperform just in that straight 5v5. And I think a lot of these games, you know, while there is kind of advantages traded back and forth, ultimately it's that 5v5 on Dragon or the 5v5 on Baron that ends up really deciding the game.
And really well. And I think ultimately when we talk about objectives, there has been a very clear game strategy from either side, right? BYG have been very hot on the money to say every objective, it is ours. Heralds, Dragons, that's what we're playing for, to try and scale this game out, to try and divert the attention of our opposition elsewhere, to maybe open up the pathway for Lakai to try and split push to victory, as opposed to Impunity saying, well, we've got a really fed Lucian Nami, so let's just keep pushing turret plates, let's just try and to, you know, keep getting a gold lead in that fashion, get those, you know, 2 item spikes to make sure that with the Imperial Mandate as well, somebody is getting one shot. But the curse of mid lane has not really proven to be true yet. Nobody's dying there, despite a bot lane being planted.
There's always time. There's still time.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think We have seen that a little bit less, I feel like, in the range support meta, right? Because it just is kind of less engaged across the board. But now that melee supports are starting to kind of creep their way back in, we might see some more Praedython mid-wave sort of moments.
Praedython PCS. I would love to see that happen. I'd love to see the Direwolves make it over here and we just see the memes transcend regions. It just happened internationally as well. But yeah, I don't know. It's a weird state of affairs. It feels like the patch has changed a few things, but ultimately it's pretty similar. I mean, we're still seeing the priority on the likes of Elise and Maokai being denied away. Feels like a lot of these champions you wouldn't be too confused about if you've been watching the PCS thus far up until, what, day 2 of week 3. So I guess we're waiting for, you know, that moment where things start to trek, where teams perhaps like Impunity, which have proven a very similar track record, we're only going to draft these champions. At some stage, surely some team comes in and says, that's going to get exploited.
You'd hope so. Definitely hope so. I'd like to see Lucian Nami just removed. I feel like that's kind of, you know, holding back a lot of the meta, right? Because it feels like the bar you kind of measure everything from is, you know, can it beat Lucian Nami? If it can't, it's unplayable. But here we have actually the Talir wall coming down early.
Ooh, big one. Actually going to jump off that one, make sure that it doesn't go a little bit too far away from the rest of the team. Lakai is just going to take that turret, taking a fair bit of time to go get that one. Alex with a one-man ult, Glacial Augment on his head as well. TP going on through. This is Impunity looking to try and answer it back. Gets rooted, jumps in with the counter-strike. Is that enough? I don't think it is, but two members are locked in place. They're on the pebbles. They can't move. They're in so much pain, and Lakai says, I want a split push, but I can't fight in a full 5v5 like this, Shock. It just does not work. He tries to run back into the Whelm Wall, but it doesn't matter. Impunity just had too much damage.
Yeah, Impunity as well with very low health bars. If BYG had played that perhaps just a tiny bit better, could have won it, but ultimately Impunity, they come out on top. They are going to get this Dragon. I think they're too low to get anything more. I don't think it will be a Baron looked at or any camps, but yeah, big one. Actually TPing back in.
Oh. Bong Yue sniffing at something possibly. Nice wall goes down as Lakai TP's back in. Want to try and pick up some stragglers. That is the question, right? You're far too low to entertain the idea of a Baron and a Dragon. But perhaps somebody would have gone for a cheeky, greedy recall.
So taking a look at this replay, I'm not too sure why the Talir was used so early. I feel like you could probably wait a bit later, but I think the start, Alex, he did a great job of just flashing over this wall. Pretty much completely neutralized the Nautilus ult coming out, and also the TP coming in from the Jax here, did a great job, just like really splits up the fight again. And then I think we really saw Impunity just, you know, they've got a much stronger, just straight up 5v5 composition. It's much easier to execute, and you really see that kind of come to fruition here. They end up winning it, you know, by a sliver of health, but at the end of the day, that's all that matters.
And you can see how much damage that Ryze can do, but just doesn't have a chance to stand and deliver and cycle through. I like to call Ryze the piano player because you're always going QWE, QWE, just cycling through the motions of it, and you can see just how much damage they are doing when given a chance. It is really now the battle of the two in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that we've reached the point where everyone else is almost a bystander at this point, just the two mids. And actually, Mission completes the Medjais, so feeling pretty good about himself in this game. The gold lead still remains relatively stable. Now, Impunity are kind of pretty far up here with no TP on Driver, so we might see some sort of engage come out from BYG. Yeah, posturing for it.
Certainly are. Alex jumping onto his target, which is Kino. Weaver's wall goes out, flashing away, followed by the assault and battery. Riposte goes out, but Alex goes down. Oh, that is the weakness of Avai. You overextend yourself, and our Driver is up a creek without a paddle. Forced to leap away to safety. Does not exist. Feng snipes him with the piercing arrow. And the rest of Impunity just can watch from afar, but can't help.
Yeah, so really kind of weird engage, I feel like, from Alex. Engages onto the support without really any follow-up. And I feel like even if you kill Kino here, he's kind of useless, to be honest. Past the engage, he's not going to do a whole lot. Now, Impunity, despite the fact that they lost two members, they managed to keep the bounty onto both their carries. And BYG are too low to actually turn it into anything more. So just going to be kills given over. It does take the gold lead from 3k down to 2k, though, which is always better than nothing. In the game, yeah, I think it remains still relatively even. I do think Impunity have a better time team fighting, and it feels like, despite the fact that Lee Kai has been doing quite well in the Fiora, the split push win condition hasn't really been there. It just comes down to that team fight in the end. And 2 minutes 30 on this next drag, though, will only be third drag for either team. Impunity actually looking to do this over the wall, potentially.
Yeah, trying to sneak it in, aren't they? Vision goes down, control water's nice. Looking to try and circumvent the vision from that acquired Scuttler Crab on BYG. Not going to be as easy to do it. Right underneath their nose is what BYG is saying to them. So back to mid lane we go. Cheeky little Hex Flash across the wall. See what he can find. Not going to find what he needs.
Yeah, and they're kind of looking for it. Both teams, you know, Kino has the engage on this Nautilus, does want to look for something, but lots of flashes available for Impunity. Really only missing it on the 2 tanky members, the top and jungle here. All the carries going to be hard to take down, and Feng also doesn't have any sums. So this next fight could definitely go the way of Impunity just based off the flashes alone.
Yeah, it's a good point. Absolutely. It's a scary proposition to try and entertain it, even if you feel like you're stronger at that given state. You don't have the summoners, and we have seen that you need it to try and run away from the powerhouse of the 5 members of Impunity running towards you. Lakai just picked up the Hull Breaker, fully invested now in the split push tech. It just seems to be that they're saying, Impunity pretty strong. Hey, if we group up and take these fights, hasn't always worked out our way. So if you guys can do enough in the 1-4, then I can try and open up the base, and potentially the Baron dance becomes a little bit more interesting then.
Yeah, now 1 more minute here on the drag. Will we just see another 5v5 ARAM? I think we might. We're looking a lot to how Mission uses this Talia wall. Now, BYG, they're kind of posturing towards the Baron. There's potential that they do just try and trade this, perhaps rise ult from mid-wave to the Baron and Impunity. They don't want to let that happen. They're going to make sure they have full control of this side of the river before they commit any numbers over to the other side.
It's hard for the Kai to do this though, because completely out of vision, only planted by themselves more than anything, right? The rest of the vision is right towards this Baron, and that's because Impunity are being aggressive in the mid lane once again, pushing their advantage. And they have to respect the fact that the Baron could always be taken. So it's a dicey game that if they don't see them on Baron, then they're probably ganking bot lane for this Fiora.
And Impunity, they're really pretty hard committing to this side. I think they're staying that, you know, they're very happy to trade as well. And this is a very good situation to look for that Talia wall. Just kind of cut off the lane while you clean up the Baron. Yeah, I kind of like Impunity's position here. Now, the bot tower actually went down, BYG. They know that all of the Impunity members are topside, so can start pressuring. And I think Impunity have to start this Baron in order to stop this split push.
They have to.
But they are on vision.
Look at Lakai's inside the base right now. Oh, he nearly stopped Driver from going back to base. Lakai was down to 50%. Rather, Driver was, so he's forced to recall. Does he TP in to make the play for Baron? It seems risky because Lakai's shown no signs of slowing down right now. And just BYG's body pressure enough to say that, hey, that Baron has to reset.
Yeah, so I wonder if you send someone as solo Dragon here, or you have to keep all members around. BYG, it does kind of look like they're keeping everyone here, just trying to keep this 4v4 going while Lakai takes stuff in the side lane.
It feels like a losing situation, though, for Impunity. It just feels like their plays are a little bit textbook, a little bit too predictable. BYG now with all control on the map just to rotate through and just sneak a turret in the mid lane, keep pressuring this top lane as well, and look to actually get the gold lead for the first time in ages. Back to them.
Yeah, trading up in turrets and now going to get the Dragon as well. So very nice macro play here out of BYG. It feels like this is the first time we've really seen the Ryzen Fiora use this game. Impunity, they're TPing in Driver for this Baron, so they're pretty committed to this.
All right, get your DPS meters out right now. Let's see, can these guys boss us down anytime soon? Here we go. Down to 50%. An early smite goes out. They're trying to zap this one on through. Oh my God, Conway. No way. This man is a machine. He is a beast. He's an absolute clutch hero. As 116 takes away Driver, leaping to a rogue ward. It does not matter. They have been absolutely crushed, losing Drake and having the Baron stolen.
Yeah, I don't even know what the smite was there from Alex. It felt like, or it might have even been the spellbook smite from Talia, I'm thinking, because that was used so early. And Kongre just comes in and yoinks it. And they, as well as, you know, like you said, they got the drag. Now let's take a look at the replay. So I think, can't tell whose smite this is. Yeah, because we can't see the sums. But they're pretty committed to this. And for some reason, the smite comes down extremely early. I think that was Talia's smite. But yeah, okay, so it was Talia's smite. Alex also smited early. Kongre manages to steal it. And now with great flanks, they have the TP. They have them all kind of corralled into the pit. And they can just very easily clean them up. Especially now that Mission is kind of struggling to DPS from over the wall. So really decisive from BYG. I mean, they managed to get everything there. They got the 2 towers. They got the Dragon, the Baron. They're doing great.
That's pure frustration. Really is there from Impunity there. The fact that they rushed that Baron down. They found that one small moment to try and execute a play. And fumbled the bag. Really did. Double smite if it was to be. The fact that a little bit too early. And really gave Kong Yue a chance to be the MVP in this game.
Yeah, and the gold has actually swung back the other way now. And you have to feel like Fiora with this Baron buff is going to be extremely hard to deal with. You know, 3-0-4. level 18, is definitely going to be knocking on Impunity's base. And Impunity, it feels like they had, they had the lead that they needed and the arguably better teamfight composition, but just small mistakes end up costing them big, and now they're getting sieged under their towers in the base. I feel like this could be 2 inhibs broken here. Depends how hard BYG want to force through. Actually, lots of chunk goes on the Allen. Clearwall comes out to try and delay it.
Oh my god, look at that damage though, Shock. I mean, that tower's just done right within them. Driver actually getting ulted. Lakai doesn't care, he's got a Guardian Angel. He will 1v5. His team's not going to back him up because he's got the Hull Breaker. The emotes go out because he knows he's absolutely smurfing. You said 2 inhibitors. 2 inhibitors is what we'll get. And why, oh my. BYG at the 32-minute mark, they feel re-energized.
Yeah, and Lekai, I mean, how Chad is that? Just in front of 5 people, taking their turrets and inhibitors in front of them. Does not forget to emote on the way out. So 2 minutes on this Dragon with 2 inhibs down. I think BYG in a couple minutes here should be able to pick up that 4th Dragon Soul. If you're Impunity, I think you have to contest it. But it's going to be difficult, right? You have to push out those mid and bot waves. You have to regain a lot of control in order to get into a position to contest. It's going to be a tall order for them.
Yeah, it really is. Really curious to see what Impunity can do to try and re-strangle this game back into their hands, to try and find a way back into this as a whole. Because, I mean, we saw the very early Magi's, 8 stacks. It's not grown ever since. They've just not been able to find a way to fight. They've been struggling to try and deal with the split push pressure. Driver is just passively losing, wants to be unlocked from that map to group up with the rest of his team, and hasn't been the case. Now Guardian Angel just coming across the board thick and fast, and that with double stopwatches, I mean, everybody's becoming immune.
Yeah, and only 1 minute and 20 here. I feel like Impunity might want to fight early before the inhib waves become an issue, but it is quite hard for them to be the ones pulling the trigger here. Really just the Vi engage and then follow up on top of that.
Cheeky Spidey sensor there, testing the waters as they press their advantage forward. 8 turrets to 4. I mean, they can go where they want. The defensive line that Impunity have to set is so far back.
Yeah, and Lekai's actually pressuring the top side, perhaps saying that, sure, they could win a 5v5, but do they even need a fair 5v5 at this point? Probably not. You have to feel like Lekai's Fiora can bring at least 2 members top. Is doing a good job. Actually, it looks like he's hitting the tower on the map. BYG, yeah, that top tower is going to go down. This could be 3 inhibs falling right now. Impunity, they've failed to be decisive enough to really, pull the trigger in any of these situations.
Yeah, Driver never able to land a counter-strike to try and outplay the riposte. So in they jump. Oh no, it's been buffered because there's the stopwatch. In goes the culling. Down goes Kino. Driver's found his first kill. Can he find another to try and salvage this game inside their base? Lakai, riposte, dash, and a resurrect afterwards. Can they find some way to back him up? A bubble on respawn, but it hits the minion. It's an absolute tragedy. And the Furo just walks away with her life.
Yeah, I mean, Impunity, they kind of did what they could, but ultimately, they're still going to lose this Dragon. Although they have mission kind of TPing in. Perhaps, they're going to try and contest it. At the same time, though, Lekai's taking the 3rd inhib in the base. It does go down now. I think BYG, you can give over this Dragon, and it doesn't matter. With 3 inhibs down, I feel like the game's in your favor.
You've mind controlled them in. They're not going to get soul point from this one. You just say, if you go for this, we just get your base. They're taking a fight. The TP goes in. The flash on top. The Grand Challenge is down. Just waiting for the counter-strike.
And Kongwei secures another smite.
He's gone.
Against the Dragon. I think this will be BYG picking up the game.
Really well played there by BYG. They just, a game of cat and mouse. And ultimately, as the game progressed, it just felt like they found their moments to strike. Their strategy was just a little bit too strong to deal with. And at the 36-minute mark, BYG will be back to winning ways.
Yeah, BYG, I think, they kind of had a bit of a lackluster early game, right? But they really turned it on in the mid game. I mean, pretty impressive usage of the 1-4 and then the 1-3-1 there. And I really like how they managed to avoid actually fighting so much the team fight composition, right? Because it feels like a lot of the time you end up with a split win condition and it's like, okay, we're just going to lose team fights, we win split push, and we're just going to play for that, right? But they did a really good job of pulling them around the map, trying to find those angles where they can get kind of, uneven numbers fights, managed to win that. And also Kongwei, stole the Baron, stole the Dragon.
Huge.
Found really good engages, so I'm not even sure who I'd give the MVP to for that one. But
it's a really tough ask. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I fully agree with you, and I think more so than anything, looking at the post-game gold graph, it's going to be an absolute roller coaster.
Yeah.
Up, down we go. 4K here, suddenly a 10K spike the other way around, and Yeah, I mean, the fact that Lakai was afforded that much space on the map, just from the amount of pressure that his team was putting elsewhere to allow the whole breaker to shine, yeah, sings volumes to me. So if it's not going to be him, it has to be Kongyue for the pop-off, because that Wukong was putting in work.
Yeah, and I think big statement game from BYG, right? After losing to Sem9, I feel like there's a lot of questions raised. But they come out here, they take down Impunity, who are, you know, they're still in the upper kind of tier of teams, but they are struggling. But BYG, I also think the fashion in which they won was important, right? They played a pretty high execution composition and they made it work. While there were some kind of, you know, rough spots, you know, across the game, ultimately they did close it out. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's always a delicacy more than anything, I think, when you get to see a team play that high execution style of gameplay and actually make it work. Because otherwise you start to ask the question, why not just play like a hard engaged composition with 50 stuns and you see a target, you kill a target, right? It's so brain dead. But ultimately, if you want to try and, you know, level up their gameplay, make sure you're as ready as possible for the second round robin, for the best of threes onwards, that will be exploited. Patches obviously happen as well.
Yeah.
Things change, and you know, yeah, I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right there. As you know, as the split goes on, having more kind of versatility, not just being a team that only has like one trick to them, becomes like more and more valuable. And I think Impunity, you know, they are a team that is very reliant on Mission. And this game, I mean, I have to say Mission did have a pretty good game, but it just wasn't enough, right? The side lanes were not quite as strong as they needed to be. Driver as well, you know, was kind of weak-sided a lot of the game and was counterpicked. So, you know, you're expecting him to lose. And I felt like he did lose fairly gracefully.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the rest of the map didn't do enough in order to make up for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like the 5th pick Talia, as much as we sung its praises for what it could offer, had its moments, right? It certainly had a lot of moments where it was doing a lot of great work in those fights, as it should do. But I think as soon as BYG respected the fact that, hey, what if we just don't ever group up? What if we just completely, you know, shift the map around in such an orientation that they're always chasing for us? I mean, the best demonstration for me has to be the fact that we go for the dragon when your base is about to get backdoored. A triple inhibitor is on the line. You're thinking, we have to deny soul point. Who cares, guys? Who cares?
It's the old Nexus for Dragon trade.
It's a good trade-off. They loved it.
Yeah. It's always, I feel like playing in split push when you fall behind though is very hard, right? Like you just don't see teams in this position a lot. Honestly, it's just probably not a very practiced position for them at all, but we are going to take a look at some highlights. So this is when Impunity, they started up their Baron and Kongyue, you know, both the smites were used early and just comes over the wall, steals it on 300 HP, and then with all of Impunity's members stuck in the pit, everyone else just kind of gets to free hit. And yeah, they all just get cleaned up. And that really felt like, you know, we were kind of waiting for that moment where the game blows open. This was it.
It was. And I mean, you see Kino smurfing it with a triple depth charge, Mission flashing across the wall. That's his contribution done. I can't offer much more. He would love to fight in a situation like that, much like a Rise. It just was not afforded to them. And yeah, you can see it right there at the top of the table. It is going to be the Fiora doing the most damage in the game. I'd love to see siege damage as well. A bit of an abstract stat, but I'm sure he'd be right up there as well. Did it all. But that is the biggest gold swing you'll see right there. 30 minutes on the clock. They say, all right, guys, what if we just don't ever fight them? What if we just really full-on invest in the split push? And by God, did it work.
Yeah, it felt like, you know, looking at the gold graph, Impunity were in kind of various states of control, right? There were points where they were, you know, hard winning, points where they were kind of, you know, a bit closer. But you really see, I mean, you can just see it right there when the Baron was stolen, when they lost 2 dragons, or sorry, the dragon, 2 towers. They just lost everything at once. And then BYG, they did a great job closing it out from there. And I think, you know, looking at the damage, Fiora, like you said, top damage obviously is hitting the Jax just repeatedly in the side lane, but
yeah,
you know, it's not often that you see, right, like melee carries just dealing top damage, so maybe could see the MVP go to him.
Yeah, I'd be surprised otherwise. It just feels, frustrating for the AD carries, right? The fact that, you know, they wanted to be so strong, they wanted to be such an influence, but we don't really see it be as explosive as it could have been elsewhere in that mid lane. There it is. Been singing his praises all game long. The perfect KDA, 404. Well, Jax could certainly not be found. And I mean, yeah, gold, damage, everything was just working out wonderfully for him. So it's always great to see a Fiora pop off and not be a case of like, hey guys, this is what we're going to try and accomplish. And it's one of those things that you'd say, probably should have stuck in scrims.
Yeah, and a 5k gold lead over his opponent. You know, that's pretty big, especially since, you know, after that early game, it pretty much was just a 1v1 from then on. You know, very early, there was some pressure put up towards top, but the kill didn't even go over to Fiora, right? It was actually picked up by the Wukong. So just, yeah, able to kind of translate that advantage into just continued pressure, taking towers, constantly pushing in drivers. So, yeah, very nice Fiora performance. And like you were saying, it's one of those champs where, like, you know, you pick it and it's like, you know, this is exciting, but you take it with a grain of salt, right? Until it actually performs.
It is, and it's one of those things that you have to have a lot of confidence, I think, as a player to actually bust it out, right? Because otherwise you're saying, like, I feel good enough to play this, and your team's like, oh, I'm not sure, Chief, right? And then the execution falls apart, one small blunder, one small split push, maybe you're getting targeted, the ganks are just running rampant, you're thinking, okay, maybe this was not the game for it. But if you make it work, it certainly puts the fear into your opposition as to this needs to be looked at, needs to be banned.
Yeah, and I think, you know, obviously we said it's a pretty important match for BYG, but just for the players as well, like really bringing that confidence back up, playing one of those high execution comps and saying, you know, we can play these, we can take out, you know, more solid teams. The game against Sim9 was just a blip. It's not going to matter too much,
Look, it happens. And, you know, you can't be too deflated by that because obviously in a best of one, these upsets can possibly happen with you know, creative drafts or just in the moment you weren't quite expecting a certain play to happen. It's very different to what you've expected in your preparation or from your scrims. So, you know, bounce back in the fashion that they've done up against a far stronger team, I feel like is a great vote of confidence.
Yeah, I think so. And up next, we will have PSG versus Deep Cross Gaming. So a pretty exciting match. Make sure you come back for that and don't go anywhere.
Somebody else can go through it. Feel the way it's coming in. Oh, the fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kind of troubling. Oh, the little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now. 'Cause you don't know me. Yeah, and you don't know me. Yeah, but we'll kick you right here. Got the whole squad wild. Champagne flying. Rocking all over the room. Feel the way it's coming in. Oh, feel the way it's coming underneath your skin. I'm sipping lonely nights and suffering. Oh, girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's coming in. Oh, the fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kind of troubling. Oh, the little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now. 'Cause you don't know me. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made. Fresh to get it, crush the game. Always know what's going let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of week 3 PCS, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. Just before we saw BYG take out Impunity in a rather dominating game 1, really nice split push composition, but now we will see PSG up against Deep Cross Gaming. Now this is a real interesting game because yesterday both PSG and DCG took out the teams that were on 5 win streaks, right?
So I guess this is the battle of the Titan Slayers. They've done it all. They've said, you know, no one's allowed to have a big win streak here in this region. Okay, we're going to try and level the playing field and say that everybody going into that second round robin is looking pretty on par. But I feel like certain teams are starting to showcase that we are a lot better than what our record has to show.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like teams are definitely starting to find their footing a bit more. And it's also interesting, right? Like with the meta change coming through, it's not the biggest meta change. You know, but that being said, a lot of teams I felt like were very reliant almost on Yuumi, right? Like it's a champion that can just kind of fix your comp no matter what, right? Provide sustain, engage, poke. It does pretty much everything you need, and it doesn't really have that many weaknesses to it. So I feel like Yuumi had been kind of a crutch for a lot of teams. That games were won that perhaps wouldn't have been without Yuumi in the game. And I think now, you know, we're probably not quite at that point where bot lane is as skillful as you'd like it to be, but we're starting to see more melee supports come through, starting to see a little bit more draft adaptation, so it would be interesting to see that in this game.
But I heard, Shock, I heard a little birdie tell me that you absolutely love double AD carries in the bot lane. It's the reason you play this game. It's the reason you shop to this office. It's the reason you want to talk about it so much.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the double ADCs. I think the lethality, I think it's more interesting when it's double ADCs rather than just double range, right? Because we do see a lot of the time like the Lulu versus the Yuumi before. I feel like that's pretty boring. But when the ADCs are all building lethality and there's lots of fighting bot, I think that's pretty exciting. Now, Umbral Glaive was nerfed on the patch, which I think is, you know, definitely kind of taken away from some of the, you know, like the Jin, the Varus support, the Kalista support. There's a few of those that really abuse that item and now perhaps can't, but it looks like they are just going to be replaced by the melee supports instead, which we've seen a few come through today. I think we saw a Nautilus just before.
Yep. We certainly did. And I'm excited to see what else we will get in the mix when it comes to melee supports if those enchanters are being denied away. Here's PSG Talon on your screen right now. Look to try and make it really 2 big games in a row, right? Having taken down the CFO, beaten 1 massive roster, now coming into this one and saying you beat a Titan Slayer. Well, actually, our Titan was a little bit better. And I think, you know, you talk about the newcomer to the team in their jungler, in Junjia, comes into the roster, the EDG prodigy, if you will, right? Game 1, plays the Wukong, shows them how it's done. And I think really looks to showcase that PSG aren't messing around, right? They've got a legacy that's formed in this region. And, you know, every title, it's always got their name slightly etched into it.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think PSG Talon, one of those teams that you always expect to see, you know, in the finals or, you know, high rounds of the playoffs. And I think across the board now, they just have a very strong team, right? Like, I don't really look at this team and have an obvious weakness. I think all members so far have had very dominating performances, especially their bot lane. I think Wako, yesterday, I can't remember what he went, something like 5-0-8, and also had an already existing 12 KDA before that. So he's had a monster performance, but on the other side, we have DCG, Deep Cross Gaming, Hanabi, Hana, Nesty, Kriskata, and Orca. So this is a team that's definitely been a bit more inconsistent. I feel like they've been quite reliant on Nesty creating opportunities, whether that's with roams or engages or stuff like that. It feels like DCG's bot lane especially kind of has a lot to prove when it comes up against the other kind of top tier teams, because their bot lane just isn't quite on that level. And I think given that it's a bot focused meta, it's tough to have a bot lane that is potentially, you know, weaker than the other ones.
For sure, especially when you're investing a lot of those resources into finding the strongest early game bot duo that you can, or potentially, as we would have seen obviously so many times before, is that Zeri win condition and you need stability elsewhere on the map. The thing that rings true the most for me has to be Hanabi up against this old team, right? Spent a good few years actually with the PSG roster, so it's maybe one more on a personal vendetta to say that, look, you know, I've switched allegiances, but this is the merit that I individually bring.
Yeah, and Hanabi, he's had some pretty insane performances. He had that one, I think it was in the very first week, a Nara up against Cassante, and had a massive lead and carried that game. But here we have it actually. Arju versus Hanabi in the top line here. And take a look at the solo kills. 5 for Arju versus only 1 from Hanabi. And also isolated deaths for Hanabi a lot higher. So yeah, Hanabi, he's had some great games, but he's also had some, you know, some rough ones. And that could maybe be because DCG kind of do prefer to play that mid-bot side, as we've said. So he's kind of had to play weak side a lot of the time. And obviously that's not easy when you're on a losing team, right? It can often mean that you're kind of hung out to dry and just, you know, good luck up there.
But I think it's a really valid point, right? As strong as Hanabi is, I think when you look at Deep Cross Gaming, the identity that really rung true for me when I was looking at them is their mid jungle is ever so impressive, right? You've got Nesty playing the most wild champions that you can imagine, right? You've even got them playing Ziggs in the bot lane, for instance, right? So they seem to be, for me, the wild card, right? You can't really write them off, especially more so than anything in a best of one, because they can completely disrupt you saying, yep, this is going to be a handshake of us playing control mages, or we're going to play 2 bruises, split push, whatever it may be. They say, nah, here's a token Galio in the mid lane. What you going to do about that one? So interesting to see really what the response is from PSG going into this.
Yeah, and PSG actually with the first ban Annie. So definitely respecting the fact that it's possibly a flex pick. And we also see DCG straight away banning the Lucian and the Zeri. So we are going to see something pretty new in the bot lane here, which is exciting. Varus is still on the table. I'd like to see that taken away just so I don't have to see it anymore. But Ashe ban, what will be the last ban from PSG? Perhaps a jungler. There's the Wukong. Interesting. So no strong AP junglers banned. Maokai at least all up. Sedge up. There's a lot of strong champions still available. I'm really interested to see where DCG's strategy goes here. Like if you decide just to ban 280 carries, is that the fact that you're just respecting that Waco is really, really strong on these picks? Or is Waco going to do... is he going to go for something else? Is he a 2-trick? What are we thinking with those bans? I'm not too sure.
Well, I feel like you have to stick to what has already been proven in the region, which, obviously Maokai is going to be let up for first time in what feels like forever, but Elise is just too good to pass up, right? We've only had 4 games of it, I believe, this entire split, so incredibly strong if you want to be early game oriented and look to try and stabilize that bot lane for sure. And Irelia is being hovered. That would be absolutely crazy when Maokai is available, so it's an instant lock-in for PSG.
Okay, so Vi's still up and available, but yeah, I'm really looking at DCG and thinking, what are you going to play? Something like the Caitlyn Lux is still available. Varus lanes are still available as well. Kalista is another champ we've seen a few times. What will it be though? The Caitlyn is currently hovered and it will be locked in. Will it be the Vi picked along with it, or will you perhaps pick a support? I feel like third picking support and getting your choice of counter is better. Oh, okay, so could go for the Sedge. So really trying to give that beefy front line to the Caitlyn here. And PSG, what's your answer to this? Do you just go for the Varus or do you try play some all in? I feel like, ooh, okay. Potentially Nami without Lucian.
Yeah, Nami being hovered right now, but you have to ask yourself the question, what would that go with? The Varus seems a lot more along the lines, right? Matching range for range. Do you look to try and pair this with something of the similar vein? Because you could just do a handshake here, right? A Varus Lux up against what? Maybe a Caitlyn Karma, for instance, and just say, let the better push lane win.
Yeah, well, okay, so they're actually going to go for the Karma. And you have to feel like this should be matched by Lux. I'd be pretty surprised to see it be something else, but you have to think it's going to be a range support, right? No matter what it is. Yeah, probably going to be Lux. I like the Lux, so I think Lux, pretty underrated, honestly. Pretty strong in lane, scales reasonably well. Also has a lot of non-committal pick, which I'm a pretty big fan of. You have to feel like this will be locked in for DCG.
I'm always a big fan, and I know Rusty hates it when I mention it on the LCO, but I'm like, is this a Morgana angle? Could it be possibly the Morgana angle? Look how much CC they had, the Black Shield, infinite value. And he's like, no. Whenever the Karma and Lux is there, why would you not? So it makes sense, right? That is the handshake. That seems to be the case. I guess the next question becomes, where are we looking towards these next set of bans? Because you're still looking at mid laners, you're still looking at bruisers. So is it just a case now for DCG to say, mid lane, you're not going to have your pick of other things like, your Rises, your Aziz, your late game insurance policies?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I feel like you're trying to ban to facilitate melee carries here, right? Like you have the Sejuani, you're probably looking for melee top and mid if you can. Obviously not necessary. Sejuani is still strong in her own right, but if you can get those melee carries, it does feel quite a bit stronger in the 3v3. Sylas is banned away. I think the common things we've seen mid with Sedge have been so far the Sylas, the Yone, the Akali. Yep. So there are 3 options available, although Yone is definitely the least blind pickable of the 3. And it'll be interesting to see what happens with the Jax as well here. It feels like Cassante's kind of just fallen off, the map ever since the new patch. Jace is banned. Will we be setting up for the Jax blind, perhaps? Yeah, so the Sign is banned away. So I guess there's multiple teams playing Sign as an answer into Jax. I think DCG will be looking for that Jax on 4. It comes down to PSG now. Do you ban another mid melee carry? Or do you instead just ban Jax? Choice they will have to make here very shortly.
Yeah, you're down to the devil, really. What do you actually value more in terms of what's going to be harder to try and deal with a strong mid jungle or a stronger overall composition when it comes to grouping up. Castan obviously another option as well, right? Another melee supports the Sejuani. Obviously Sejuani's the carry. Does so much damage for a jungler. Where do we go now if we're looking at a top laner? That seems to be what they're hovering.
Yeah, it's interesting because if you take the Jax, you will probably have to play against Gragas, although there will be a lot of AP on the side of PSG if they do that.
Yeah, true.
Okay, looks like it will be the Jax locked in. So PSG, if they go Gragas, they have to find an AD mid here somehow. And with J spanned away...
Oh.
Yeah, okay, I actually like the gangplank. Feel like it's pretty useful having shut down Caitlyn Lux lanes, you know, just able to add the ult, kind of add a little bit more pressure.
If they lock this in, I just feel like they have infinite control of any quadrant of the map. I mean, if you look at a Dragon, a Baron, whatever it may be, how do you fight when they all come at you with this one? I mean, obviously the Gnar is in a similar vein, maybe not as much from a global sense, right? But a Gnar can jump in with the Mega and look to lock you down because you've got fairly squishy carries in the backline there.
You know, what are your blind? Because there's a lot of range here from the Caitlyn Lux. There's also a lot of CC. Ryze is kind of the premier blind in the patch, but I feel like it really struggles against this sort of composition that punishes short range so hard. We'll have to see if they're able to build a big enough advantage with it for it to matter. And this, yeah, I think it should probably be the Akali or perhaps the Yone locked in, as they are the two hovers.
Yeah, you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, those are definitely the best pick for Sedge. I think I prefer the Yone a little bit more. Although it does mean you don't have like a strong AP source. You still have to kind of buy Mercs up against Sedge. You know, Lux brings a bit of AP, Yone brings a bit of AP, so yeah. I think DCG, they've gone for a comp that's very, as long as this Caitlyn Lux doesn't fall behind, it's very, very solid. And then I think on the side of PSG, you're definitely requiring a bit more finesse, I feel like. When you're playing the short-range Ryze, you know, you need to kind of get stuff going in the early game. You also have the Karma, which can very easily become useless, right? Like a lot of the time, Karma just comes out of lane relatively even and just doesn't get a whole lot done. So PSG, they've shown they can execute high, you know, execution comps before, so I'm confident in them. At the same time, you know, DCG, they've picked the OC comp, they picked 5 champs that team fight well.
Yes.
Let's just group up and ARAM on midway.
Well, honestly, absolutely. This is the kind of composition that I'm very, very familiar with, right? Where you just look at the Sejuani and say, where is it pathing towards? Because a gank is going to happen. They might camp it for a few minutes. They might stick around and say it's going to work eventually. Someone's going to have to make one wrong step. But a Sejuani with 2 solo lanes to play towards and a Caitlyn Lux that you're just imagining should just win in isolation.
Yeah, you would think so. I think both junglers probably will have to play towards this bot lane. I feel like when you're playing a lane that volatile, it's kind of hard to ignore, even just to be in the area for counter ganks, even, you know, because I feel like a lot of the time you can't actually make the proactive play, right? But you kind of have to be there just in case something does happen.
Sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot, you know, eyes in the bot lane. I mean, Wako and Woody, they've shown that I feel like they're one of the stronger bot lanes in the league. Triskana and Orca, they've been more inconsistent, but they have had good performances. And I think they've actually won on their Caitlyn Lux before, but here we are, getting onto the Rift, and I'm curious if there will be any stuff happening at level 1. A lot of the time with these kind of range supports, you can look to invade a buff and perhaps split the map, which could be a good choice here when top lane's kind of just going to be a neutral lane. We'll have to see in a moment what they're going to get up to, but here we have it. PSG up against DCG for game 2 of the day.
Battle at the top of the table, really. Looking to try and see which team remains supreme. If they've taken down the big win streaks of 5 games in a row, can they look to try and up that one more step? You mentioned before, Shock, that Waco's KDA is a little bit insane, a little bit crazy. Currently at 14.2.
Wow.
Only 5 deaths so far in how many games? 7, which just seems to be unheard of for AD carries.
It's actually kind of crazy this KDA is so high with 5 deaths, right? Like, it speaks to how many kills and assists he is getting. Yeah, I don't think... Have we seen him on the Varus before? I feel like we might not have. We've seen him play a lot of the carries, right? Like, Azeri, often seen.
Yeah, no Varus so far. Really has been the classic staple of PCS, which is Lucian Zeri on repeat until it gets even nerfed by Riot, saying we've had enough of that, or teams saying, why can teams continue to play this? I mean, I think we saw in LCO, we saw a Tristana Rel into a Lucian Army to try and be a lot more aggressive, to say that you're not allowed to play that way. I would love to see it shift to that degree, maybe not immediately, right, but certainly looking towards the tail end of the next round robin when teams start to figure out that, hey, if there's no more intervention with patch changes, if it's starting to stabilize going into MSI, let's have those little wildcards up our sleeve to try and win out a game in a best of 3.
Yeah, 100%. Oh my god, a nice 3-lane setup here. And bot lane already, you know, low health bars, or half health bars, I suppose. And yeah, it looks like both jungler... Ooh, actually interesting. So on PSG's side, Maokai might actually look to 3-camp bot. Although it is warded out in the Krug. You can kind of see moving towards bot already. Perhaps just want to look to use your bot priority for an invade, which would be really good if you can kind of split the map around Wako and Woody here. Interesting choice to go for this.
Yeah, going to use that bot priority, as you say. It looks to be just invading for a bit of cheeky vision to keep tracking more so than anything as to where the jungler could be. Just allows Wako and Woody to obviously continue to play so aggressively to say that, yes, you're playing a Caitlyn and a Lux, but it's not going to be anywhere near as easy as you'd like it to be.
Yeah, so Hana is spotted out very early. PSG, they have to know he's in the area. It does show on the ward now. And meanwhile, Ginger's looking actually back towards mid. Nesty could be in trouble here. There's a lot of gank set up from the side of PSG.
Oh, he's gone for the flash into the Twisted Advance. There's a knockback with the Bramble Smash and a root. You love to see it. That's what Arise can do. There's the kill setup. That's your mid-jungle playing to a T.
Yeah, I think very hard gank to avoid here from Nesty. It's pretty much the strongest gank setup you can get this early in the game. And the fact that it's all point and click as well makes it so much better. So he goes down. And Ginger, he's the one that picks up the kill, and I think accelerating your Maokai early might actually be more impactful than accelerating the Rise, just because he ends up being such a teamfight terror with all those saplings.
I agree. Yeah, no, absolutely. I've seen a fair few different variations as to what the Maokai can look like. Sometimes you go to the Radiant Virtue and you start to go, boo, it's a little bit boring. We love the Demonic Embrace. We like damage. We just saw triple flashes, but the fight still happened.
Yeah, and I think just so much distance covered by the Maokai W here, and just really good CC chain out of PSG. Managed to pick up the kill, and that's a pretty important one. I think, you know, we need PSG to build up at least some sort of early game lead to feel good about this game. So, you know, getting that started nice and early, love to see it.
I think more so than anything as well is the fact that you've targeted an ST this early on, because from what I've seen with the creative champion, Paul, he's been a big driving force behind their success. So to put a Yone behind this early on really puts the emphasis now onto Hana. What can he do to try and stabilize?
DCG, they have members around mid, and Ubao does not have flash, but he's playing pretty respectfully, and is also full health. Feels like anything short of a flash binding will probably not get him. And it looks like the lanes are kind of going to go back to normal. Both junglers are resetting at this point. See where they path outside of base, because Dragon is coming up in 10 seconds, but I feel like with these sort of compositions, just ensuring that your lanes are going well is more important than picking up Dragon super early in the game. It will instead be pathing to that top side. And bot lane, you know, Kriskada, he's gone for the first item, Vamp Scepter, which does make dealing with the Varus Karma poke quite a lot more manageable.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more of this. Obviously, the Vamp Bloodthirster Rav actually got a bit of a buff in recent patch too, to try and make it a little bit more desirable. But it seems to be a nice rush if you're looking to try and you know, out-sustain your opposition when it is all about poke. Don't need to necessarily rush yourself a Kraken or a Gale Force, because you're not looking for that one shot. You're just looking to try and eke out an advantage in any way possible.
Yeah, I like it. I think that in a lot of these lanes, all you have to do really is not fall behind to be ahead. But Hana,
oh, there's the passive. Oh, the flash dash in. There's the start. There's the knock-up. Your fate has been sealed. The slingshot away. Don't tell me he gets away the Realm Warp. Unbelievable. Ubao, look at his cam.
Yeah.
He's cracking up. He can't believe that's just worked.
Yeah, so the fact that Nesty... Oh, hold on that thought. We're having another gank bot lane. Orca is forced to flash. But yeah, Nesty died so early that he didn't have any items on his base, right? He didn't have any daggers or anything. And so ultimately, they just lacked the damage to take down Ubao. And that was pretty important because Hana, he invested the flash as well as Nesty investing the ult, and they don't manage to kill Ubao.
And that's the thing. I was saying literally moments ago that they need to try and target this mid lane to get Nesty back into this, and to have a fight happen like that, the opportunity cost has gone completely wrong. Great 90 Caterpillar net away. It's going to mean that Jinchia is just a little bit too far exposed to the rest of his team to back him up, but he's just letting them know. He's keeping them humble.
Yeah. He's keeping them honest in this bot lane. A Dragon is up and available, but so far, both teams choosing to ignore it, just continuing to pressure the map. And we might see more action around mid. Both mid laners do not have flash, but actually PSG perhaps looking bot.
It's relentless.
Interesting. So DCG, they have no sums on an Orca. This is looking like a pretty good dive.
Kriskada has everything, but so low. A flash and a cleanse would feel like a waste. Just dies to passive damage. And that's the best roam you'll see there from PSG. 4 members in the area, no response from DCG. And they pick up another 2 kills.
Yeah, really nice play from PSG there. That's kind of what we expect to see out of the Ryze mid jungles, right? It gets permanent priority over mid and can roam around the map so easily. And then, yeah, just go down bot lane, pick up both those kills. And that's very important, right? Caitlyn Lux, while they don't scale, you know, actually they scale pretty well. If you fall behind, it can take a long time to be useful in the mid game. And here, you know, with no sums on the Orca and Kriskata already too low, and no one on DCG's side able to match this, PSG, it's a pretty clean dive.
Really clean dive and great foresight, right? Because, I mean, they make the initial play in bot lane first of all. It feels like they're just feigning it, going back to clear the jungle once more. Nah, psych, we're coming back again. Wave is prepped, wave is crashing, and the kills are found. And no doubt Wako is feeling very happy about his position in this game. A kill, an assist, and a 10 CS advantage as well.
Yeah, now, Herald is available, and PSG, they invested a lot of tempo bot side, but it actually looks like they're kind of posturing to contest this. Yeah, PSG, they're actually going to go for it. Perhaps. I feel like you might want to give this one up. DCG have a great position, although Archer's about to have Mega. Yeah, so they wisely decide to give it up. I think that at this point, you've already gotten so much bot side, you don't need to risk it all to get a Herald that, you know, might not even have a huge impact on the game. So good discipline from PSG. I'm glad they gave it up. It looked pretty scary, you know, going into the kind of choke point up against the Sejuan. And yeah, both bot laners continuing to just CS. And I think that, you know, we talked about the Vamp Scepter being useful for the lane. I think the problem is if you die on Vamp Scepter, you're stuck on it for a very long time, right? And you can feel very, very useless. And PSG perhaps looking for another dive bot.
Yeah, they are. It just continues to happen time and time again. Double root. There's the snipe. Oh, Kriskata nearly fell victim again. Really struggling under this lane, even if it was a 1v1, is being pushed back from afar with Wako. And as you say, completely stuck in Vamp Scepter jail.
That's a good way of putting it. I like that. Vamp Scepter jail. And PSG, they have total control over this bot side. Revis should be able to pick up this dragon. Actually managing to pick up a 2k gold lead here already, which is definitely pretty sizable for so early in the game. And PSG, you know, they're showing why they're one of those top teams. One of the few teams so far that's really been able to execute, you know, moving that mid jungle down to bot lane and not losing so much on the other side of the map that it becomes not worth it. The nice, consistent, clean play out of them. Actually, the Ghost Blade complete for Wako already. Very, very early. And have a look at Kriskata's items on this Caitlyn.
No.
Yeah, it's going to be rough.
It's night and day, isn't it? Pre-10 minutes, you got a fully completed item versus some tier 2 boots in a dream. It's a situation you're not going to be too happy with whatsoever. And I can imagine that Wako will be screaming for further attention, saying, next dragon, next fight, next moment. Let's just continue to punish them, because if a Caitlyn doesn't get ahead, the mid game's even worse. The end game never really arrives.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's definitely the potential for PSG to just keep the pressure on. You know, stop DCG from really ever finding an in into this game. And that is kind of the risk you have when you play one of these comps, is that, sure, it's, you know, very dominating if you get ahead and you have the tools to do so, but if you mis-execute, you know, have some random deaths here and there, it can suddenly become a very tall order to claw it back. Top lane has been relatively quiet, only a 2 CS difference, and I don't think anyone's been here at all. So I'm sure they're having fun.
They've been great to our observers. They're making sure that we're fully focused on the action down in the south part of the map, right? Rather than looking at those 2 beefcakes, just have a bit of a cheeky brawl now and then, exchanging CS when they can, but it really has all been about the jungler influence. And I mean, what, second game now here for Chinchilla, and just really showing up.
Yeah. A bot lane play is getting pretty low here, and so far they haven't found, DCG haven't found anywhere to really use this Herald. I think it probably will end up going bot, but it's not going to be very easy to crash. Perhaps Hana has to look to make some sort of pick before it.
Well, if it's not to be bot, I wouldn't be too surprised if they were to try and plant it in mid again. Double Summoner's up and available. Obviously, Ubao does have his, so it wouldn't be as easy as that. And maybe they're a little bit scarred by the failed gank earlier in the game to try and claw back some deficit. But it's only 2k, right? Not the end of the world. First Dragon did go the way of PSG, but it's just relentless pressure in this side of the map, and it just needs to be defended.
Yeah, PSG looks like they are going to try, maybe look for another redive. They're going for it again, but Hana is in the area.
2-man route to start things off. Glacial Prison is the exchange. Kriskata's just deleted off my screen. You don't even need to see that one. Final Spark goes out. Doesn't do enough. And Gia just says that's a scar, that's a scratch. Live another day.
Yeah, Cascada kind of just gets sniped off on the side, and once again is going to be denied so much gold here. Yubao, really good use of the TP, just gets back to mid, doesn't end up losing a whole lot from this roam, so consistently, TCG, their bot lane is just getting punished, and there's no real trades on the other side of the map. It has to feel bad, and the Herald is actually dropped top, which I feel like doesn't really matter a whole lot. I guess it might give a little bit of gold to Hanabi, but feels like top lane in this game is kind of an afterthought, right? It's like been a lot more about this bot lane, and PSG, they're definitely ahead in that front.
Yeah, Hanabi will be hoping it can crash to get some kind of lead right into Nana. If he can then become a bit of a menace in the 1v1, at least then opens up a condition for them to try and play around, to try and break up this terrifying four-man roaming squad, which is just, you know, tearing apart anybody that stands in their way. But it's not ideal, to say the least, right? Would have loved to try and find a kill, try and find a moment, perhaps a defense, a counter-engage when we see PSG continue to look towards bot lane, summon the Herald then and get some gold back that way, because, what, only 50 seconds left before those plates are gone.
Yeah, not too long left here. And also a minute and 20 on this next dragon. PSG, if they pick that up, I actually feel like they're just going to be in complete control of this game. They're very systematically shutting down DCG's win conditions to the point where it kind of feels like DCG, obviously they're not miles behind yet, but they're gonna really struggle to win fights. And if your team fight comp can't win fights, what can you do?
Yeah, that's always the growing concern, right? You have a bit of an identity crisis as to what can we do on the fly, right? What can we sort of invent as a new strategy to try and claw our way back into this one before the gold just escapes you further and further? Once again, you know, it is only 2.5k now. It's slowly and steadily building up, but it just feels like PSG have such a strong stranglehold on this game that you're not going to be too concerned by the state of affairs, right? You've got the scaling to look forward to in the mid lane. You've got the strength of Anar, no doubt, to come on through, as long as he can hold his own up against this Jax too. And so your bot lane is super far accelerated.
Yeah, now only 20 seconds left on this Baron, but the Herald is spawning at the same time. PSG, it actually looks like they're just committing numbers to the Herald, so perhaps saying that, okay, we're ahead enough that we don't really need the drag in order to win this game, and perhaps with the Herald can snowball it more. DCG, will they look to trade bot lane? Perhaps they can't, and the only trade will end up being the drag.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah, so I feel like PSG, given how far they are ahead, they can use this Herald to pretty great effect, whereas it feels like, you know, the drag, sure, it gives you some kind of, you know, very late win condition and kind of slows down PSG scaling a little. It's not really enough, I don't think.
I don't think they'll be too upset by the fact that a Drake gets taken away for free, right? You pick up the Herald, you just continue to further push your lead ahead. You're playing for the now as opposed to the then, the potential, the future. And that means that DSG had to try and make something happen. In they jump. How is he still alive? The Maokai lives, whereas Hana falls on down. And I've just seen another casualty in the mid lane where I just don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Hana just exploded. I kind of want to see that again. I'm surprised that he ended up just so squishy there. But does go down. And I think the Herald was dropped on that mid tower in the meantime. Let's take a look at the replay. I guess DCG were kind of fishing for some kind of play. They have Hana and Nessie on the side here. I'm not really sure what happened to Hana still, though. It feels like he just got rooted and... Yeah, I guess he just got chain CC'd and instantly died. And
wow.
Ginger was able to kind of buy enough time on that, you know, the back end of that fight. And the mid tower does go down. DCG, you know, in full control of this game, have given over a drag, but you're completely fine with that. Although it does ruin your perfect game.
It does ruin the perfect game, but I think ultimately they're not going to be too concerned when they look at a gold graph like that, which is just continuing to climb and climb and climb. They're going to be very happy with the outcome of this one, especially given that it's once again DCG forcing their hand, forcing the agenda. We need to do something. 2 major commits into the mid lane, doesn't find a kill again, and I feel like at this point mid lane is just a little bit of a cursed fighting spot.
Yeah, and take a look at the gold here. Wako is up 2,000 gold here over his direct opponent, which is pretty nice. And Nesty, kind of the one shining light, is up gold over Yubao, but given the impact that Yubao's had, you know, it's definitely worth it, right? You're very happy to be down 500 gold to just destroy bot lane like this. The DCG, I think they are kind of running out of options now. The BT is completed for Cascada, but it's going to take a long time before he really starts to deal relevant damage, and I'm not sure they're going to get that time.
Yeah, 16 minute, nearly 17. Bloodthirst to complete doesn't feel that good whatsoever, and you mean you're just lagging behind in power, to say the least. You saw it from the gold comparison. You're seeing it really in how they're teeing up for these fights as well. So you're going to I don't know, try and reinvent the wheel in a way, right? Look to try and find success elsewhere. I wonder if it does mean that Hunter just forgives and forgets and looks to try and protect Hanabi instead. It seems to be that's what we're seeing at the moment.
And this tower is getting pressured, pretty big wave. DCG looks like they are going to be able to defend it, but you have to feel like it will go down and pretty inevitably, right? You can't hold on to it forever. They're continuing to kind of pressure this area, and Wako, he gets so much priority over the mid wave given how strong he is that, you know, he is always going to be able to move into this bot side first and slowly, you know, use that mid priority just like they did in the early game to extend their lead on the side lane, and that's exactly what they're doing. DCG are pushed away from that tier 1, and that is going to be picked up onto Yubao's Rise. And we've seen what happens when Yubao gets fed on Rise. Actually almost a 6,000 gold lead here. It's definitely starting to get out of control.
And it's just cool, calm, and confident, really. There's not really been a foot gone wrong so far, but here's another attempt onto Yubao. He's flashed away again, Shock. How many times can they escape death? It's criminal. Disengage away. The Nature's Grasp comes in. In jumps the Yone. He's tried to seal their fate, but ultimately his own fate has been sealed. He's dead. His team are dying. They're bleeding. Call an ambulance. And it has to be for them because they are running for their lives.
Yeah, wow. The health bars are so low. I think PSG, they might be able to clean up a few off the back end of this. I mean, that was so... Oh, actually snipes another one as well. That was so well played from PSG. I mean, yeah, that was really, really high-level team fighting, and you got to feel bad for DCG. They almost managed to pick up Yubao again, but he just keeps getting away with it.
Honestly, this guy is a cat. 9 lives. It just doesn't seem to end. Just so slippery. Always eluding moments and, in a way, becoming a bit of a jester, just taunting them, saying, come at me again, see what happens, because it didn't work for you the first time. It's certainly not going to work for you the 5th time in this game. And, yeah, perfect game or not, 7 kills to 0. That's perfect enough for me. 7 seems to be the magical number as they're up by 7k gold 2 now.
Yeah, and worth noting is that Wako is another monster performance, right? Currently sitting at 501 with his, what was it, existing 14 KDA or something. Yeah. So the man pretty consistently just carries games. And obviously he was the beneficiary of all of that pressure from his mid jungle, right? But you have to feel like it's well used if it ends up with this. So, yeah, DCG, I kind of admire the initial attempt. I feel like it was decent, but there's just not a whole lot of follow-up, not quite enough damage. And Yubao, actually really smart ult here. Managed to save Arjo on the back, we'll see it here. The Rhino comes through, manages to save them, and then pay attention to Wako's arrow here. From over the wall, ends up dealing so much damage. They're all lined up like bowling pins. Yeah, they take so much damage. And off the back end, forcing out multiple flashes with every arrow. Riscar, I think, kind of tried to do what he could, but ultimately just ended up putting himself in more trouble. And look at this quick scope at the back end.
Look at that, max range, doesn't miss. Happy Cupcake, absolutely. I'd be happy with my my ability to land that one. You can see elation from the side of PSG Talon there as well. And I mean, at this point, Wako, we talk about his KDA being phenomenal. 5-0-1 in this game, really rocking the damage charts there as well. He's actually got a Prowler's Claw. Doesn't even want to go for the Eclipse. Doesn't matter. The opposition's too squishy.
Yeah, I think he knows that as long as he positions well, he's just not under any more threat and can continue to build just aggressively. Riscata is forced to flash, but will it actually be enough? I think it will.
Yeah, good body block there by support. Fate Seal once again jumps out. Orca, the first one to fall on down. That's all they want. It's just a quick hit and run.
Yeah, time and time again. They're getting in and getting out. And I think the Nesty's Yono just missed there. I'm not sure if it actually would have picked up the kill on a Jinja, but it would have been nice to at least trade something back. So far, it just feels like Deep Cross are consistently losing and never really getting anything back from it. This Dragon will go over as well. Now almost a 7,000 gold lead here at PSG at only 21 minutes. So feeling very in control of this game.
Yeah, at this point it feels like a really hard way, or really hard ask more than anything, to try and find a way back in here for DCG as to where they turn their attention to next. You've got a Rise that just refuses to die. 7 stacks now on that Rod of Ages. You've got a Varus, which is untouchable. Cleanse always available for them. You're clawing really at any kind of objective bounty, any kind of bounty as a whole that you can get to try and claw back at this gold lead, because before you know it, you'll blink, suddenly it's a 10k difference.
Yeah, and I want to say I feel a little bad for Hanabi, who's had the blind pick here and been, ended up in the counter matchup and just kind of had to sit there and watch his team lose. It's definitely the quintessential top lane experience.
Top laner's life, isn't it? Can be miserable at the best of times.
But he has been farming up well, so potentially has a window, right? With Sejuani and Jax, you've obviously got very strong skirmishing, but it feels kind of like too little too late. you're kind of worrying where normally Sedge, I feel like, does pretty well into Varus, because you just end up unkillable, right? But if you fall behind, you can see Hana right now doesn't have a whole lot of armor. It's pretty much just pure health.
Yeah.
And Wako is so fair that he's just going to have no trouble dealing with that at all.
Yeah, far too much lethality, boots of swiftness as well, right? Look to look to elude as many of those movement slowing abilities as possible, and just continue to be a menace, right? Rain fire from afar in the mid lane. Cascada, yes, you got the Bloodthirster, yes, you can try and weather the storm with that massive shield, but you're not answering back. You're never winning a trade.
Yeah, I think I agree. And Cascada, I mean, he's got to finish up his Mythic and then get an IE before he can really end up doing damage, and I think by that point, PSG probably will have killed the Nexus twice, so doesn't feel like you have the time to do that now. The next Dragon won't be for 3 more minutes. PSG, though, are trying to control this Baron vision. You know, trying to move up a bit further. Actually looking on a Hanabi.
Yep, seems to be the focus. Receives a little bit of attention for the first time in this game, 23 minutes in, but thankfully, Izajax can just leap away to safety.
Yeah, Hana, he's looking for something.
Was toying at the idea of potentially going in. Nature's Grasp locks in place. Just one. It's going to be Hana, the sacrificial lamb, running as he hits the smite to try and run away. Dearie me, he got low. All that HP, no armor, but it was enough to keep him alive.
He does have the Warmark, so can just go back to full. Isn't forced into resetting, which is actually pretty important. Because, yeah, as you can see, Orca at the back end actually Lux ulted the Baron just to check, are they actually on this or not? I think if Hana hadn't had the Warmogs, PSG might have been able to do it. But so far, playing it nice and collected. I like what PSG's doing. You know, they're kind of playing aggressive. They're pushing their leads, but they're not pushing it so hard that there's the potential for comebacks, right? They're just kind of cleanly closing it out. They've knocked down all the tier 1s. They're just slowly stacking up dragons. They take picks when they see them. They don't feel like they need to force anything more than that.
It feels to me like methodical gaming, right? Very systematic. You know, we take a tower here, we take a fight there. We welcome the attention of our opposition, feeling desperate that they need to do something to get back into the game. But, you know, they're certainly being aggressive themselves, certainly looking to stamp their authority on this game, but they're never overextending themselves, never really, as you say, allowing their opposition to say, oh, that's a bit of a mistake. You know, why is this person greeted the fact they're up by this much gold? So a really strong, I want to say, statement game here from PSG to assert themselves as one of the best in the region.
Yeah, I can't agree more. Only a minute 30 on this next drag. Will PSG just look to start, you know, moving this vision further, or will they move it to bot side? It's kind of interesting because a lot of the time you can actually get the dragon without having to swap your vision over. You can just keep it all around the Baron. Just as with, especially how far ahead your bot lane are. You can just keep mega priority on that mid wave and then look to just kind of get everything with it, right? Like when you have mid priority, it opens up the game so much. And actually just using the Maokai ult to zone off the tower.
Yeah, just another free turret. Oh no, Hana! He's ulted a minion, and I think that really rings true to how they feel about this game. Wako is dominating. He has been all game, and that may now be the freest Baron you'll ever see.
Yeah, Hana, I think, really felt desperate there. I'm not sure if he was trying to ult for wave clear, but I sure hope he wasn't. I honestly think even if the ult connected, with the Maokai ult zoning DCG off the tower, I don't think there was any follow-up. It's a really interesting by Hana, and I think DCG, they're going to try and contest this 4v5, but I don't think there's a way they can win this fight.
What do they do? I'm looking at Nesty. Failed Seal jumps in, secured there by Chinchilla. Out they go. Varus surviving. Wako doesn't want to lose that perfect KDA. Nesty cutting away. Hanabi leaping to safety. Cascada burning a flash. But the pain train of PSG is relentless. In they go. Uba on your head. That's a kill for him. That's another for the Maokai. And that is them saying, this is our Baron. Why on earth did you decide to contest?
Yeah, I mean, that just really... if the play Hana made wasn't desperate enough, the follow-up play from DCG to actually contest the Baron screams desperation to me. They really feel like they don't have a way into this game and they have to contest something. And now they're going to be down pretty much a full 10,000 gold here. Let's take a look at the replay. I mean, they try and contest 4v5, but Orca starts it on 1 HP. The Yonol doesn't even connect.
So close.
Yeah, and it feels like from that point on, the fight is just doomed. It's really how many members can you get out. And unfortunately, Cascada also uses the flash just to die anyway, which, yeah, it's going to make the next fight even more difficult for him. And PSG, you can see the damage dealt in that fight. Yubao's Rise really doing the numbers.
I think it leads back to your point from last game, right? If it's a Rise that's having to kite away, very different story, right? Gets outranged, can't really utilize how strong he is at that 2-3 out on power spike, but when it's the Rise pushing forward themselves, saying we're setting the terms and conditions here, He's flashing into their face saying, you can't deal with me. Now doing it again. Realm Whip underneath your turret. Where do you go? Oh my god, Cascada exploded. That's a late TP. Nest tees out the fight. A sapling to their head, and that's more than a headache. That is another death. Double kill now here for Ubao, who's just far too strong in this game. He doesn't die, but he does the death.
Yeah, and I think PSG really saying that, you know, Deep Grass Gaming do not belong in the same class as they do, right? PSG clearly looking, you know, top 2, perhaps even the best team in the league right now. And perhaps they will actually look to end the game here. Only 27 minutes in, but they have the Baron. There's 2 carries dead.
Let's see what they can do with this one. One inhibitor tower, or rather, one Nexus turret falls on down. Orca living by a sliver of his teeth. In jumps Hanabi, tries to be the hero. Goes golden, takes one. Ruins the perfect KD of Waka. That's a mental victory. You've won on that front. You've said, hey, used to play for your team. I've got one back on you. And maybe that's just enough here, Shock, to delay the game from ending anytime soon.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think Waka actually cleansed a little too early there. Perhaps was expecting the Jax Flash to come in just a bit sooner. So ultimately, DCG, they do kind of delay it, but you have to feel like it is just delaying the inevitable at this point. I really don't see them coming back from such a huge gold deficit. Worth noting though, Hanabi, you know, he is the one that picked up the kill and is going to look to invest that gold into a Zhonya's, actually. Which we've seen a few times here from the Jaxes and PCS. Now, I think only one inhib went down, but it was the bot lane inhib, which makes obviously contesting the next Baron quite a bit more difficult. You're going to have to clear out those bot waves before you can do anything about that. And yeah, mid and top here, just being... They're going to be slowly sieged down. We don't have anything left on the Baron, but it is an open mid lane inhib. Will PSG... I think PSG can honestly just keep going. They don't even need to wait for Baron here. So far ahead and with so much engaged, they have to feel like they can force the issue.
Yeah, it would seem curious to me if they were to wait it out for the double spawning in the next 2.5 minutes. I feel like they have enough control in this game, enough strength more than anything to say we can press forward with a 12k lead. You're not allowed to go into your jungle. If you place a wall down, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah, and PSG, they're starting to pressure this tower. They've got so much poke and so much engage, pretty much everything you need in order to pick these up. But it looks like DCG, with their wave clear, are at least going to be able to stop it for now. For how long, though? Because Aja is pushing in that mid wave. Someone is going to have to go answer that. And when that happens, this top tower is going to feel pressured. Actually, no one's answering the mid wave at all. So it is just going to slowly end up dying.
Yeah, and bot lane's also passively pushing because of supers, right? So you're playing a delicate game as to how long do you hang around topside. You get wiped here, the game is over. Nature's Grass locks everybody in place. Oh my god, Junchi has got on the biggest journey of his life. He's been sucked right into 5. Thankfully for him, had flash up and available, can just run away, whilst these two had a bit of a crack at it in the jungle. And, well, I don't know if either side is actually quite happy with how that one's worked out, but for DCG, at least they can go back to base to clear.
Yeah, DCG, they do manage to clear stuff out, but the punishment is that you're going to lose this top tower that you were you're desperately defending. And I think every tower that goes down here just makes coming back even more unlikely, especially given how much control PSG have of this topside jungle. And especially, again, with a Maokai, it's very hard to walk in, right? Every bush you check is going to have a sapling in it. You're going to take so much damage just getting to Baron. Even when you get there, you're not sure if you can actually contest it. Now, Cascada is building towards the IE. If he can get it before the game ends, potentially can do something, but it just feels like you're way too behind to get there in time.
Yeah, such a sizable gold investment to try and hit that point. And whilst you can make the suggestion that, you know, with 9 turrets down to 1, they can look to try and turtle inside their base and try and feed it to them. If you're inside your base doing that, it's a free Baron, right? So it's a double-edged sword in that regard as to where do you go and what happens. But hasn't been the game for them to feel too powerful about. They wanted to be aggressive, but unfortunately, PSG were just a little bit too aggressive for their own likings.
And now 30 seconds on the drag here for PSG. Actually, you can see Hana on the map has got the widest flank of all time. Perhaps just waiting here to steal the Baron away or just to get a good flank. I kind of like it, but I feel like it's probably not going to be enough. Will he be spotted out, though?
He's playing patiently, isn't he? They smell that something must be wrong. Where could it be? Coming out some vision. This would seem crazy if you did it all just for a Dragon Soul.
If he can steal away the dragon, I mean, it does delay the game a little bit more. Actually, okay, he's looking for the engage.
He's on. Glacial Prison finds what they're after. They take out Chunjia. He's living for the meantime, though. Oh my god, Nesty zaps back, and finally the snapshot does the damage it needs. Shutdown is what they'll find. Flashing forward, trying to find more. Look at to press their gold advantage, and that's exactly what they're doing. Shock, they're slapping them with their wallets. The damage is crazy, but DCG are answering back, but getting picked apart one by one. DCG are not on the same page, and then cut off from any kind of retreat as the Rise jumps into the back.
Yeah, and I think Yubao will TP back, and they're probably going to play for the end. I also think DCG, that was like one of the best fights they could have gotten, but still did not manage to win it.
Just 32 minutes too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, 32 minutes too late and down now 11,000 gold. And PSG, only 3 members here, but it's a 3v2, and I think they can end.
Oh! Hunter's in, flash on his head, hits the passive. He's trying to solo out Wako, but he's thinking, I'm a lethality Varus, I will destroy you. His teammate's dead to his side, and he'll find himself in a very similar fate, and I think it's fitting. The emote says game over. We know it's game over. PSG have had enough fun at the 33-minute mark.
Yeah, and PSG really asserting their dominance that game, showing that they are one of those top teams, and DCG perhaps just isn't quite there. We have seen DCG kind of had, mixed performances up against the top teams, but I don't think we've seen one as dominating as this, where PSG just from start to finish dominates the game. And also, one thing I think that really shows from these top tier teams is they know how to keep the game snowballing when objectives are down, right? I feel like a lot of the kind of mid-tier teams end up just, in that period between Dragon, being down and Herald being down, they just kind of end up farming and not really doing a whole lot, right? But it felt like PSG, they always found windows to at least be, slowly pushing down a tower, right? Or taking away jungle camps or looking for those dives block. So yeah, really big ups to PSG. I think they've shown probably the best mid-jungle synergy in that game that I've seen from pretty much anyone this split. Not one, but 2 roams down the bot. They both worked out very successfully.
Absolutely, and I think the biggest thing I took away from that is having seen similar situations happen back home in the LCR as well. If you do have a team that is looking to try and invest so much pressure with 4 members relentlessly targeting that bot lane, you need those TPs from your top lane and from your mid lane on point, straight away answering back. Because if that first kill doesn't happen, suddenly it's a very different story. That Caitlyn may not be stuck in Vampiric Scepter Hell, may actually be a bit of a factor, and the Varus isn't allowed to have a 5-0 scoreline and feel like the game is ever too easy.
Yeah, and I feel like that builds up even from that very early gank, right? Like the Yone was forced to both flash, die, and then have to TP back to lane, right? So losing the TP very early in the game can't really provide any pressure for the bot lane, and I think that's always the scary thing about picking kind of something like the Yone into the Rise, right? Because it is good in team fights. It is, kind of counter short range, works well with Sejuani. But if you lose the game before you get to that point, it's just not good enough.
No, it's not. And ultimately, you can have the strongest skirmishing team as much as you like, but you need that power to try and reach that point in the game. And I think PSG just did not allow them to have that. I mean, they showcased that a clear game plan as to what they want to try and achieve. They, in the draft as well, weren't going to be too shocked by that final flex pick of Ione, saying, we don't care, you can have it. It's not going to really be much of a deterrent for us. So I think this is a great week for PSG overall, right? You've taken down CFO, you've now taken this game as well. You're thinking, all right, game 3 tomorrow, let's make it perfect.
Yeah, I think as well for PSG, you're perhaps expecting that before they got in Chunjia, right, that it'd be a bit lower on the standings, right? But I think actually coming into this week, they were tied first place, right? So the fact that this team is strong enough that they can get, that first place position with a sub, and then once your sub comes in, just blow the competition out of the water. It's definitely a good look for them.
Yeah, you're terrified, absolutely, as to sort of how strong they can be going forward into this league, because as you say, if you were strong before, you're even stronger now, then what a perfect debut it would be. If you can get 3 wins from 3 games, I mean, that's a way that you can go into week 4 feeling like
100%.
All right, life is easy. Wrap it up. Give us the title already.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think it was also... Yeah, it was kind of interesting that game how just like the top lane matchup sort of went, right? Because I think that you're expecting there not really any pressure to go towards top side, right? Because the bot lanes need to be played around it, and we saw that, right? But I also think there was never a point where DCG felt like, okay, maybe bot lane's too far behind, we should just play for the top lane win condition, right? It never really felt like that. Hanabi, I think, did kind of play on weak side pretty much the whole game, and potentially there was like a window that they could have gone top and done something.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at a couple of the highlights. So this was a fight where they initially tried to collapse on Yubao and couldn't quite get him, and off the back end of this, Wako dealt some absurd amount of damage with 4 people just lined up. I mean, this is the Varus dream, right? You just shoot 4 people with the Q and then so many low health bars at the end. Target-rich environment.
And I'm conflicted, honestly, when we talk about MVP candidates, because you could say it's for Wako, but is that a case of him playing individually really well, or is that more so by what his team set up for him? His mid-jungle allowed that Varus to be as strong as it was. As we checking with the overall post-game screen, we can see that the damage really was a trickling effect from top to bot. It just got stronger and stronger for PSG. And by comparison, it was a very dampened difference. So for DCG, a lot to take away from that one, a lot to learn, a lot to reflect on in their next VOD replay. But gold from start to finish, it really was PSG's game from the very get-go.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, pretty much all the members of PSG having a great performance there. I think MVP probably will go to Wako, but yeah, you're right. It's hard to give this one. It really felt like a team effort, right? All 4 members on the bot side just really pressuring that over and over and enabling him to do what Wako does best. You know, he does damage when he gets gold.
That's what we can ask for, right? If you invest in a 80 sort of meta, if you will, and you say that we're going to make sure that you have a volatile matchup and make sure that you do win it, that trust, that has to pay off, and it certainly did in this game. And whilst he's going to be upset, I'm sure, that it's no longer a 14 KDA, he tried to get as many kills as possible to try and balance the books, and well, he certainly did balance it in this game. But I suppose that's one of those age-old conundrums as to who gets the MVP. Ooh. There we go, we got the bias. And I feel like this is actually quite warranted, because as much as the Varus popped off, it just would not have been possible without the influence of his mid-jungle.
Yeah, 100% agree. And I think Jinjae, you know, he actually showed a lot of Maokai mechanics in that game, right?
Yeah.
I think he used the W really well to just consistently dodge damage or reset aggro and stuff like that. Obviously, Maokai's not a champion when we talk about when you're talking or discussing mechanics, but you know, I think he did a very good job, found lots of engages, and I also think another thing that was really well done by him was the ults, right? I think a lot of Maokais who just end up in the middle lane throwing the ult, and the enemy team can kind of cut it back, right? But pretty consistently, he would always start his ult from Fog of War, you know, to the side of the tower or something, and oftentimes it would, even if it didn't actually kill anyone, it would just burn sums, you know, deal damage, just kind of even poke them off the tower, just very consistently created those opportunities for his team. So, yeah.
Enough to zone you away from a tower, another tower falls on down, enough to try and guarantee that 3 members are locked in place, or one person says, I will stand guard, you know, shield goes up, the other 2 fall behind them. I mean, honestly, it's a situation where you understand why the PCS is banning Maokai Elise all the time. And I mean, really, you're playing with the devil in that regard, because you're saying, you know, this champion is so strong, I dare you to play it, of course to get a first picker. Yeah,
it's kind of curious that they gave it over. I can't quite remember the bans, but you know, it is surprised. I think they banned the Lucian and the Zeri, which is, I guess what they were saying was that if we target Wako here enough, like maybe that's their win condition and we can take it away from them. But Wako, despite those ADCs being gone, had a monster performance, and obviously then it gives, you know, it gives the rest of PSG the picks that they want, right? We got the Maokai and the Ryze for the mid jungle, and I think that is sort of a difficult thing about PSG. Other teams, you might be able to just target one player, you know, ban them out, neutralize them, such as like Impunity with Mission.
Sure.
But up against PSG, I feel like they're just a bit too well-rounded. It's, you know, it's difficult to put all your pressure towards one player and expect it to pay off.
Yep, and it didn't. Certainly put a lot of pressure into that basket, and it fell flat. It really did. It felt like one of those situations where you've tried so hard, come so far, but it hasn't worked out in your favor. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, we got more action. We certainly do. We got Frank up against Duish team. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
Mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so. They messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now because they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Yeah. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, 'cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it.
Welcome back to week 3, day 2 of the PCS. If you're just joining us, we did just see PSG take out Deep Cross Gaming in a pretty dominating fashion. I mean, it was pretty one-sided, I would say. And up next, we've got Frank Esports taking on Duish Team.
We do, yeah, which should be a bit of a David and Goliath situation, I would say, right? Frank Esports should come into this one as one of the favorites, right? Right up there with the likes of CFO, as well as PSG that we just saw, whereas Duish Team is still searching really for some form of contest, I suppose, right? They're looking for a way to try and wrestle with the big boys, and this should be a case of, okay, let's see how big the divide is, because in that last game, it felt like a pretty decisive victory. This one could certainly follow a very similar suit.
Yeah, I think that while there is perhaps the potential for Duish Team to, pull out something crazy, they've shown some interesting drafts. I do think that Frank Esports overall, they're a much stronger lineup, and I think they will kind of bring it out on top. But yeah, it could be a test of like you said, how big is that gap? How kind of one-sided can you make it? Maybe set some new speedrun records?
The one thing I will say, and the one thing that I raised at the top of the show, is that Duish Team, look, they were playing so well, right? They had a Cassante. They said, look, forget everybody else that doesn't want to play Cassante. 13.3, we still rock it in the top lane, right? They had a Lilia in the jungle, which is awesome. Love to see some more AP junglers. And a Lee Sin in mid lane, which I don't think I've seen ever since Graves in the mid lane, right? Feels like such a long time ago. It was all working so well, like skirmish heavy. Lilia was topping damage, and then he got a little bit too angsty, right? You just let the minions push the base, let us win the game for you, but ultimately tried to go for a flip on the dragon, and that happened. So I feel like if they draft something crazy, because they do have a lot of crazy drafts, that could be enough to try and upset the balance of what should be a fairly lopsided affair.
Yeah, I would definitely like to see that, but let's take a look at Frank Esports' roster. So Solar Kill, Hollow, Pretender, Eminem, and Kaiwing, a roster that has, started off a little shaky with their first game, but since then has done pretty well, although were defeated yesterday, and we'll be looking to bounce back today.
They certainly will be, right? And you're looking at some established members like Kaiwing to try and showcase just how strong they can be in this one, right? Playing Ashe yesterday, an argument made as to why this Varus Ashe pairing isn't as strong as it should be. But I mean, you're looking to try and invest in some aggression in the mid lane. This is what I really enjoy coming out from Pretender is, you're starting to see things like the Cassiopeia, the Ascendra, right? Anything that's a little bit weird, wild, and wacky that you don't see too commonly tend to be fairly niche picks. I'm a big fan of it, right? I want to see more of it, and that could certainly be the way to try and counterbalance, I suppose, more than anything, some of the confusion that Duish Team might throw towards you in the draft.
Yeah, Frank Esports, it feels like they kind of adhere to the meta, but they're willing to be a little bit flexible if there is a pick that looks really good in the game, and I think that's the kind of, that's the kind of flexibility you want out of a team, especially to have it so early into the split. Definitely bodes well for playoffs, but on the other side of the rift, Duish Team, we have the Kunai top, WSL in the jungle, Zhao 2 mid, and Pepro and Enhao bot. This is a team that, yeah, I think they've had pretty decent early games, honestly, but they've never really, managed to close it out, at least not cleanly. And I think that in a lot of the games, I remember there was that one game, I think, where it was, I think it was them, played the, Diana, Nyla, was that them? I think it was them. Now I'm second
Yes,
guessing.
it was. Yeah,
okay, it was
so
them.
Nyla, Yumi in the bot lane, which is just wild, isn't it?
Yeah, that game, I mean, they actually did some really creative stuff. They did like a lane swap, which we haven't seen in a while, and they obviously have that really strong team fighting composition. We're seeing some empty chairs there. Maybe that's your spot.
Sub me in. I'm not sure really what I can play at the moment. My champion pool is very much limited to ARAMs, as you will very well know. So if we can enable Snowball as a summoner, I may become a little bit stronger. But it looks like we're all locked in place now. We're all back in our chairs, ready to game and ready to get ourselves strapped in for this one. And I do wonder, right, because the approach up against PSG, as you say, was that Diana with the Nyla. Up into CFO was a very much more standard affair. I feel like when you're a team struggling to try and find form, struggling to try and deal with these top teams, you need to draft something crazy. If that's pocket picks, or if it's just comfort picks, anything that's going to allow you to try and find some semblance of hope to get that early game rolling your way.
Yeah, now taking a look at the supports, obviously we've kind of seen the normal meta stuff in terms of the champs, but we have seen Kaiwing pick up the Leona as well as Enhao play the Braum, so a bit of different here. Kaiwing actually boasts a 10.3 KDA, which is, you do kind of farm assists in this meta as a support, but still, you also die a lot as a support, so definitely pretty impressive there in KP, both pretty high for them. I really think the big difference is in that champ pool, right? And it'll be kind of cool because I think both of them, they've been willing to branch off even when the meta wasn't as open as it is right now. So perhaps we'll see some more melee supports come out.
Yeah, and I think Enhao's right up there, right? Because he's got one of the highest KPs in the entire league. He's loving to play things even like the Braum, for instance, right? Which did receive a slight tweak. So certainly an angle in which he can look to try and flex his ability once again. But let's jump into the draft for the third game of the night here. Week 3, day 2. Frank Esports up against Duish team, still searching for that second win.
Yeah, and actually the Kassan and Lee Sin already banned away by Frank Esports, so really trying to get rid of the curveballs that DWT can throw. And yeah, the Maokai Vi, kind of expected. Will that be an at least third ban then from Duish team? That's kind of suggesting that they want to just take all the junglers off the table. Rise is the last ban from Frank Esports. Duish team, surely it must be the Elise unless you have something into it.
Yeah, unless they've really found something different that's a little bit more problematic in scrims. But Elise would seem far too easy as a blanket ban. Instead of Zia, okay.
So I think we'll definitely see one of the teams pick up Elise. Now, do you want to pick it early? Because I have seen some teams, opt into the Sejuani, kind of valuing just the team fight potential that it brings over the Elise. But at the same time, there's a reason why Elise gets banned. And it looks like Frank Esports knows that reason, and they're most likely going to lock this in.
What's been your favorite pairing with the Elise? Because my bread and butter would be, Renekton, very much replacing the old age combo of a Nidalee Renekton. I feel like the Elise just does it and tenfold.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say. It kind of depends if you want to play more towards top or mid, right? Because it feels like a lot of the Elises actually just end up playing mid-bot just because of the meta.
Sure.
And I think then, as long as you have CC from mid, either in, it can be pretty much any CC champ or some kind of support gank setup, can be good. But yeah, if it's top lane, I like the Renekton. Would there be anything else? I mean, the Jax works well, I think, as well.
Otherwise, I guess if you're looking at mid lane, you're thinking things like, Yone, Syndra, Victor, anything with a bit of CC, right, to make sure that it can just overlap with the Cocoon.
Now, the Karthus is actually being hovered here. Is this the pick that they want to opt into versus Elise? It's moved over to Echo, so very interesting picks. Back to the Karthus. I'd really like to see a Karthus. I'm not sure how good it is against Elise, but it's definitely something different.
Look, let's just bring back laning Karthus. Let's just bring it back to the bot lane. I'm sick of all these AD carries. They're insanely broken. Let's have some more mages. They're going to lock it in. It feels like a very long time since I've seen a Karthus, but look, if you can farm up a Storm, those Requiems will hit like a truck.
Yeah, so really kind of confidence, I guess, from Duish team saying that, we're not going to fall behind in the early game. We're going to be able to get this Karthus. Now, what is the match here from Frank Esports? Will it just be the Lucian Nami? Potentially picking up the Jace as a flex does give you that AD mid and top. That can be good, but at the same time, that means it's locked in, so they are willing to drop either their AD or support here. Which one do you drop? There's a lot of ADCs still open, so perhaps you can just drop both your bot lane and even pick up another... do you want to reveal your flex? It's hard to say. I'm not actually sure what Frank you're going to go for.
I feel like an AD carry would make the most sense, so you just handshake them, but ultimately you're going to say, nah, that's not what we're after. We are considering the Renekton if we want to try and play towards our solo laners and just get ahead in that regards. I wouldn't mind it if you want to try and end the game nice and quickly before Karthus can scale up, but to counteract that, I mean, always my thing with a Karthus is that you need winning lanes to allow him the freedom to farm.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to pick these winning lanes into a Jace, Renekton, Elise topside. Perhaps looking towards the bot lane. Ashe is still open, so is Heimerdinger. Ooh, will it be the Gragas? So definitely, ooh, perhaps the Jax as well. You need something that can survive the Elise Renekton ganks. Gragas could be the pick. It is locked in. So Gragas is definitely one of the safer top laners. It definitely feels a lot like Ornn used to, where you can kind of just like neutralize pretty much anything. That being said though, there is a potential that Renekton gets put mid and you actually just put Jace top instead. So lots of options still available for Frank Esports. Now Duish team, they ban out the Ashe. So actually, I guess they're respecting Caitlyn Ashe or something coming out, or even the Ashe AD.
I mean, I think the Ashe is too strong in general, even more so in this composition, right? Because it just gives you a nice ranged advantage, rather a ranged engage, right? And then you see the amount of pain from the first three from Frank. I mean, it's just too much to try and bear with. Not to mention the vision control, obviously, from the Hawkeye. Keep tabs as to where the Carp is at any single moment, and not have to worry about him becoming too much of a menace. The Gragas potentially, I mean, obviously you're going to be a double AP side on the map, but could give them some good disengage to make sure that when Frank do commit, they can try and turn it around.
Yeah, so they ban out the Aurelia, which maybe suggests... I think it's an Aurelia mid-ban. Obviously does do pretty well with Karthus and does decent into Jace as well. Duish team, will they just go for another 80 carry? It will be the Kalista taken away. Now your last ban here for Frank Esports, I think you can continue to target AD mids, although which one, I'm honestly not sure. What's still open? There's the Yone, obviously. Perhaps just... What other AD mids are there beyond that? There's something like the Zed, but don't think it would
That'd
be
be spicy, wouldn't it?
It would. 5 seconds left. What will the ban be?
Begs the question, really, what is Zhatu too comfortable on? That would need to be removed. Ultimately, they just settled the Scion. Okay, so, I mean, you're craving a bit of extra AD, especially in that mid lane, if it is to be the case.
Yeah, I really hope it doesn't... Okay, yeah, I like the Tristana. I was going to say, I really hope it doesn't end up being another AP with Karthus, because I feel like Karthus really needs like as little AP on his team as he can get. And with a Gragas already in there, you know, there will be MR built.
Yeah.
But I like the Tristana mid. Offers the push that Karthus kind of needs, has even higher kill pressure with the Karthus ult, and is also reasonably good at dodging ganks, especially if you take Cleanse here. And now what will be the matching 4-5 from Frankie's Wars? You have to pick your bot lane here. Karma is often picked into Karthus just because of the shield.
Yeah.
So that's an option.
Yeah, applying the shield to everybody, quite nice, absolutely. Ooh, Zig's being teased there.
Ooh, could be Zig's Karma. I'd be pretty down for that.
This could actually be quite exciting, right? Because if you've got a very aggressive top side of the map, you're guaranteeing things like Heralds. You're then going down straight to the bot lane with a Ziggs, Satchel, Herald, turret's gone. What more do you need?
Yeah, I think snowballing Ziggs is actually pretty important. What will the last pick be? Ooh, actually looking towards a Twitch. I mean, that would be exciting.
We are hovering a lot of different options here.
I kind of hope that gets locked in. Ooh.
Feels crazy though. Twitch without an enchanter to really buff it up feels a little bit grief.
Yeah, I think the Twitch support has worked out reasonably well. Okay, so it's actually the Ziggs Leona. So Kaiwing once again goes for his melee support. And now we've seen him play the Braum before. Will it be the answer here? So definitely a very different bot matchup than we've seen previously.
Yeah, put the shield up, block a lot of the spell damage from afar. I don't mind it if it was to be the case, but it does scream a comp very much built to disengage unless they get a lead. And if you know, Frank Esports early game doesn't go the way they plan, they can certainly find themselves in a strong position to press forward. I think Tristana, for me, it seems like one of those champions where you're not too phased really if they are going to try and flex around the Renekton or the Jace into that mid lane, but I feel like Jace Tristana is just going to be a bit of a skilly.
Yeah, I think I'm really looking towards the top side. I think that bot lane, you know, contrary to most other matchups, will actually kind of end up being mostly neglected here. It feels like, at least until the Herald is taken, that both bot lanes will kind of just be poking each other, but probably, you know, supports moving around, not having too much actually in the bot lane. The top side, though, from both teams, extremely volatile. So, yeah, this is going to be exciting, right? I think the Elise Renekton is always something you have to be careful of. And one thing for Duish team is that, you know, if you want to survive the Elise ganks, a lot of time you have to give up that priority, right? Play closer to your tower. But the punishment then is that they go into your jungle. And Karthus is not one of those junglers that can afford to give up camps, right? He can definitely pretty easily rack up some deaths this game.
I'm really wondering if this is going to be a game where you have two fairly ranged carries in the bot side, right? A Ziggs and a Varus that can play pretty contently on their own, right? Without any kind of support influence, get those individual levels of experience. I'm wondering if the two supports are just going to go for a roam and say, look, we're going to protect our jungle. We're going to make sure that this Elise can't be a menace. We're going to make sure that that Herald isn't going to be as free as it could be otherwise. Because I feel like that is the golden gates. That's the arches of success, the way for, you know, Frank Esports to try and break this game open in their favor. Whereas, you know, if you're looking at Duish, it's like, we need to prevent that. We need to stabilize and then find success elsewhere.
Yeah, 100%. I think if Karthus gets through the early game, it's definitely looking, I wouldn't say just a free win for Duish team, but it's looking a lot better. And I think that will be our main question, right? Can Karthus get through this early game, you know, not only being able to survive himself, but with the lanes in a, you know, close enough state that it'll actually matter. So here we have it. Game 3 of the day. Frank Esports up against Duish team.
It's a big one, isn't it? Frank Esports, well, they were tied at first coming into today, and they could still stay that way with a win here tonight. Currently with a record of 5-2, as opposed to Duish team locked in at last right now with a win to their name, looking to try and cause another upset, much like we've seen a few of them already this week.
Yeah, so far pretty standard, although Braum going for the spellbook is a little bit different.
Don't see that every day.
No, you don't. And also, Karthus going for the Dark Harvest instead of First Strike. So it has a bit stronger, you know, ult in the early game, but definitely doesn't scale as well. It's pretty hotly debated amongst Karthus mains which one's actually better. Because First Strike does feel good once you get it going, but at the same time, you know, you're weaker for a very long time. Pretending they drop the ward. Now, they actually might level 1 invade. They have Braum and Karthus, two of the very strongest, you know, early game champs. Looks like it will just be the Raptors. And actually, DWT's bot lane going to leash the red? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, so it's actually a split map situation. And I think this is probably better for Duish team. Because I think Gragas can survive. And the fact that Karthus is going to be able to pick up just 2 quadrants, you know, without really getting contested too hard, I think is pretty nice. Actually, he's going back to his jungle already, so didn't opt to go for more.
No, he's actually neglected the red buff, just picked up the Raptors, placed a ward for the entry into that part of the jungle, gone back to his own blue, whilst Hollow is taking everything.
Yeah, I wonder if they don't know that Hollow started their red. There was no ward there. The way Zhao2's playing in this lane kind of suggests that he doesn't know Elise is, you know, very close behind him. It'll be interesting to see whether WSL just ends up pathing into his own jungle where it's all gone, because it looked like a really good start, but now I'm not so sure, unless he actually has time to get back into that bot side jungle.
Feels also quite nice since the rework this season, season 13, with the new jungle changes. I feel like every single pet we're seeing is either blue or green. Feels very rare that we see the red one. I'd love to see that fully evolve and just the extra damage that comes out as a result of that one too. Have to wait and see if it gets to that point in the game, but yeah, Hollow, complete topside domination.
Yeah, now Larkanai, he's got a huge wave built into him, but it's very hard to dive this Gragas. Only has 1 CS, but most importantly is full HP. So that dive is not going to happen, and I think, you know, just by having 1 CS, that's actually exactly what you want here as Gragas. And it looks like WSL did try and path into his topside jungle and then figured out, actually, it's just not there.
Now, what do you do in this situation? Surely, as WSL, you're screaming to your team, we have to go back to this red. That's looking like what the case is now. Obviously, the ward he placed there before is gone. Scry's going to help reveal that red is still there, but we know that Hollow will be eventually pathing down here.
Yeah, I think given that you have priority in mid and bot, you can go for this as WSL, so it's actually going to work itself out. Yeah, I think that Hollow, he did spend quite a bit of time looking for the top gank, and also just has a slower clear than Karthus. So we're going to take a bit of time to really match, and I think WSL wisely just walks away without going for the Krugs. You know, just make sure that you're not really, you know, greeting any more than you have to.
All works out in the end then, because
It
otherwise,
does.
I mean, imagine you've just lost triple buff to 1 clear, and you're just thinking, well, that's not the start I want as a full clear Karthus. Absolutely. Vision toggling, Hollow's in the area. Would seem crazy if you went for a flash on this one. Ultimately, just going to chuck out a Spiderling and just remind Zhao2 what could happen.
Yeah, Zhao2 does have the cleanse, so it's going to be pretty safe from any of these ganks, but perhaps will suffer from not having the TP on this first base. It's getting chunked out quite a bit, and Pretender can always just TP back to the lane.
Oh, bit of action in the bot lane. Pepero in a fair bit of trouble there. Great satchel charge knocks him back, but Eminem is now out of mana. And certainly has not left much left in the bank for him. WSL, though, patiently waiting in the wings. Whether or not he decides to entertain a fight, it would seem crazy. Don't have the most damage at this point in the game.
Yeah, I think he's, I guess, trying to counter the dive.
Oh my god, the patience. They don't know. The Therefore goes down. Out comes the pain, the Skittles, the damage, the first blood. Oh, it's come out a little bit too quick. Kaiwing finds it. The response is great for WSL, who picks up the Ziggs, though. And now it's a case of, do we find more? Xiaotu's all in on this one. He jumps into action, lays down the explosive shot, and removes Hollow from the equation. Pretender, a little bit too late to this one. Can he pick up anything, or is it just minions?
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. Oh, that's what we have.
Oh my god, great shield, not big enough though. And how unfortunately falling victim to it, and a bit of action everywhere at the once.
Yeah, I was going to say, the game really delivering so far. I think that was perhaps a little better for Duish team. We'll have to see who the kills went on to, but I know WSL picked up at least one on the Karthus. Yeah, and also one going over to Xiaotu's Tristana, so I think kills exactly where you want them for DWT. And it was really nice that Xiaotu managed to get down bot quicker there, because you'd expect him to kind of lose priority given that at least crossed mid, right? But somehow, I guess Pretender was in base or something, did manage to, you know, get the priority and just move down the lane. But yeah, big win there, I feel like, for DWT. Obviously down in gold a little bit. And we're looking for a dive onto the Gragas, but it is difficult.
Instant cast away, instant flash afterwards, but the Cocoon lands, and the turret's being tanked there by Solid Kit. They can't do it though, Shock. They don't have the HP for it.
Yeah, nicely played from Lakunai there. I think this is really why you see the Gragas being such a good neutralizer. And I think one thing that's also kind of underrated about Gragas, hold on, we need to check this replay. So WSL, he was waiting in the wings here for so long. I wonder what Eminem thinks here, you know, just like walking up to the enemy tower and suddenly Karthus is behind you. You flash, and the first blood was actually very, very close to going over to WSL. It was so close. But yeah, ultimately did not go over to them. And yeah, with Xiaotu being down here earlier, just has the ability to chase them all down, and Pretender kind of just arrives a little too late to really affect it. He does end up going down. And yeah, as we were saying about the Gragas, I think that, you know, even if you're playing a champion that's very safe top, you're expecting to lose some CS. But Gragas functions perfectly fine, even without much CS. He's actually gone for the 2 Ruby Crystals, so he will not be dying. He's kind of gone through that dangerous stage of the Elise Renekton very early into the game, and he's managed it well.
Yeah, Grasp Gragas, right, just wants to be a bit of a tank. Certainly wants to make sure that the overwhelming amount of AP is coming from the sole point of a Karthus. Something that makes it very annoying to try and itemize towards against as the opposition as well. But yeah, you've expended everything you had there, lived to tell the tale, and just holding out, right? You're expecting to be down a little bit of a CS deficit, but that's sort of really what's warranted of that jungle top matchup.
Yeah, now 2 plates have been taken by solo kill top. So what that means is that if Herald is taken, you know, there's a lot higher threat. You can potentially break that top tower if you can get, you know, just a little bit of chunk and then drop the tower on it. Oll's actually going for this blue. Does have the mid, or sorry, has the bot priority, but his mid just reset. Will he be able to steal it away? I think he will. Yeah, it looks like there's going to be no one in the area to contest it. And Solo Kill is actually waiting at WSL's red. This could be troublesome. I think Solo Kill does have the ult ready, and WSL can very quickly die here. Wonder if Solo Kill will just ult in the bush. Yeah, he will, to just build up that Fury, and WSL does not have flash. I think Solo Kill gets him here.
Yep, slice and dice using the red as a passenger. Thank you very much. Easy leash to steal away the second spawning of that red buff.
Yeah, and that's pretty big for Solo Kill. Oh, actually seeing a trade go down in the mid lane. Lots of damage onto Pretender, but yeah, that's really important. I think, you know, Hollow managed to take away the blue buff, and now Solo Kill managed to take away the red buff. So no buffs on that second clear here for WSL, and on top of that, also losing the Dragon. I mean, they were in a pretty stable spot, but now starting to lose quite a lot.
Yeah, just adds a lot of salt into the wounds there. Cleanse comes out here from Pepero very early on, but Kaiwing's still hot on his heels, still waiting for those CDs to come in through a flash afterwards. Enhouse saying, I'm peeling as best I can, do what you can, hit some damage, because a Requiem's going to land, and Kaiwing disappears.
Wow, that was quite bold, I think, from Duish team to actually contest that. I would have thought with their Karthus dead that they wouldn't even try. But they know their limits extremely well, and they managed to get out there, and not only that, have WSL kind of make up for all these buffs being lost by sniping a kill.
He wants more. Ooh. He's looking for those lay wastes. He's saying, how good are you at microing that mouse? The wave is crashing, the arrow's coming, the wall is down, the arrow is there. It's Enhao that snipes at you furious.
Yeah, Eminem just playing dodgeball there. There was way too many things coming at him. It's a pretty tough situation. Now, this tower goes down to just 2 plates, and the Herald is up. So there's definitely potential for Solico to, you know, snowball even further. I think getting that kill and getting the red buff has allowed him to stay in lane a lot longer, perhaps, than he had any right to. Let's take a look at this. So yeah, really kind of insane by Duish team to walk up to this. And I think they probably weren't intending to get engaged on, but ultimately they have all their sums. They can kite away, and they do a good job of playing it slow, and then a lot of damage, you know, onto Kaiwing's Leona at the end. And I think the Aftershock just runs out as WTL's Cast Assault.
And look how long Pepero held his ult for, right? Cleansing, flashing, waiting for the very last moment when everything's been expended to say, there's the corruption. That's guaranteed that this Requiem's going to hit as many targets as possible. Unfortunately, a Repel does get away hollow for the meantime, but very easily could have been more casualties in that account. But it is a game that seems to be fairly topsy-turvy. It's going all over the show.
Now, Hollow, he is looking around mid. Zhao 2, though, has all his sums. I think he just shows here to kind of secure priority for Pretender. They're really going to want this Herald. They can use it to explode this top lane open so much more than it currently is. And WSL, he's resetting, so they're gonna give this up, but it comes at a cost. You know, I think this top tower might just drop even without heralding, but if they need to herald it, you know, can perhaps go for 2 and really start to blow open the game. And it will be taken down. Hollow picks it up. Now, where he's gonna use it? He's moving down towards bot, so perhaps just wants the ability to use it on another lane and have top kind of break its own lane.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, right? You feel like Solikill is strong enough on his own to just do this as he is, right? He's just completely ignoring Lakunai and just saying, I will take this turret. Yeah, you can explosive cast me. I'm going to still hit. Yeah, you can trim the wave. I'm just going to tank these turret hits. Yep, we're going to zoom in on this one. Wait, don't die!
Oh my.
What has happened?
Oh, the tower. It gets so tanky when it gets so low. And hold that thought, there's a fight breaking out on the bot side. Looks like Pepper is taken down, and solo kill. I mean, that was a yikes from me, Scoob.
Lakunai is actually the best player in the game. I'm sorry for dismissing him. He just trims the wave and says, yeah, too tanky to take it down now.
Yeah, I'm surprised solo kill felt so pressured to do that, right? Like, you can just go do another wave and take it on the next one. There's really no pressure.
Now.
He did. He wanted it ASAP. He was trying to set some records up there. But actually gives Lakunai a kind of a, you know, a way back in. Okay, so let's see the replay on bot side. Looks like Pepper, he doesn't have flash, might have cleanse here? No, doesn't have either. So just gets like chain CC down, tons of damage put onto him before he can even move. And that's really the strength of the Leona Ziggs combo. And then, yeah, off the back end, Frank, they try and get a bit more, but can't really find it. And I think solo kill is still going to be able to take down this tower before plates fall. But obviously, it did end up taking him a little bit longer.
Yes, look at the observers just taunting us, saying, look how low it was. A very sad...
It's 19 health.
Yeah, very sad state of affairs. Just a cast him and walks up and bonks it once or twice.
But it will go down, solo kill. I mean, he's still doing well, right? It was a bit of a fumble.
But it's my preferred play, right? If you are going to play a Herald with a Ziggs, look to try and use it in that lane. So they're going to try and find a kill first and foremost. Not going to be as easy as said, but wouldn't be surprised if they just continue to hang around in the area, especially now because the next dragon is up in 40 seconds, so where else do you want to be?
Yeah, Lakunai feels the need to TP to bot, and I think it was right to do so, but you are continuing to lose more on bot side. And sure, Gragas is, you know, a fairly good low economy champion, but how low economy can you go?
Really good flash to flash there. Could have been trouble for Hollow. Could have been disaster, actually. Pepero going to feel a lot of pain in retaliation from the Mega Inferno Bomb. That's enough to send him back to base. And that should mean that with Dragon now up in 15 seconds, you've got solo kill, free pushing top, a Herald with Eminem there to try and destroy. I mean, this is tempo heaven for Frank.
Yeah, I like how Frank Esports are playing this. And I think, you know, watching the Varus get low, it's kind of an interesting dynamic, right? If you go for the on-hit Varus, oh, hold that thought, we're going for another engage. I feel like I never get to talk in this game.
Yeah, no analysis in this one, is it? It's just pure play-by-play.
All right, so as I was saying, I think the poke Varus, you kind of have to go poke Varus into Ziggs, right? Because there's just too much range. If you go on hit, you'll just never be able to actually DPS. But the problem is, the poke build doesn't have any lifesteal on it, right? So any poke is definitely going to stick. And it's tough, right? I think that's why it's such a good pick here with the Ziggs Leona. And obviously, yeah, weak side bot works very well in this situation.
I guess Pepero wants to go back a few patches when Omnivamp was still there for Eclipse.
Yeah, that's right. He needs that.
He really does right now. He's bleeding, but Doesn't have to worry too much, right? Because if you do want that stereotypical AD carry, you're going to find it in your mid lane, right? Zhao 2 is now on the Kraken Slayer, sat in the side lanes, and look to try and keep Pretender busy.
Yeah, and around a 3,000 gold lead here for Frank Esports. They have 2 dragons as well, and now that they've got Ziggs out of bot lane, they can look to pressure a bit more. The one thing they have to worry about, though, is Hollow's Elise is starting to fall pretty far behind WSL. It's really going to be up to the other members to kind of deliver the killing blow here before WSL's Karthus becomes an issue. Mid tower. Can't imagine it's going to survive too long. They do have a lot of wave clear, but I think as soon as Frank Esports' side laners get set up, they're probably going to be able to end up pushing this down. They're still looking to siege. Yeah, lots of poke coming out. And remember that poke cannot be sustained back up. And the goal difference really starting to get out of control for Frank Esports. I think when you get ahead on Ziggs, you can really start to snowball the game, right? I think that's one of the best champions at doing so.
Yeah, and you see that big spike as a result of a few kills, a few turrets, a few moments where they were just able to exploit weaknesses in all lanes at once. As you say, 4K up at this point in the game, but it will be Leandri's now complete there for WSL, so starting to find a few moments of pain, as the Karthus would certainly love some more, but whether or not the game allows it to be the case. Dark Seal in hand too, so really wants to get on the score sheet with an assist or even a kill. But may just have to suffice and wait for that next major objective where the rest of his team with their poker themselves can look to try and pepper them down and say, all right, land that killing blow from top.
Yeah, and 3 more minutes on the next drag. Frank Esports, they're definitely going to want to have this drag win condition for a year, especially Mountain. Obviously does, like having the extra shield actually can save you against Karthus a lot of the time. This top tower has gotten pretty low. Perhaps at one point if they can get Eminem Ziggs up into that top lane, they can just last hit it. Perhaps can actually move him up there before Dragon spawns. They do have the time. And looks like solo kill. You know, now Frank Esports' solo lanes, they can get priority on both sides. Perhaps they can use this to collapse mid and break this tower. They have to be careful not to play too aggressive before they get here, but you can see both side laners are collapsing. This could actually be trouble for Pepero, who's going to have a hard time surviving any dive that comes out.
And he's got no flash, right? He's only got a cleanse, so he needs to be really respectful of any potential flank or an engage of some sort, right? Kaimin can certainly just chuck out the solar flare just like that, completely airballs. But I tell you what, I got anxious for just a second there, wondering what could have been, and that would have been the opening you need, especially with their hero right there on their doorstep to pick up 4v5.
Yeah, so now Frank Esports can pick up this Herald, and I think this one potentially goes down mid, and with Ziggs, you can look for a lot more than you can normally get, right? You can maybe even break the tier 3 turret with it, especially before Dragon. It will open up the map a lot. And Hollow, obviously, he hasn't found a lot of impact in terms of kills or assists, but he has pretty consistently been picking up the objectives, pressuring the lanes kind of when they need him to. So it's definitely not like he's been low impact. Does pick up the Herald. And now, will it be used mid straight away? I think it might be. This pretty much instantly goes down to Herald plus Ziggs W. Yeah, okay, so it's going to come out. Will they play for 2 or even 3 here? They have a lot of side lane priority, so they perhaps could.
Yeah, let's see if they're quick enough, though, because they're going to leave Solid Kill to the bot lane to do his own devices. Out goes one. There's the Satchel Charge. There's the Execute, but it is Zhao 2 on a flank, making sure that you can't push for more. But they've actually managed to drag the resources elsewhere. Solid Kill can't go for much more than that, right? Shoved in the wave, forced to go back to base. I guess the question I asked you, the philosophical one, maybe the rhetorical one of all, is how comfortable are you as a Karthus team in terms of how much gold you can fall behind?
I think you can fall reasonably behind, but I think what's difficult is when Karthus ends up being the only threat of your team. Because if it's, you have like 4 really strong AD threats and then they can't itemize any MR, it's completely fine. But here we've got, the Gragas and the Karthus that can be both itemized for. And it feels like the Varus and the Triss right now, they're not that threatening. So we've got Merc Treads being completed by the side of Frank Esports. We have the Locket coming through as well. And obviously a lot of lifesteal on both the Jace here and the Renekton. So it's going to be pretty hard, I feel like, for Karthus to find anything. And also opting for the Oblivion Orb. Just kind of interesting. So just going for the flat pen, I suppose. Has been changed on 13.3. Kind of interesting Grievous Wounds, though. I feel like it's not super necessary.
I guess he just wants to make sure that all damage sticks and that the rest of his team can be there to land the final shots to try and be a bit of a menace of themselves to make sure that the itemization isn't going to be one that comes back to haunt them. Let's see what happens, because we're engaging in a classic ARAM. Everybody here in the mid lane fighting for a tier 1.
Yeah, and Hollow's just soloing the drag. They can always zigzag the waves.
Ooh,
oh, wow. So much
hurts.
damage. Yeah, Eminem.
Solo kill on the flank. In goes Kaiwing. Oh no, a Solo Flare goes wide again. Solo is still keen. He's on the hunt. Oh my god, the damage of Zig. Solo kill. Flash in. He swipes 3 members and he tries to do it all on his own. He saw a multi-kill, but the multi-kill didn't see him. Sniped from afar there by Pepero, but it doesn't matter because Pretender, he ain't pretending. He is the real deal on a Quadra. Give this man the Penta. Give him the first of this split. It's not to be. The shock blast goes wide. The emotes are out.
Oh,
he got denied.
No.
Oh, it feels so hard done by.
Yeah, if he'd hit the QE at the end, he would have actually got it. That has to feel bad for Pretender, but Frank Esports, they dominate that fight. They're now 3 drags to 0. They're up a ton of gold, a ton of control, and I think it's probably too far behind now for Duish team to really get back into it. But, you know, I guess the potential's always there with the Karthus to pick up some random kills. See what they can do. I'm not sure how many buffs WSL has gotten this game, but it feels like it might have just been the first 2.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at the replay. I feel like Duish team, they took so much damage from the Zigzag, and then they were kind of forced by Solo Kill to kite into Frank Esports' jungle. And the thing is, because Frank has so much poke, you can just keep chasing them here, right? You never have to fully commit until they get low. And some fantastic shock blast, as well as the flash follow-up from Solo Kill. Just so low, and I feel like Pretender, he did get a little bit robbed of getting his pentakill here, but hey, don't miss skill shots. They do all get cleaned up off the back end. Yeah, we'll see here. Maybe he should have just kept chasing, honestly, and saved it for when he was going for the execute, but it's hard, right? When you're thinking about that penta in the mind, all you want to do is just nuke him straight away.
The adrenaline is pumping, you're feeling it, you know, the montage music starts to play in your headset, right? The white noise gets cancelled out and you're thinking, this is it, this is going for YouTube, it's the clip, it's the one I feel so proud of. Unfortunately for him, it was not the case. You can see the merit of the amount of poke that they did, right? That Jason and Ziggs in tandem just laid down the law.
Yeah. And now, they didn't end up picking up Baron off the end of that, but they have such a huge gold lead. They have the 4th drag win condition coming up very soon. I think it's very important. Oh, we might see a little scuffle on the bot side. I don't think you can pick anything up here. I think, actually we see Duish team potentially, maybe they want to cheese the Baron, but they don't have a lot of DPS. They have a Tristana, but they don't have a lot of poke. I wonder if Frank would just check this with Zigzag. Yep. The Zigzag will be thrown.
Oh, it's so high. Yeah, there's no way you can sneak that one in.
There just really isn't enough DPS. I think Duish team's starting to feel pretty desperate about the state of the game. And they are just getting forced out of this mid lane. And actually, recalls are getting cancelled here. Frank Esports might look to slow chase them. Feels like we just watched this fight.
It's all in. Ing jumps Kaiwing once again, looking to try and keep them interested for the meantime. That's enough time to buy in a TP from top side. Hollow jumps in, flash pounce, tries to get the execute onto Peppero's head. Chain of Corruption hits nothing, and that means you're dead. Hollow finds a kill, Solid Kill gets in the action, and down comes the Requiem. It tickles them. It doesn't even hurt. Like Unai has somehow dodged out the Zenith Blade, and he is really on a wild goose chase here. Come catch me if you can. It's just impossible.
Yeah, I think Frank Esports really just too far ahead now. And Duish team, I admire what they did trying to start the Baron, but it feels like you just didn't have the DPS, and then you end up in such a rough position that can't really contest it anymore. And yeah, really just feels like they're going to get chased down by Frank Esports' poke comp. This is now, 11k gold lead, and the Baron has not even been picked up yet. But perhaps the biggest gold lead at 23 minutes we've seen so far.
Yeah, this should certainly be the icing on the cake. But let's start it off once again, because just Kaiwing, just blind Spidey senses, thinking, where else would you be?
Yeah, I really like that. And I feel as well, if it doesn't end up connecting on anyone, at least then you know that they've gone a bit further up, right? And you can continue to chase. Hollow as well, fantastic flank, manages to not only cocoon WSL, but pretty much one-shot Pepero. And then, yeah, the rest of the damage coming in from Frank Esports just cleans everyone up nicely on that back end. And I think also the drag win condition being so early in the game here. Wow, look at the Karthus damage. Was a lot, but ultimately was not enough.
Karthus and the boys?
Yeah. I think the drag win condition, it's... A lot of the time, drag ends up being so late that it just doesn't really matter. But if you get the first drag and you get every drag from then on, you actually hit the soul very early into the game. You know, we're potentially looking at a mountain soul at only 25 minutes here.
Yeah.
WSL, I mean, I feel like him and the rest of Duish team had a decent start to this game, but things really fell apart quick around some of those early skirmishes. Wow. Look at the damage on the Pepero. Does not have any sustain.
And he's just been soloed by 2 characters from a million miles away. Nothing you can do about that one, and nothing that a lifesteal Varus build's going to help with. You get close, you're dead as well.
Yeah. I think Frank Esports, they might look to put on the pressure.
In they jump, looking for a kill, and well, I tell you what, they found more than that, because they're going to find a tower, they're going to find an inhibitor, they're going to find so much pressure inside your base. It's a Hail Mary. Lucky Knight jumps in with the explosive cast, but dies for his crimes. Inhibitor will fall on down. Inspired Baron minions will get the job done, acting as the 6th member here for Frank Esports, and a Requiem will come out, denied by the stasis of a great stopwatch. And now we just look to try and end the game very early on here. Only 25 minutes.
Yeah, they didn't even need the Dragon Soul in the end. It's actually just 14-6 and a massive gold lead here built up. I will not math on stream, but it looks like it is going to go down. Perhaps taking some more kills off the back end of this.
We want KDA. These are KDA gamers right now. You denied us of that pentakill, Pepero. We got a target on your head. You're a wanted man. The Nexus is exposed. The ult goes out, die inside the fountain. There's no better feeling. Xiaotu. Oh, look at the moves.
Yeah, he's doing his best, actually space gliding at the back end. But yeah, in the end, DWT, they are taken down by Frank Esports. It always was going to be a difficult game, right? Frank Esports, they do just look like a much stronger team at this point. And I think the Duish team comp, I mean, it was interesting. I think it had the pieces there to be successful, but they never really, you know, it felt like, especially top lane, ended up falling a bit too far behind. Honestly, did a good job neutralizing early, but it then just, you know, slowly fell apart from there. And Solo Kill was so strong in those early engages. And I actually think maybe the big turning point was when Solo Kill found that kill on a WSL at that red buff. You know, takes away the red, gets the kill on the Karthus, and then can stay in lane for a really long time. I think that might have been the turning point.
I'm fully with you, and I think it just cycles back to draft, where you need lanes that either have priority or an ability to try and roam and give you protection, right? Yes, you got a Gragas that's playing tank to try and make sure that you're the sole AP threat, but he's locked underneath turret, constantly falling to the pressure of this very accelerated Renekton. You've got a Braum that's having to obviously deal with all the attention bot side to protect this Varus. It's a rough state of affairs. All these lanes are just feeling the wrath of what their opponents are having to deal and showcasing why, yeah, Frank Esports are one of the better teams in the PCS.
Yeah, and I think it's also kind of curious to go for the Karthus when you've given over the Elise, right? Because on one hand, it does give you kind of an outscaling win condition, but at the same time, you're really asking a lot of your lanes,
it's
right?
It's a bit of a gamble.
Yeah, exactly, to weather the storm of Elise for that long. And I'm not sure how realistic that actually is, unless you have, you know, again, hard-winning lanes, but they didn't really have that, right? Felt like mid was maybe slightly in Xiaotu's favor, did manage to get bot lane first, but then bot lane, you know, that felt like a kind of a wash pretty early in the game. So
it did.
Yeah, WSL, I feel like kind of left out to dry a little bit, but I think he kind of brought it on himself, right, with that Karthus pick.
It happens, right? You sometimes you just say, I'll try and be the starter show, I'll try and do it all on my own, but it doesn't really work out as easily as you like. I love the creativity, right, to bring back the Ziggs into the bot lane, right? Make sure that you do have a lot of early aggression, lanes to play towards, right? Do you want to make sure that this Renekton can 1v9 and just win his lane by a country mile, knowing that the Gragas is never really going to be a factor? Or do you go down towards the bot side and say that we're going to crush this Varus so we can never really, you know, handle the pressure? And that really says it all for me. I feel like if you're looking at an MVP for this one, it's probably between Eminem or maybe even Pretender.
Yeah, I think there's a few options, right? You've also got Solo Kill for his massive top lane lead, although he did die with Tower, which, you know, it's a little notch on the
That's
bone.
a big, yeah, no.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, they had good game overall, and I think I actually really like the Ziggs pick, right? Like, thinking about it more, it seems obviously very good with Leona. It seems to complement the team composition quite well, and I really like how it gave. There's not many champions, right, that are both a weak side and a strong side win condition, right? When it felt like the Gragas was now too hard to actually do anything into, they could just pivot bot and then snowball their Ziggs, and there's not that many champs that can do that, right? Normally you'd play something bot lane that would hard weak side, and then you kind of don't have the option to go down to them. But let's take a look at some of the highlights here. This was the one where Pretender, he almost managed to pick up the pentakill.
Oof, nightmare fuel. If you watch this one back, you'd be very upset with this one. But, I mean, so much damage. It starts off here with the Ziggs. It then gets followed up there by a beautiful shock blast. And in jumps Solo Kill thinking, maybe it's my time to shine.
Yeah, I think Solo Kill probably was thinking it was his penta there with how many people are on low HP. But all those flash abusers do manage to get out. And Pretender, I mean, he was so close. He was just one skill shot away from picking that up. And take a look at the damage here. Actually, monstrous damage for both the Jace and the Ziggs. And one thing I kind of want to notice is Xiaotu's Tristana really never found the mark, right? Like, he had, I would say, a fairly decent matchup, but I guess just felt outranged and could never really do anything. And actually just almost did less damage than Braum.
Yeah, I mean, some worrying signs, right? Especially given that you didn't go for the TP, you've gone for the cleanse to try and weather the potential gank from Elise. You want to make sure that you can play aggressively, but to fall victim to very comparable damage to a Braum, of all things, feels really... And I think more so adds to the confusion when we said there was a lack of damage at times, right? When you're relying on a Varus to try and deal from afar, that you want all this damage to fuel the fire of a Karthus that's trying to do it all on his own. Wasn't there, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm actually so surprised. I don't think I've ever seen a Tristana do so little damage. But the MVP, it does go over to Pretender 7-0-5. 31% of his team's damage as well as a 4.5k gold lead over a Tristana, no less, who normally, you know, snowballs herself pretty hard, taking plates and farming a lot. So yeah, pretty dominant performance from Pretender. And I mean, Pretender, he's played a lot of different mids. Like you said earlier, he's played stuff like the Cassio, the Syndra. Now shows he can also do just as well in the Jace. So he's kind of, I feel like he's been underrated almost.
Yeah, and it begs the question, right, as to when teams look at this going into the next round robin, what needs to be denied? Because if they have that amount of flexibility, it's not as easy as saying ban out Pretender. You've got to adhere to so many other champions or so many other individuals on the team that have that star power to bite back. So if you can flex your ability like this, then, I mean, there's a reason why you're playing as well as you are.
Yeah, 100%. I think, you know, Frank Esports, it always was a win that you were kind of expecting to pick up over the Duish team. But after your loss yesterday, you know, it's nice to kind of get back on the win streak, keep climbing the ladder. So, yeah, I think I believe they still retain their first place placing off that. So, yeah, obviously a good spot to be in.
Yep.
And I like that they showed, again, a lot of versatility, right? I think there were perhaps questions about Pretender's champion pool, but, you know, shows that Jace is working well. And I also like that it shows, okay, you can't leave up Elise versus team, right? There's been teams that have been getting a bit greedy almost, you know, trying to let this stuff get through.
Yes, we've seen a little bit of greed from across a couple of games now, right? You leave up the Elise, you get punished. You leave up the Maokai, you get punished. It's a bit of a PSA warning, guys. There's a reason it had a 100% presence. It's been banned all the time because it's a little bit too strong. You're going to make me cry my very first time here. We don't want that.
Yeah, and I think that the AP junglers are just so... Even when they don't actually get a lot of kills, they just feel so impactful, right? Like, at least that game had so much pressure on the map, despite being, I think, 0-1 and 0. And in the games you saw earlier, the Maokai, you know, just consistently poking down and winning fights before they even start. But I think we will be heading to a break. We have CFO up against J-Team just after this. Don't go anywhere.
The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sonning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys who never learn. Who gonna stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God, I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God, I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. Touching on me, I'm feeling so good. Go write that check, cause I'm getting too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Don't you wanna be like me? I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. Come stand a little closer, I've dropped it. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Mainly cause I can't take it any longer in my head. So darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, oh. You've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You on in the town. Tell me when you, when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So baby,
I've been falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, they tie me with the pound. You all in the town, 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 town. So tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down.
Hello and welcome back to week 3, day 2 of the PCS. We just saw Frankie Sports taking out Doish team, and now we're about to see CFO versus J team, two teams that are pretty high up on the ladder and have shown very exciting games so far.
Yeah, they are. I mean, CFO are going to be looking at the results tonight and saying, okay, well, we'll Titan first coming into tonight. We need a win here today to make sure that remains the same, right? We go into tomorrow and think, okay, is that a way to try and break open the mess, I'm going to call it, right, of just really where does everybody line up? As for J team, they're clawing at that top 4, right? They want to try and emerge into that spot and say, we deserve to be here. I think there's potential. I think it's possible. And CFO, if I've ever coined a term that we use down under, would be a bit of angry gaming.
Yeah, I think that you're right. Angry gaming CFO could just come out and just blast J team. It's very possible, like you said. Although J team, I feel like, yeah, this is a real test for them, right? They, like I said, they're clawing up the ladder. They're really trying to break into that upper echelon of teams. And CFO, they're one of the gatekeepers that you have to take out. And it's interesting because when you look at CFO, they're a kind of a hard team to deal with, I feel like. And the loss yesterday, the way CFO lost, was I felt like they almost baited a lot of picks out, right? It was stuff like the Akali who never found purchased into stuff like the Lulu, or yeah, it was the Lulu and the Zeri. So I feel like it was almost a draft win yesterday. But here we are, CFO, Flying Oyster, Rest, Gemini, Jimian, Shun, and Slaytrue.
You're on point, mate.
Yeah, that graphic was quick.
Your memory's on point.
Yeah, I was worried. Coming out to Slaytrue.
Yeah, I was like, look, I've given you the validation tick, mate. You're an expert for a reason.
Thank you. All right, but yeah, I think CFO individually, obviously, very strong team. And another thing about CFO is their bot lane plays wildly different to other other teams, right? Shun has played a lot of, at least in the past, Draven, Kalista. Draven is often banned against them. So you have to feel like with those kind of tank supports potentially coming back into the meta, I feel like that maybe even favors Shun more. It's not like he's been lackluster in the previous meta though, at all. You know, he's shown very good performances on the Lucian, Nami, as well as the Zeri. But yeah, we'll have to see what they end up going for. I feel like a lot of this matchup, just whenever you're playing against CFO, does kind of rest on the bot lane, right? It does feel like is Shun and Sleichu are an impossible duo to ignore, but at the same time, it's not like the rest of the map is weak, and that's what makes CFO such a tough opponent. But across from them, J-Team, Arue, Lauva, Minji, Bruce, and Enzo.
Yeah, another obviously strong contender. They're going to try and answer back. And, I came into this one saying a bit of a fun fact I knew about Bruce is he actually took a break to play Wild Rift. Having obviously gone to Worlds with his last iteration, right? Wins PCS, moves on into Wild Rift. His former teammate, actually, Eason, on another roster here this year as well, in a coaching position of all things. But he goes over the Icons, which is like the World's equivalent for Wild Rift. Played really well there. I think it was like a 5th to 8th position spot. So absolutely smashed it, and then he's come back into League of Legends once again, right? So he's saying, I've still got unfinished business. I was a mid laner in that game, obviously an AD carry here. Just wants to be a carry all around.
Yeah, I respect that. And Bruce, I mean, he's had some pretty dominating performances. Definitely can't really complain about him too much. I mean, going from Wild Rift mid lane, was he an ADC before going to Wild Rift?
It's a good question. I'd have to double check.
I'll put you on the spot a bit.
Yeah, you have. Yeah. No, I mean, I feel like if you're a carry in general, because the weird thing, I know we're going on a bit of a tangent here, but the weird thing with Wild Rift is you could literally play anything. Like we'd see Rakan mid, Yuumi mid, you'd see Orianna bot lane, for example. So I feel like you could definitely get away with a lot of things. A lot of the fundamentals were the same, a few tweaks here and there based on the different games, but ultimately it all worked out quite well for them. Let's check out a bit of a stat comparison then, see how these two teams do line up, in particular between Rest and RUA, as we can see that battle in the top lane, really. KDA seems to be one that favors Rest. He's got a lot of those aggressive bruises, wants to be a bit of a fighter. Not much as like an Udyr that RUA has to offer, though, which is always quite exciting. Death percentage, though, he seems to be a little bit more disciplined, but the gold difference is the big thing for me, right? Seems to really own his lane.
Yeah, building up pretty big leads here, and I wonder if these two teams actually scrim a lot because, you know, both top laners, these are both the top laners that have picked Udyr into Cassante. So, yeah, they've actually both gone for the counter pick. But let's have a look at the champ select here. CFO, they start off by banning Sejuani, and the Lucian is answered by Caitlyn and Gnar. So definitely a bit different. We don't often see Gnar banned extremely early in the draft. Not totally sure what that means because I still think there's a lot of options up. But I think this means that, okay, Elise is banned. Will it be matched by Maokai, or will we be seeing the monster come through again?
It has to be Maokai banned, but to go back to your point before, every single time I ever see a Gnar ban, I always feel like it's Irelia. It has to be Irelia, but if it's not to be, then hey, I could be just sprouting absolute nonsense. I love it. I love those high expression sort of skill champs where you're really living or dying on what you can perform as.
Okay, the Maokai is taken away. So Vi Wukong up, obviously. Zeri still on the table. Hasn't been prioritized as much today, but is still extremely strong. Not the Yuumi. Say it isn't so. Surely she's dead. She hasn't been picked at all yet, but she did actually get banned one game.
What is her win rate now live?
Like
I think
40 or something.
I was going to say, it's even worse than Rise at its worst, so it's pretty abysmal. Ashe, however, is going to be let through, so it makes sense that you're going to lock that one in without hesitation whatsoever. A-Team, though. What do they do?
So I think, do you look to take away the Varus? You're going to take the Vi. The Zeri combo obviously is still up, but maybe teams just feel like it's a bit scary to go for it now. J-Team, what's it going to be? I think you definitely pick up one of your bot lane here. It's just, is it going to be the Varus? I think it might be. It denies the combo with Ashe. I feel like that's pretty important because I feel like other combos with Ashe definitely aren't as good, especially with Caitlyn gone. And maybe suggest something like a Jhin Ashe or even Ashe ADC, but all those don't seem as good, at least in my mind. Bel'Veth is being hovered, but I think it will just be Wukong. Okay, I'd actually be pretty excited to see a Zac, but unfortunately, the meta is the meta, and Wukong is locked in. Oh, Draven Ashe, that would be interesting. Shun obviously is a Draven enthusiast. I'd be pretty surprised to see Zeri Ashe.
Yeah, Zeri Ashe should be a little bit crazy. Always has to be paired with one of those enchanters, or anybody that can give you a shield, right? To really empower that Zeri through and foremost. Zac would have been interesting. I'd love to actually see a little bit more. I feel like the champion is incredibly strong. We've seen it in the mid lane, we've seen it in top, seen it in bot.
Okay, so it's actually Sivir Ashe locked in, which is interesting. Like, Sivir can do well against Varus, but the problem is the range, always. Yeah. But with the Ashe, it's probably going to be okay. Now, J-Team, do you play a range support into this? Because it feels like most melee supports sort of struggle versus Sivir, although Alistar could perhaps be an option. Hasn't been played Yeah, particular buff. Okay, so it looks like it is just going to be the Varus Karma locked in.
I would have loved Alistair, though, for the point you mentioned, right? The fact that, you can headbutt pole, but you can only spell shield one of those parts, right? So, would have been an age-old classic, especially when Alistair is getting buffed. But it just feels like, once again, until we start to forget about, these at least Maokai warranted bans, then you just play the Enchanters. It's just too free.
Yeah, I think champs like Ashe, Lucian, Nami, those sorts of champs, they really just warp the meta around them almost. You kind of have to pick answers to them because they're just so strong. Now, J-Team, they opt to ban the Renekton, which is... I think this is more just a Rest-specific ban. It feels like one of the best blind pickable tops, and Rest has shown he's very comfortable on the champ. And also perhaps suggests that J-Team... And it's interesting. It could mean that they're blind picking their top 4, and then they just don't want to verse Renekton, or it could mean that they want to take away those top blinds and get RUA a good top counter. Akali is banned away from Minji. Interesting. Jimian, a bit of an Akali enthusiast himself, but does ban it away. Silas still up and available for both teams. Has some pretty decent ults as well.
Yeah, it certainly does. It is a bit of a curious draft as to what we're looking to try and construct here. Some fairly targeted bans, but then we switch into a Victor afterwards.
Yeah, the Victor is kind of puzzling for me. Maybe suggests they want something like Rise and they're scared of the range. It's very possible. I feel like Victor is more just like a neutral ban. Or the Sion is banned away again. So we've seen this time and time again to try open up the Jax pick.
Yeah.
When J-Team, they might go blind.
That might be why. That might be why, right? You ban away the Victor, you look in the Azir instead, you ask the question, well, what do you put into that? Do you go Corki? Do you go Syndra? Do you even draft a cheeky Orianna? You just match us for AP scaling mages. Obviously, Rise and Kassadin are still up and available, but do you want that gamble without a Sejuani?
Yeah, it's risky. I like the Jax, though. A lot of the counters have been taken away. Feels like it's kind of wild that we're in a meta where Jax is a blind pick. It feels like it's not normal, but
yeah, for sure.
It is now. So what will be the answer? Jimmy, normally he would go Akali into... Ooh, will it be the Silas? I'm not too sure about this. Yeah, I'd kind of prefer a bit more range. At the same time, though, playing Syndra against the gang setup of Azir and Vi is pretty scary. Maybe we'll go back to the Silas.
Yeah, it might be why he's hovering this one for a little bit of extra time, right? What do I play for? Is it to try and win in an isolated 1v1, or is it to be a bit more of an influence in the game as a whole by taking away so many great ultimates? Ultimately, Silas is going to be the confirmed choice here for CFO. JT now 5th and final pick, red side confirmation. Are we just going to have a battle in the top lane again with a Fiora and Jax doing it one more time?
Yeah, Fiora or Gragas or Jace. What will it be? I like that they're taking an aggressive option. The Jace is locked in, so extremely strong poke composition coming out of J-Team, which is both good and bad, right? It means if you execute it well, you can win a lot of these fights before CFO even get the chance to team fight. At the same time, though, I feel like playing poke comps is one of the most difficult comps to pull off, right? It's very reliant on playing a range, making sure you don't get engaged on, and if you fall behind early, it can be very troublesome. So
sure,
J-Team, they're gonna have their work cut out for them. And on the other side, CFO, they've kind of just gone for a pretty strong brawling team fight composition. Definitely going to be wanting to skirmish early, especially around the Silas. Going to be a lot stronger in these early skirmishes than Minji on the Azir.
Yeah, and I mean, when we talk about the Jace, this will be now the 3rd time they're actually going to be playing it, and they've won every single time, but it's always been paired with a Sejuani. Now, not to say that it doesn't work without, right? Obviously, a Vi is going to be just as strong in terms of looking to try and shut you down, but it doesn't give you that beefiness, that easier sense of engage, right? The fact that you can just chuck at a Glacial Prism from afar and not overextend yourself, because how many times do we see somebody, be the target, and Ultra Beam goes in their head, flash away, you're under turret, and thinking, God, I can't back you up from that point, right? So, much harder to execute, as you've already highlighted, but I think if this is comfort for a team that have found victories on these champions before, then it might be enough to try and bridge the gap.
Yeah, I think so as well. I like the J-Team have gone for something that they feel very confident in. I want to really quickly come back to the Sejuani thing, because I feel like Sejuani almost has like a QSS tax on her, where people have to take mercs, they have to take cleanse.
Yeah.
It kind of just makes you, in a situation where you don't really want to be in.
It's like the Malzahar of the jungle.
Yeah, exactly. the old QSS tax that you have to play. But here we have it, CFO up against J-Team for game 4 of the day. And I'd probably say this is our game of the day, potentially.
Yeah, possibly. It's feeling like it, isn't it? With only a single game separating them. CFO get this one. They continue to be tied in first place. If they don't, then J-Team tie them in second. So it's a pretty high-stake matchup in that regard. So going to have to really try and hit the ground running in this one to see what can happen. As we scout over any of the runes. Anything really stand out to you?
I feel like the Fleet Sivir might be a bit sus, potentially. I'm not too sure. I feel like Sivir, you know, obviously if you can get away with the lethal tempo, feels amazing. At the same time, you know, Varus Karma, that's a pretty strong lane. You're definitely going to need something to survive that.
How about the times when we had a Lethality Dark Harvest Sivir? Let's just bring that one back.
Yeah, that was a dark time, actually. I hated that.
Match the Varus and say who can chuck skill shots out better for sure.
Yeah, so... Oh, we do have a pause.
We do. That ward, too good.
Yeah, remake. Well... I guess a lot of eyes on the bot matchup here, right? It feels like Shun, the Sivir pick is interesting. I'm not even too sure why he went for it. I guess like it gives you the option of, you know, not having to take cleanse versus Varus. I believe you can also spell shield the knock-up from the Vial. So it's potentially picked for that reason. But at the same time, playing Sivir against Azir Varus in the, you know, mid to late game, it doesn't matter how much damage you deal. It's kind of like Ryze, right? Just doesn't really have the range to actually deal damage. So Shun, you know, he is a big part of CFO's team fights and of their wins. I want to see how he does here.
Yeah, certainly asking for trouble. I guess a lot of that also goes on to your opposition as to how does the Azir want to try and play out the fight, right? Sometimes I feel like they get a little bit too locked into the idea that they have to try and, you know, go for the scoops. Just try and grab as many people as possible 100%. When they just need to play front to back, right? So if there's a bit of mind controlling going on where it's like, I need to get this character, he's isolated, he's got no spell shield, then perhaps there's a world in which, you know, you fall into your own trap. But ultimately, I guess it's always going to be that age-old classic, which is if a Sivir can farm, if a Sivir can hit, you know, the profited 500 CS, maybe she can all walk to victory.
Yeah, I think Sivir, I mean, it's an insane CS champ. And also, when you fall behind as Sivir, like, you can actually stall out the game quite a lot, right? Like, and even with Baron creep, Sivir is actually pretty decent at clearing. So, yeah, CFO, they do have the option to play for scaling, although I'm not actually sure they will outscale, thinking about the comps in my head. Right, like a Poke Varus and a Azir late game are pretty strong. I feel like Poke Varus late game can suck if there's too many tanks. But here, obviously, like there's a fair amount of squishies, so it's still going to scale into the game fairly well.
It is. So it's interesting to see really what the game plan is from the very get-go as to how these teams approach things, because Shun and Slay True are just going straight in their face. Double Summoner Heal burnt from the very get-go, only level 1. They're not taking any prisoners.
Yeah, massive damage traded onto Bruce. Now, Bruce does have the TP, but that is going to kind of forfeit any early pressure he can have in this lane. I think the Hail of Blades from Slay True as well. I mean, you see it time and time again. If you have a Hail of Blades support, you do just kind of get to win early game. It's very difficult to trade up against that many auto attacks. And Jimmy kind of expecting to lose priority in the lane. Azir is one of the strongest 1v1 champs early, but obviously does struggle in any sort of skirmishes, which Zaya's obviously very good at. And top lane, I mean, those guys are full HP. They haven't really fought too much. Jimmy's actually taking a lot more damage here than you might expect. It's also opted for the first strike, which is, I would say, a mistake. I think it's very difficult to proc first strike when you're against lots of range. And not only is there the Azir, there's also the Varus, Karma, and the Jace. You might need to do a rune check after this game and check on the first strike, because I think I'd be surprised to see it do a whole lot.
It definitely feels like one of those matchups where you need to jump in like that, find the max range. Gemini with double buff says you have to dash across that wall. Not enough to force out a flash, but enough to give him a warning.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Gets a lot of damage onto Minji, forces him away. Just another mid lane drive-by. And also forces out a lot of mana, just WEing over the wall. Costs a lot. And that will kind of buy Jimmy a bit of time here. And will he go for the reset? I think he should. Yeah, he's going to go for the reset. Lava is in this top side and probably will be able to secure the crab. You know, rest at a pretty big deficit. Kind of what you'd expect, at least early game, from the Jace versus Jax matchup. But he's going to be able to pick up at least some of this wave.
I think the one thing that's staring out to me right now, Shock, is that for CFO, they need to make sure that Shun does get ahead. He's going to carry the bulk of their wave clear. Even more so if he goes to the Navori Quick Blades build, right, where you can keep your Ricochet up basically 100% of the time. Otherwise, you're very much relying on the likes of your triple melee side. to, you know, stand guard and basically give you that permission to step up to the wave to clear it.
Yeah, and now CS has actually gone quite far in the way of Jimmy in here. So he managed to get that reset. Now Minji is obviously going to pick up a lot of this, but that gank really kind of disrupted Minji's game plan. Gemini, he's in the area, could perhaps go for the chunk onto RUA.
RUA.
They have 3.
Oh, the gate's gone down. Oh, the flash counter-strike. He's stunned. He doesn't know where to go. He doesn't know what to do. He's going to fall victim to this one. Tried to flash and hit rest to the head, but it did not matter. Dead before the animation went out.
Yeah, that was extremely close. You know, Rest almost traded over, but RUA perhaps not expecting the fact that Jimian can be there as well. And this kind of all comes back to the fact that Minji lost pressure over mid initially from that gank and hasn't managed to recover it since. And big win for CFO. Let's take a look at the replay here. I think if you're RUA, you're probably expecting Gemini to be at least somewhere in the area. But the fact that Jimian is here as well just kind of adds the damage that's needed, right? At the very end of this. Rest so low. Also gets the first blood, which has to feel bad for RUA.
Oh, absolutely. Rubbing salt into the wounds, but such a great opportunity for Jimian to not only unlock the lane, but just to roam with his jungler, pair up and do what we've seen already a few times tonight, right? Where the mid jungle show just how influential that role is as a partnership. And if they have a chance to sync up their same ideas, then they can just make sure that all their lanes are winning.
Yeah, and it looks like J-Team here, they're going to pull the Dragon out. And it looks like it's actually going to be picked up. I think CFO, although Gemini, I think he's going to go over the wall and try and contest it.
Yeah, he's looking for it. So can they play the game of chicken? Who goes for the smite first? Oh, he's locked in place by a beautiful tether. And How says, nah, not going to be the case. And that first Dragon does go the way of J-Team.
Yes, that's pretty nice. I feel like J-Team, you are obviously expecting to pick up first drag given your mid and bot matchups, but also managing to avoid any kind of skirmish for it is pretty nice. Really don't want to have this stars involved too early, and RUA actually in a lot of trouble. Is probably going to be forced to leave this tower, and without TP is going to miss a huge wave.
Yeah, it just goes from bad to worse, doesn't it? Not only is the CS going to go down, but the experience loss as well. And a Jax ahead is just terrifying. I mean, look how much he's going to get here. Yes, he's down 13 CS at the moment. All these minions are denied. Another wave's going to crash. He's going to pick up that all for free. 2 plates to his name as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see if he's one of the most fed in the game.
And Minji continues to kind of poke this lane down, but doesn't really have the lead you would expect in this matchup. One thing that's different about 13.3 is that Grievous Wounds going up to 40% can be a pretty good buy very early into the game against Stylus. But unable to get it on the first base does make it a little difficult. I think it's underrated as well, just how much of the regen is cut from the second wind and the Doran Shield with that healing reduction.
Feels weird though with the healing reduction, right? It got nerfed to become weaker, then they said, actually, you know what? Let's just make it stronger again.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they did that. A little bit of indecision perhaps from Riot Games, but it happens. And I think that healing, I mean, it's a tough thing to balance, right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, it's really tough because it feels so oppressive when ahead and honestly kind of useless when behind.
I'm a believer in active mitigation. Like, you know, you build up shields because, you know, there's a bit of skill involved in making sure that that shield is active for when you need it, as opposed to just blanketly having, you know, 40 lifesteal or, you know, a permanent 500 shield.
Yeah, there aren't too many champs in the game like that, right? Maybe something like Asante where he, you know, becomes immune to CC for a bit, gets that shield. But we're getting off topic. Herald is in 5 seconds here, and Minji has a lot of control over mid currently, although Jimian probably will have the TP by the time J-Team actually look to start this up. Now, Gemini is actually kind of looking for it. He does have a much stronger top laner at this point, but I think given the mid state, you can't really, he's kind of hovering near mid, sort of wants to fix this, but I think they just have to wait until Jimian has the TP. Well, we see Slater actually moving up. Yeah. So definitely want this Herald.
They really do, and as you say, Jimian's TP is about 10 seconds away, so having utilized every single bit of his HP bar to try and hold that wave away from the Azir, he's going to say, back to base side go. Slay True is here. Let's back this one up. Plant down as much vision as possible. Keep tabs on Vi, who's actually gone a bit of a magical journey. Gone down to the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, okay, so Jimmy and TP's back. They managed to pick up this Herald. There is a trade on the bot side. They are denying Shun some gold in the tower, which definitely feels good. Yeah, denying a lot of gold actually and getting the plates. So the question we always have is, how is this Herald going to get used? I think this game there's a very clear top lane win condition. The turret's already been, damaged. RUA does not yet have the flash, although it's very close. Can they make this play happen?
And Jimmy's on the way right now. Min's on his way also, and we're seeing Lalva reset from base all the way, say, top side. They need to try and do anything they can to protect him. RUA is just going to fall on down rest, tanks up the turret, and does not care. Jimmy pops his head in for a cheeky turret play. How do you do? The tower will survive. The ult's been hijacked, but the damage is already done.
Yeah, CFO kind of putting on an early game clinic around this top side. They've gotten their Herald, they've gotten so much damage onto that tower, and now Rest has to be feeling very good about the situation he's in. I feel like Jax went ahead, very, very scary champion, and also hard to deal with for a poke composition when you just can't really touch the Jax.
Oh, but it's the hijacked ult coming in straight away as Minji just going to scoop him right back to that tower, saying, I'm not interested whatsoever. I've just got so much gold free farming whilst you're away.
And Jax actually finishes the Mythic at only 10 minutes into the game, so Rest, he has to feel amazing about the position he's in. Can perhaps even look to break that top tower on his own, given how far ahead he is. Now, next Dragon here. In 26 seconds, J-Team, I think stacking up drags is a pretty important win condition for you here. It definitely makes it a lot easier to play your poke comp later on if you have the just added stats from the drag.
Bit of a different build as well, right? From the Jax, I swear 99% of the games we've seen a Divine Sunder. Instead, opts for the Iceborne Gauntlet. Just wants to be a little bit more of a menace, lock you down, I'd imagine. A tank here at the same time.
Yeah, we even had one AP Jax. Actually, we had a Rod of Ages Jax once.
Oh, that's spicy.
I have not seen it since.
Exploring the tech in a game.
Yeah. Okay, the Dragon is up. CFO, they have the strongest skirmish. I think they should be able to pick this up. At the same time, though, J-Team, they kind of want these Dragons for that win condition later on, and top lane is really going to be feeling the pain here, especially if there's no trade and J-Team actually just decide to fight. There's no pressure alleviated on the top side. I mean, J-Team, the way they're positioning kind of suggests they want to contest if they haven't committed to a trade by now. At the same time, though, it seems difficult. They're going to enter the river from bot side.
And surely RUA is coming to his team right now. This Jax is on the way. Do not engage unless you really want to make sure this is a winning fight. They're going to try and bully their way in from the bottom side of that river. They're looking for it. The arrow goes out. That's the target you want. It's on to Bruce. The hijacked ult is a chain of corruptions that Jimin's going to flash forward to do. He hits the chain. He gets the kill. And, wow, Gemini says, thank you very much. A dragon and a kill. I love my life.
Yeah, nice combo coming out of Jimmy in there to get the dragon and the kill, and nothing is traded on the other side of the map, although maybe a plate that went on to RUA. But yeah, I think it's really bold of J-Team to contest CFO in these early skirmishes, especially because the poke damage didn't really land beforehand, right? I think the Varus arrow went right. Let's take a look at it. I think, yeah, once you miss this, it feels like the health bars just aren't low enough. And getting engaged on like this, forced to flash early is Bruce. Then Jimmy and just, nice R flash at the end. Does take him out.
Easy as that, isn't it? Really, a bit of a punish. You miss a cooldown, and at this level, that will not be allowed for free, to say the least. So you find yourself a very fair Wukong at this point of the game. The only one in the game with a bounty at that. Jimin can return back to mid lane, where he's copped a lot of punishment. Right, certainly getting outranged, but it's not to say that he's anywhere near behind.
Yeah, I think this is one of those matchups where you can't just spend most of it on low HP, but with the second win, the Doran Shield and the Catalyst, you can pretty much always stay high enough health for not, never to really die. Enzo is actually forced to flash, so aggressive Ashe ult. And will we actually see Ashe pick up a win? No, she hasn't got the best win rate right now. But perhaps this is the one. And actually, something I didn't even notice, no cleanses from the side of J-Team. Normally you see at least on the ADC, but opted for the TP for the stronger laning phase, and it's kind of punished him, right? Like in that last fight, did not have the cleanse for the Varus ult.
Well, that really begs the question as to what Enhao's itemization could be. Perhaps he's rushing the Crucible, try and get himself a cleanse as quickly as can, but it does seem interesting, huh?
Yeah, maybe it will be the first item, Mikkel. Could be possible. I feel like it's hard though, because doesn't Ashe ult have a shorter cooldown?
It does, yeah.
I mean, it's the same with cleanse, to be fair, but it is really unfair, I feel like. But yeah, not too much happening for now. I think rest pretty soon, probably after these plates drop is going to be able to pick up that first tower top. I think Gemini might just walk up there to ensure that that goes down in the near future. Actually, it looks like RUA is going to be forced to base. Rest, I think, can pick it up on this wave. Very low on mana.
Les, RUA stays around, and Rest looks to try and punish him for that fact. Ult active. Damage is there. He really wants it. Gonna go for the flash leap. Wasn't enough. The true damage to try and get that kill. It'll have to suffice for picking up the turret instead, and that is the first one falling down in the top side.
Yeah, and all that gold given over to Rest has to feel good. A lot of the time you see that first tower taken and it's kind of shared between 2 or 3 members. But here, Rest, just a beneficiary of everything right now, is extremely strong. Now next drag, in 2 more minutes, CFO find themselves with a slight gold lead, but Herald now in just 5 more seconds. And I think CFO, they can continue to skirmish. And J-Team, they finally got the mythic completed on Minji's Azir. So will it be enough to swing this fight in their favor? I'm honestly not sure. I think you really have to land poke before this fight starts.
It's a battle of the Azirs. Jimmy's been spotted, jumps in, Assault and Battery, can you ult? No, because your chain CC'd! He didn't get to use it. There is the scoop. 3 members knocked back. And Lava's now taking a 1v1 into support. Ash, you hate to see it. Shun says, get off my support. Mid lane Rest in trouble. He's so strong, leaps away and barely survives. Would have been body blocked by the minions, but very close.
Yeah, and really nice from Lava there. I think he blind queued that bush and found Jimmy and did not hesitate on the follow-up. Immediately ulted him and took him down, and that looks like it'll be the tier 1 mid and potentially the Herald picked up. So big win there for J-Team. Ooh, they actually maybe don't have the tempo to go Herald. Yeah, so actually just going to base, reset, make sure they can contest this dragon. Going to judge it to be more important, which it probably is at this point in the game now. Now, interestingly, I don't... Okay, let's take a look at the replay. So yeah, there was no vision of this, although I guess he might have... No, I don't think he spotted him on Sweeper in time. And then yeah, as soon as he found Jimmy, and did not hesitate with the follow-up, and he just instantly goes down, and your Silas, you know, such a strong skirmishing champion, dying without being able to deal any damage at all feels pretty bad. And also a very nice Azir ult there from Minji. Really limits Rest options in the fight. Dragon here in 20 more seconds. J-Team, it looks like they're the ones with the pressure. They have a lot of control here. They're pushing out the mid and bot waves. TFO perhaps looking to give this one up. Actually, yeah, just moving straight towards the Herald. So willing to give up this second drag in order to get Herald and potentially the mid tower off of it. I am kind of surprised they choose to give it up though. I feel like their skirmishing right now is so strong. But they just feel like they can't regain the control in time against such a strong poke composition.
Yeah, possibly. Feeling a little bit weak, a little bit disheartened after that previous skirmish. Perhaps a big part of that is the fact that they need the flash engage and the likes of Wukong as well as Jax, and with Rest and Gemini not having that available anymore since that. Don't want to give that one up for chance. Instead, might just try to snipe a kill. I mean, it's just relentless onto RUA, right? Those Enchanted Crystal arrows, time and time again, on cooldown. Always hunting for a target.
Yeah, I feel like they just find so much value for so little committal. Which does feel really good. The second drag is picked up by J-Team, so it's a nice win condition for them to have. Definitely always good to have in the back pocket. And actually, it is the Ocean Drake. Shen is engaged on.
Yeah, Shen has been engaged on. You can spell shield, but look at that. I mean, so many spells coming his way. It is the lonely life of an AD carry. I mean, you can burn flash, you can spell shield, you can ult, you can do everything you can to run away in the mid lane, but with 3 hungry hyenas chasing you down, it's just, it's inevitable.
Yeah, even had to burn flash, like you said, and still died, so not the best, and actually a very good pickup for J-Team. I feel like the Sivir so far hasn't really found its mark. Kind of just doesn't really fit in a whole lot, at least yet. Although the Sivir ult, you know, later on for the 3 melee carries does feel kind of nice. Now, the J-Team, they've kind of closed the gold to within touching distance, and they have like a very strong poke composition here, as well as the ability to keep stacking up these dragons. And the fact that it's Ocean Dragon as well, if they can secure it, definitely would be good. In fact, Ocean Dragon very good for both teams here. Especially up against poke comp as well. Jimin continues to farm on the side. And I think we'll probably not see too much happen here for a while. Although both ADCs have no flash, so potential for dying on the mid wave is very high. And there's lots of pings going down on mid right now. So we might see some sort of contest.
Yeah, look and see what I can find. Gemini finding himself a nice little angle. Undetected on the side. Arrow goes out. That's what they need. Oh my god, Jimmy just waiting. Served on a silver platter. Please take that kill. Teva unfortunately ruins his dreams. Wouldn't have had enough left in the tank to find it, but they're just finding kills anywhere they go. Gemini behind enemy lines finally is rewarded and just solos out RUA.
Yeah, that's big. They get the solo kill on the RUA. They break that bot tier 1, and they also get Enzo's flash. I'm not even sure if Enzo was the target of that Ashe ult, but he did end up being the one hit by it. And yeah, big wins for CFO there across the board.
And quietly, I'm actually really enjoying this build out of rest, right? Starts with the Iceborne Gauntlet, now building into the Frozen Shroud too. I mean, it's just basically, I will not take any auto attack damage at all, and you won't be able to do any.
Yeah, he is going to be extremely hard to kill. It's really going to be up to Minji's Azir to deal with him. And a lot of the time, you know, just Jax with the CC brings can kind of avoid taking that. So RUA, he tries to rotate to mid from bot. You know, he couldn't really do anything bot, but just runs into Gemini and perhaps doesn't respect him enough. Yeah, just gets solo killed.
I think it's just that slight hesitation when you saw Gemini pop out of the bush.
Yeah.
That's what's ultimately caught him out there.
I think Wukong is a very difficult champ for Jace. We used to see a lot of Wukong top picked into Jace, and it was very, very, very hard to deal with. So kind of a known counter, and you can see there that just with all the armor that Wukong has, it's so difficult for Jace to deal any damage back to him. Now Dragon is kind of creeping up on us here. 1 minute and 45 seconds remain. I think both teams really want to contest this. You know, J team want to keep stacking it. CFO don't want to give over that drag win condition at all. And it looks like they will continue to push mid. J team though, they are kind of all-inning on mid wave right now. Both these side lanes are losing. So they're going to have to answer those eventually, and that could mean they end up giving up some control.
Yeah, it's all about trying to find where that control can be. And I was just double checking in terms of the cooldown, right, for that Mikhail's. Been such a long time, but it was in fact rushed. 120-second cooldown, right? So it's pretty rough in comparison to, you know, an Ashe ult when you are looking at itemized towards cooldown reduction. Maybe not anywhere near as annoying as a fully fledged build, but it can certainly be enough to try and cause havoc like this. As Sivir once again is the focus. Oh, cop an arrow to the head. It's not to your knee, but your knees have been broken as Shun is able to fall on down. Bruce also out of the equation, so 80 carries will play no part in this fight. It's all about bruises, it's all about the mages, and quite honestly, it just seems to be all about running away.
Yeah, Shun, so no flash on the mid wave, does just get flash ulted from Lava. Not much you can do there other than respect a bit more when your team's further away. I'm kind of curious how Bruce died, because I feel like Bruce has so much range and had the flash. So I'm not sure how he ended up close enough for it to actually be a factor, but both ADCs dead. And Bruce has a TP, so can perhaps get here in time for this Dragon a little bit earlier. And I think overall that might actually be a win there for J-Team. Bruce is going to TP back. They can, yeah, so he's TPing mid. They can start this Dragon nice and early. I think CFO, are they going to be in time to contest it? It looks like they will, but the rest of the members kind of lagging behind. I think if J-Team just burst it down, they probably get it. He's trying his best to get into the fight.
Yeah, he's got a blast cone to jump himself in. I think it just expired, so I don't know that Gemini is here. He can obviously clone back over the wall. But no, the Dragon is going to reset, and JT realizes that something must be a little bit wrong here. Love is going to go for a face check, finds himself a Wukong. The fight breaks out. Jimmy jumps in, gets shoved to the wall, tries to use his own again. That's the second time the hijack finds zero value. Rest also is just soloing out Bruce. The Teva doesn't matter. Enzo's pleading with him, but it's a triple kill here for Minji. The AP carry is starting to find effect. The Leandries is putting in work, and it's about Rest doing whatever he can. The Counter-Strike runs out. Slay True is running down a jungle of Vi. Look at the Ashe go, and the Dragon is still waiting.
Yeah, so it ends up being a, 3 for 2? Definitely wouldn't say it was a clean 3 for 2. The health bars were extremely low, and in fact, no one is healthy enough to end up doing this drag. But I think what's really important here is Minji actually picked up a triple kill in that team fight. So Azir definitely starting to snowball out of control here. And let's take a look at this again. So Gemini, he had a great flank position, but eventually was spotted out. And I'm not sure what happened to Jimmy in this fight. I think it should have probably had more impact. Yeah, it looks like he just died so early on in this fight. And Jimmy and Silas over and over has kind of failed to hit the mark. And then Minji just with so much consistent damage off the back end with the Conqueror, as well as 2 items at this point, is able to clean everyone up pretty much.
Yeah. It's worked wonders for his KDA as we go right back into the mix of things and rest. You're not running away. If it wasn't the Karma, it was going to be the Vi. That's a massive shutdown at this point of the game because 24 minutes, we now turn our attention towards the Baron.
Yeah, and I think J-Team have been down in gold for the, I don't know, past 10 minutes, but I feel like they keep winning fights. And now they're starting up the Baron, and I think if you're CFO, you have to contest this, but you're missing a few key ultimates. The Mikhails comes through. It's getting very, very low. Can Gemini steal it?
Gemini hunting, burns his clones first of all, jumps in, tries it, it got to 800, it wasn't to be enough. Oh, it was close, Malava just a little bit too good with that smite button, and well, they tried to sneak something away there, CFO. It just was going to be denied.
Yeah, and CFO now, they're going to have a really tough time playing up against this Baron. They can take away the Dragon, which is a bit of a consolation prize. But J-Team, it feels like they're going to be able to be so aggressive. I think when a when a poke composition gets Baron, they're so hard to deal with, right? They just keep poking you under the tower. It's very difficult for you to actually find and engage. They still have to play it quite carefully, though. If the engage comes through, I feel like J-Team can still lose the fight. But let's take a look at how Rest got caught in the mid-wave. I think it was just trying to contest with too many members far away. Okay, actually, was doing more than contesting. Was going for a bit of poke damage onto Bruce. And it's such a I feel like it's such a small mistake, but it has such a huge, detriment to their game.
He just sent it.
Yeah.
Right? He just really went in and got mind controlled by the illustrious target of an AD carry that needs to fall on down. Enzo dead and gone. No chance to survive that one. In we jump again. There's the shot glass. There's the target. Jimian skirting the line between Def and Delete. Shun runs in on the hunt. They're going. They're hunting for kills. They're finding kills. Shun needed that one. He needed it big. Bruce is dead, but gets answered back by Minji. Standing and delivering with these Sand Soldiers. But I tell you what, we don't understand what is going on. They're winning fights. They're losing fights. Now CFO get an ace.
Yes, I think there we really saw that CFO, if they get their actual team fight before poker's dealt, it's really good for them. And I think fighting in that kind of area of the jungle where there's not really, places for Azir and Varus to use their range, it ends up going quite good for them. What I'm curious about is how J-Team actually ended up in that position, because I feel like if you just play in the lanes as opposed to in the jungle, you shouldn't be able to, really get engaged on. But ultimately, actual disaster there. So let's see, I guess J-Team, they're trying to regain the control, and Enzo just gets flanked by Rest so early on and goes down pretty much for free. And then J-Team, they could just back away, but they try and take a little bit more. And it spells disaster for them. There's just no way for Bruce and Minji to maneuver in this fight. They just end up pretty much in the front line.
Yeah, it's really rough for Bruce as well. He's basically missed every single skill shot in that fight. Ultimately, not enough lockdown, not enough control.
Oh. Well, that's anticlimactic. But I think looking at the gold, I mean, it is still relatively even, but I think CFO, they were expecting to lose a lot when J-Team picked up that Baron, right? And the fact that Baron just gets completely disarmed here, all 5 members, Baron is now gone. So, yeah, I mean, CFO, they're one of those teams that even when behind, they're not out.
Never say die attitude, which I think is a testament as to what can make you a reigning champion as they are. So, it's a situation which you find yourself in and you're thinking, well, you're looking to try and fire on all cylinders. Jimian was obviously very influential in the mid lane as the Silas, looking to try and help his side lanes. When it's come to team fights, though, he's definitely been targeted. Very hard for him to ever actually influence it with either an ultimate of his own or any kind of just followed up trades. But elsewhere, you're saying, well, when is this Sivir going to start to kick into that next skin? I've already Quick Blades is there. You got the 2-item spike. You're starting to think maybe now you're cresting over to when the Sivir show starts to begin. Obviously, Jax has gone for this. Basically, you can't be an AD build. So he just gets mind controlled by any target that's looking good. So it's a weird set of circumstances. But the fact that you can take a Baron, be down 5k gold for the majority of the game, get the Baron, bring it back, and then just lose the fight with that buff, with a full ace. I mean, narrative's just gone out the window.
Yeah, it's a wild state of affairs, but we're back into the game, and I think you're right. We're kind of expecting the Sivir to do something at some point, but so far it's really just kind of felt like it's just there. Really an afterthought, and that's not what you expect from Shun. Normally this is the kind of guy that is really taking over games from level 1. J-Team, they're grouping up. They're going to try use their poke. What a poke comp it is. Now, I think it's really important of J-Team that you don't give CFO this Ocean Soul. If you play poke into Ocean Soul, you're in big trouble. It'll be very difficult to deal with once it gets to that stage, but it's still pretty far away. And Rest. Now, there's a lot of pings on mid-wave. Feels like they might be ready to engage on a Shun again, although it does have the flash this time.
Rest might look to try and entertain an idea up into RUA, who's now 0-5, but still very keen to group up the team and help out in whatever kind of fashion is possible. But a 1v1 can certainly not handle this level 16 now, Jax, as we hit the 28-minute mark. Fairly even from a standpoint of contesting these turrets, but Rest is the focus. 3 members come in, they scoop, they slash, they knock him down, but he's still alive! He flashes away to safety! He's doing whatever he can. He's got the force of nature. He's received an arrow from his teammate to try and prevent, but just too nimble.
Yeah, Rest is so tanky, and with all the jumps as well. I mean, does have to burn the flash, but gets out of there, and it's actually pretty good for CFO. Managed to trade a tower on the other side of the map. So Rest, I actually think the build is really paying dividends at this point.
You must be so stoked, though, to see that many members come towards your side of the map, and you're just telling your team, I'm fine. Just, siege. Yeah. It's free.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's one of those times as well where teams can kind of overreact, be like, okay, Rest's in trouble, we need to move members down to him. But wisely, CFO just continue to push, pick up that top tower's result.
And look at that one blip on the radar, right? The one moment when JT were ahead, they win back-to-back fights, pick up a Baron, and instantly CFO were like, nah, it's not part of the script.
Yeah, there was that one kind of moment where J-Team felt like, okay, now we were finally in control and could push our lead, but gave it straight back. I think J-Team, they're still very competitive in this game, though. It's still a very close game overall.
Oh, they're keen on the hunt's being pushed. That's a lot of movement speed. Oh, the tight corridor. Jax can win it all. Rest is going for it. The chain of corruption is spreading around. That's a hijacked one. That's a blast cone, but you're not running away from this Silas. He heard me getting angry about his team fight influence, but this time he can play the game shock. He's found a double. Are you away? Well, he's dead again. If he had a few items, a few kills, a few moments to shine, maybe he clutches it there. But this is looking like CFO stamping their way into the late game.
It does. And Jimmy, I mean, he's had a lackluster game so far, but comes up big when it matters. Just absolutely dominated that fight. Would love to see the damage graphs because I think he put out so much. And I think J-Team, once again, they're caught in the corridor where they don't want to be. And CFO, they are going to pick up this win over J-Team. Pretty important win for them.
It certainly is.
Yeah, J-Team, they're not quite in their upper echelon of teams. Come on, guys, hit the Nexus. It does go down. That is game 4, picked up by CFO.
It is indeed. Yep, they tried to fight for a tied second place between both teams, but it wasn't going to be the case. CFO were still hot and keen and ready to retake that, freeway tie in first position, and that's exactly what they got. They didn't fall victim to adversity. Losing a few fights, they kept their nerve. They knew their strengths. They knew what they needed to achieve and said, if we, find a moment to strike in a different fashion, that's all it really requires.
Yeah, 100%. I think, yeah, I mean, what a turnaround, right? Because there was just so much action in that mid game. I wasn't really sure which team was actually going to end up coming out on top. But CFO, they're a hard team to bet against, and yeah, ultimately they clean it up.
They certainly did. And a game that I'm sure feels really good for them. We coined it, or I said, before, maybe it could be a bit of angry gaming. I'm not sure if it was necessarily, but it certainly was a case of them showcasing why they are the reigning champions, why they are one of the big dogs in this league to look at, and that, I feel like a different team can certainly falter to a situation where you are behind, where you are stomping your lead in the top lane and thinking, how are we losing this game though, right? The fact that they can come back in that, 25-minute skirmish and wipe a team with Baron, I mean,
yeah,
doesn't get better than that.
I think it was like a 5-for-1 as well. It wasn't a close team fight at all.
5 for Shun.
Yeah. It'll be really interesting, I think, here to see the damage grasp, because I feel like a lot of those fights, the damage almost felt kind of invisible. Was it just Shun dealing a ton of damage with the Ricochet? Was it Jimmy was actually finding more impact than we thought? Or is the full tank Jax the one actually dealing the most damage? So I'm kind of curious to see what it is. But the fact that we have questions about who's dealing the damage means, CFO, they are a team that has threats, like in every role, right? Across the board, they're very solid. And their members always kind of, you can rely on them, right? Like there's always, if one person's not having the best game, like maybe Shun, it wasn't as impactful as he normally is, it's fine because Rest has got your back there.
There's somebody else to pick up the torch, right? You're not like that one team army where it's like, you need to focus him, you need to ban him, you need to remove him from the game. No, it wasn't the case. Everybody else was able to rise to the occasion and make sure that they could bring that one across the finishing line. And it really, I suppose, begs an interesting question then, because we've had a few good guesses tonight about the MVP. Struggling for this one, because maybe you make a case for Rest in the top lane for just how hard he made RUA's life. But you could start to say, well, you know, Gemini was a bit of an influence in terms of his engages, or perhaps, you know, the bot lane found their moments with some cute arrows from Slay True.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to choose one MVP for this game. I think my prediction will be Rest. I think he got, like, again, the big top lead, managed to get out in some of those 1v3s.
Yep.
But at the same time, he was also the man that was caught on the mid wave that led to JT picking up the Baron, right? So no member is free of fault here. No. But they also all played quite well, right? You know, they had their moments of good and bad, but yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not as confident in the Rest prediction now when I thought about the Baron thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of those things. I think I feel like it will be Rest, just based on, yeah, once again, just how much he accomplished. Sometimes you had to get caught on mid-wave. You see an attractive AD carry and you think, that's my target, 1v5. It 100%. Does not matter.
It is good for the damage stats.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, and that's what we want to look at, right? Where was that damage coming from? I mean, the Navori Quick Blades were there to make sure to do a lot of damage. But let's look at the highlights, because there were a lot of them. This is when J-Team had the Baron. They took a fight. They wanted to try and push their lead, but they just couldn't find it.
Yeah, overextended just too far and end up fighting in a situation where both your carries just can't really deal, and everyone on top of each other allows CFO's AoE just to get so much value. And I think J-Team, with a bit more discipline, probably should have ended up winning this game. And take a look at the damage. Looks like CFO across the board didn't actually do a whole lot of damage, but it's mainly because I think J-Team, you know, they're playing a poke comp. They're going to keep people at range. And actually, Minji, I mean, he put up a lot.
I feel like Minji had the tools to try and 1v9 that game. I mean, as soon as he went into that dragon fight and scooped up a triple kill, suddenly the KDA was looking really good. I think it went to like 4-0-4 at that one point, and you're thinking, okay, this is a 1v9 angle, but ultimately the damage looks good in isolation, but the gold graph tells a very different picture. There was that one moment, 2 fights lost into a Baron, a complete ace, and then the gold just skyrocketed right back up. There he is on your screen. It is Rest with the tank Jax, with the pure lockdown, with the anti-AD build. He finishes with a 5-1-7 KDA with a massive gold lead over his counterpart in the Jace. And a 75% KP. It just felt like he was everywhere, always.
Yeah, 75% KP as a top laner, I think, is pretty good. And as well, you know, thinking back to the build, I think it was actually really smart, right? Like, you saw those times where they'd go and try and pick him, but they can't because he's too tanky. And I think with Varus going poke, as well as the Azir kind of just like having to do so much in the fight, it meant that Rest was virtually unkillable and could just buy so much time for his team. So yes, smart itemization out of Rest and played really well. Deserves MVP.
I think he does. I think he does. And I think it begs the question now, because we are once again in a tight situation with 3 teams in first position. We've seen them all stamp their authority on why they deserve to be in that spot. But it's a hard question. I'm not going to put you on the spot right now and ask you who you think the best team in the region is, but it feels like you're starting to see reasons and different play styles as to what could be the ultimate top 6 and the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I think we're getting a pretty clear image, I think, of our top 6, but I think you're right that the kind of placings within that top 6 is still kind of up for grabs. I think, you know, I'll put a little bit of recency bias, put myself on the spot. I feel like PSG Talon, at least this week, look like they're very, very strong.
New jungler, new look.
Yeah, they're doing very well, and I think that CFO, you know, they ended up winning this game, but admittedly, there were like moments where J-Team could have won, right? So it's not that they were so clean like I feel like PSG's games have been. But yeah, you're right, they still managed to stay, you know, tied first place.
They certainly did. Well, we've still got one more game left for you to watch here on day 2 of week 3 of the PCS, and right after the break, it's Duish Team up against Sem9.
Now this time is through. All I asked from you is time together. All you gave is what's it gonna be? Now I'm ready for the storm. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm ready for the storm. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm ready for the storm. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm ready for the storm. Don't set me free.
You're gonna sell all that you had before you. And you don't need a bell when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. It's like I always find I feel like I'm in a dream. You feel the rages burning up inside. It's contagious. Begin to recognize. I know you're jaded, but get up and revive. Intoxicated, get ahead of time. Inebriated, it's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I always find I feel like I'm in a dream. Is
looking out across the sea, reaching for the surface. And when I let it go, you bring it back to me.
Hello everyone and welcome back to week 3, day 2 of the PCS. We're at our 5th game here, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. Our 5th game, Hell Pigs up against S9W. Skimmy, you have any thoughts, feelings, concerns?
Yeah, really good team. Certainly not Dewish team. They are Sim9 and Hell Pigs. So I'm excited that I tried to do the outro on my first time here, but it failed miserably. So, it's a rite of passage, I think. Everyone has to try and do it, but it's happened. In terms of this game, I'm actually quite excited. I think from what I've seen of Sim9, despite their 1-6 record, they play a lot of really cool stuff. I look at their support player, for instance. Not a boring enchanter player. We'll bust up the set. We'll play the Renata. We'll say, hey, a cheeky fresh, maybe even a Jin as well. And I love that creativity. Now, obviously results, it's a result-driven industry. You need to try and get wins, especially to try and get into top 6. But if you can do so in a fashion like this, where you're having fun and maybe upsetting some teams, then why not?
Yeah, I think you're right that S9, they're falling away from that playoffs cutoff, but it doesn't mean that they can't deal some damage. And I think that, the win they've picked up yesterday, it's definitely kind of emboldened them, I would think, and it kind of gives them something to play towards. Because I feel like when you're losing every single game, it's hard to find something that works, right? Because it's like, okay, we try that doesn't work, and you keep on going. But I think once you get a win, one kind of data point on the board, that's something you can kind of latch onto and try and build more off of that.
Yeah, I mean, especially after their win yesterday, right? Their very first win up against BYG of all teams. I think that's a great momentum boost. It's a great way to feel good about yourself. Certainly when you have a composition utilizing a Fiora, first of all, in the top lane, which requires a degree of skill. You're not going to lie, right? Like, you need to play around the Fiora to make them either split push or, cause chaos on the map. And, you got a Callista set as your bot lane pairing. I mean, I'm just thrown all the way back to, 2020, 2021?
Yeah.
Back when we had set supports.
Yeah, it was pretty exciting. I mean, set support isn't something we've seen in a very long time. I think you're right. 2020 was kind of the era of the Nimbus Cloak phase rush set support that was the terror of bot lanes all over the world.
Even mid lane at one point too.
Yeah, you're right. I actually forgot about that as well. It's just trauma for me. Yeah. But I think we will take a look at the Hellpigs roster here, which are Taco and Taco in the top jungle, Hong2, Tide, and ICH. Now, Hellpigs, they also are no strangers to weird stuff. I don't think they're quite as crazy as some of the other teams, but I think ICH played the Heimerdinger a couple times. I think this team also, Taco top played the Darius, and Taco jungle played the Gragas.
That's one of the biggest things that I took away from this roster when I was looking at them, is that they have an absurdly high ban rate on this Darius. It's a pocket pick, and it seems to work. Like, if you let it through, they will abuse it. So I think it's always cool when a team can, you know, really project their personality in the Rift and not get so consumed by the meta unless absolutely necessary.
Yeah, and I think having the pocket Darius is nice, right? Whenever you have a pocket that does just consistently draw bans, it's just one more thing that kind of hamstrings the enemy draft. And Hellpigs, they have been, you know, I think they're sitting at a 3-4 record so far, but they've taken out some pretty solid teams. Like, I think they defeated Frank Esports. I think they also took down Deep Cross Gaming. So this is not, you know, I wouldn't say it's a team that can't win games. It's just they really struggle to just like cement themselves, right? Like, they have a lot of wins against good teams. They have a lot of random losses against bad teams. But here we have S9W's roster: Relhia, Fear, Calumnia, YJY, and Kerez. So this team also has really struggled to find success, but now that they've found something, I'm hoping they can build off of it.
Yeah, really curious to see what the direction is going forward, if they just continue to stick with this methodology of, you know, either comfort picks or things that have worked for them on their grind to get to become a pro player, or if they do start to say, all right, you know, there's a meta for a reason, we need to lock in XYZ champ. Because, I mean, you're looking at picks like the Aurelia being flexed, you've got a Zac in the mid lane as well, which I mentioned earlier today that I feel will be quite exciting. But a mid lane matchup is always going to be one where you want to try and find it, right? We've seen so many phenomenal mid lanes, you know, play already here today. KDA-wise, not the most attractive, and you do see that the death percentage is fairly high, but they do a ton of damage is the main takeaway that I'm seeing here. So expect to see big things. The one thing I will say for Hong2 is that he loves, absolutely adores even, the scaling mages. If he's playing anything but a scaling mage, maybe something's gone wrong in draft. Whereas Calumni, it's just like, well, I'll just play whatever you need. You know, I'll just ego them with an Aurelia mid, maybe a cheeky Jace here, maybe a Zac if I just need to flex my mind.
Yeah, Calumnia, I think, has been a really interesting part of this roster because a lot of the time he's getting the picks, but we've seen some really questionable stuff from him. There was one game where he was played Aurelia into Yo and he died solo before the minions spawned, I think it was. So, you know, I think this is maybe, it could be the stage nerves, it could be that, again, they're just trying to find something they've really practiced on. But I think they're getting close, right? Like, they've shown better and better games and they finally picked up a win. But here we are in the draft. And Aurelia banned away early. I think it's a flex for S9, so taking away makes sense. And also, you know, S9W, they really like their AD mids, so getting rid of some of these AP junglers with the Elise ban is good. It's matched by the Maokai, and the Jace comes out as well. A Sedge still on the table as kind of the next premier jungle, you feel like. All the bot lane combos remain available. Ashe is taken away. I feel like Ashe's win rate has improved today. Might have picked up 2 wins, I feel like. So slowly climbing.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? I mean, it's a champion that definitely needs a bit of respect. And, well, we are just going to be cycling through a few AD carries of old. Certainly ones that we've not seen in a hot minute, be it a Jinx or a Misfortune. But perhaps something's gone wrong during the draft. Maybe a wrong ban or maybe the wrong setup. We'll have to wait and see what that may be. But for the meantime, we can go back to deliberating as to what we might see. Because I'm saying, where is that Darius ban?
Oh, that's a good point. I think maybe they're not too worried about Darius on blue side. You know, it might be that they're just going to last pick top and they're not too worried about any sort of blind pick Darius coming through. So it could be that, but you're right. Like, yeah, getting through, there's always the potential for it. And knowing Taco, he might just blind it anyway.
Well, I mean, I feel like if you're good enough at the champion, you'll play into anything, right? And you just have that really annoying situation where they're just top lane cheesing you in their very first bush, waiting for you to step up to a wave, and it's just absolutely impossible. And I feel like, I mean, even globally, you see certain players become really good at a certain champion. Like, you know, you have a Blitzcrank one trick or a Garen one trick. I think that's been infiltrating some of the games over in North America, right? And you just think, you know, if you're good enough at a champion, drop the ego. You just need to ban it.
Yeah, it always puzzles me when people don't ban out, you know, people that are kind of known for one champion. Like, obviously, there's ways to draft around that, but I feel like a lot of the time, they're just like, okay, we won't even try draft around it. We'll just let it through and see what happens. And, you know, they find out is basically what happens.
And that's it, right? And you're so obsessed, I suppose, with the idea that we have to ban Elise, Maokai, Lucian, whatever it may be. But if this person is just that good at a champion, save yourself the headache. Save yourself your team's mental more than anything by just banning it away and making the game a lot more simple for you. So it'd be interesting to see if that was the case, if just a rogue ban went the wrong way and that's what we're looking to try and remake the draft on. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it could be they forgot to ban Darius, and that's why the lobby's been dropped. Absolutely unplayable with that champion still on the table. But I mean, it is best of ones, right? So there's still room for experimentation before playoffs and stuff like that. Maybe you're trying to figure out, will he actually blind Darius on blue side?
Yeah.
I'm guessing probably not. But, you know, it's a question that you kind of maybe want answered just for a bit of extra knowledge for playoffs.
What I will say though, Shock, which is incredible in terms of where the standings are and just how evenly matched it feels like teams are here in the PCS. 3 teams tied in first. If Hellpigs were to win today's game, that would mean we have 5 teams tied in 4th.
Ooh,
which
okay.
just feels a little bit crazy. I mean, at that point, you're starting to say, okay, well, head-to-head's not really a factor anytime soon because you've still got that second round robin to look forward to starting next weekend. But it definitely puts the pressure on a lot of these teams to make sure that if the form, the momentum, any of those kind of buzzwords aren't here now, they need to be found in those next few.
Yeah, 100%. And we're back in the draft. Vi's been first picked. Probably will be answered by the Sejuani or the Wukong. I feel like the Sej is the better champ overall, though. Like we said, the tax you have to pay when versing Sejuani of taking cleanse, potentially building Merchants as well. Okay, they're saying they don't like my opinions. They lock in the Wukong.
You know what I miss? I miss Jarvan. I feel like if we are just continuing to ban a lot of these junglers, yeah, Jarvan needs to come back. Obviously, if there's a champion with mobility, then you're griefing yourself for sure, right? And obviously a Wukong or Sejuani is going to make sense. But we've seen so many of those bans come out, and it has at times felt a little bit predictable where you can just look at it and be like, they're going to handshake this, that's going to come out as a result. It usually comes to those last 2 picks where you start to see them showcase a little bit of flair. But I feel like these are the teams that have that flair from the very get-go.
Yeah, so it seems like Varus has really risen in priority in the PCS this week. They're a big fan of it. Actually taking it over stuff like the Lucian Nami and Zeri Lulu. Now, Kassadin is being hovered. I kind of doubt it would be picked this early. But who knows with Hong 2? He has played it before, and I believe it was blind pick last time before, and it is locked in. Now, Kassadin's interesting because Kassadin actually does work pretty well against heavy AD comms because you can go the Frozen Heart. The problem is really the early game is a bit scary when you're playing against AD champs, but like here, you know, they've shown a lot of AD on their team. You're maybe expecting an AP mid to come out anyway, so it's very bold by Hong 2 just to blind it, but hey, if he can and gets away with it, that's very, very Chad.
Well, it is very Chad, and I think it's just a vote of confidence that this is my champion pool, this is the style of champion I play, I am not phased whatsoever. Azaya comes out, which is really exciting. We've been seeing a lot of this played, I want to say in LEC especially, as a very defensive option to all the aggression of the Varuses, the Caitlyn's and so on. This is cool. This is actually a really nice adaptation to sort of soak up all that pressure and I guess more than anything, give Kassadin some time.
Yeah, but I think this is probably Triss mid, unless, you know, maybe it's Varus support, but Triss mid and the Kassadin is extremely good. You can just constantly push the wave. You can, you know, damage the tower a lot, and it's very difficult for Kassadin to really do much. I think it's going to be a lot on Taco in the jungle to kind of shut down Columbia. Now, Columbia has died to quite a few ganks, so, you know, it's going to have to be careful of that. But yeah, getting this Kassadin through the Kassadin-Tristana matchup is a pretty tall order. S9, they banned the Rakan, so respecting the Zara-Rakan combo. And Fiora is banned. We've seen that as the answer to Jax, so you know, potentially that's on the table.
Well, they had to ban away the Rakan. Lovers Duo will not be available in this game, but I think, as you say, exactly, the Tristana has to find value here. If it didn't find it in that Jace matchup and did like, what, 4k damage? Yeah. I guarantee it will do 4k in laning alone, you know, even before, you know, Kassadin gets to leave the lane with his ultimate online. So that one should be a little bit more safe. Fiora and Jax actually going to be removed away from Sen 9 as Nautilus is denied 2.
Fiora and Jax bans are interesting. I feel like it kind of suggests Cassante, but priority has dropped a lot on it this week. It'll be interesting to see what they choose to pick instead. Maybe it's Kassadin top. Who knows?
I imagine.
And it looks like will be the Varus Karma locked in. Now, Hellpigs, what do you pick with your Xayah here? Both Nautilus and Rakan banned away. Maybe just some setup with Leona or something, but Okay, actually, we'll go the Enchanter angle.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they do decide to go for an aggressive bot lane or if they tailor their draft more towards the team fights themselves, right? Obviously, you've got the Featherstorm to try and protect the Xayah in an individual 1v1, but maybe you want the Wild Growth to make sure that the Kassadin and Vi can stay in the fight. Seems to be the answer. Ultimately, what they've settled on. How do they round out this comp right now? Because ultimately, you've got a Vi and a Kassadin jumping on in, and if they don't one-shot you, they're a sitting duck.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because I feel like you don't want to play a carry top here. At least I wouldn't expect it. Just more along the tank lines, but I'm not sure what it's going to be.
Unless it's like a Gnar,
yeah, okay.
Or...
I kind of like the Scion. But it is sort of scary to blind. Relia, you know, he plays a lot of carry tops. Could we see something like a Camille come through here, maybe? Let's see. Or could even play an AP top, because there is a lot of AD. Yeah, okay, perhaps going towards the Gwen.
Yeah, Gwen, snip, true damage will certainly start to add up with the percentile shred more than anything, right? So, not going to be anywhere near as easy for Taco to find success there as that Scion. But, I mean, it's Scion, right? At the end of the day, you know, you're going to be a certain breed of player to be good at this champion, right?
That's right. Yeah.
you have to love playing tanks to play Scion.
Yeah, and I think Hellpigs, they've got a very greedy draft. If they can get away with this, their team fighting is monstrous. But S9, I think they really do have the tools to punish it, right? They've got extremely strong winning lanes pretty much across the board. So it's really going to be on Hellpigs to try and stabilize this early game. And I think Taco in the jungle, he's going to have a rough time, right? I think this might be jungling with 3 losing lanes, which is something they always seem to complain about. And for good reason, right? It's very difficult to play the game when all your lanes are shoved in, especially with the Kassadin. You know, there's literally no help coming from him and no priority whatsoever. So...
that may be the case of when you wish you were actually the Sejuani.
Yeah.
You're saying, I can kind of help. I actually do a little bit of damage myself, but as a Vi, you're kind of like, can I just get level 6 as quickly as I can? And meanwhile, the rest of your team is saying, we want to get level 6 as quickly as we can. And you're just thinking, all right, 10 minutes in the game could not come quicker.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting composition because S9, they have had trouble closing out games, right? So picking a comp that is so early game focused, I feel like it's like risky in a way because it doesn't give them that safety net of if we fail to close out the game, we always have, you know, our scaling, we always have strong team fighting. Like this is the team that must snowball and they like must like poke out before fights start. And admittedly, they have the tools to do all that, right? Like again, they have the winning lanes. It's just S9, they've kind of, I feel like, been player gapped some of the time. It's going to be tough.
Well, that's I guess the interesting discussion, right? If you start to talk about statistics versus maybe even play ego, Hellpig's looking at this one and saying that S9 haven't had the best early game, right? Statistically speaking, in the 7 games played, they have usually been down, what, close to 3k gold at the 15-minute mark. So they're thinking, if they try and play an early game comp, can they even snowball it to a position where we don't have to worry, right? Because then suddenly a level 11 comes around, Rod of Ages starts to get upgraded, Serap's Embrace starts to come online, Sion's already got a couple of items, you know, he got the protein shake, he's just a bit of a machine, you know, you just can't kill him, and at that point you're thinking, nice early game, but it didn't really do much.
Yeah, I think, are we looking a lot towards how Calumnia plays this game out? Because I think when you have so much priority over this Kassadin, it's almost tough to know what to do with it, right? Because you have so many options. You could roam, you could invade with your jungler, you can just hit plates into Kassadin. The world's really his oyster, and it's going to be up to him to get a lot done, I feel like, to really open this game up.
Sometimes too many options. Like option paralysis, like, oh, wait, I've never had this many options before. What do I do? Where do I go? Oh, I'll just lane.
Yeah, it's like the what you eat for dinner dilemma, you know? There's too many choices.
Oh dear. Well, here we go for the final game of the night. It's game number 5. Hellpigs up against Sem9 as they look to try and find a way to climb further up the ladder. Sem9 hot off the victory last night, searching for their second here in as many days. As for Hellpigs, they would love to tie up their record here and make sure that they are tied in 4th place.
Yeah, and YJY is actually disconnected from the game. But one thing I want to quickly highlight before it goes away is Kassadin has cloth armor, 4 potions, and he has 2 armor shards. So he's actually got all the way up to 46 armor at level 1, which is a very armored Kassadin. And wisely goes for the spellbook. You see a lot of Kassadins go for spellbook in the difficult range lanes because, well, 1, you kind of need it for the early game, but 2, it's quite difficult to stack Conqueror on so many range champs, at least for a lot of the early game. And we have seen that a lot in Korea. I think just like Spellbook Kassadin kind of becoming the standard.
Yeah.
And yeah, it'll be interesting. Can the cloth armor 4 potions get him through the early game? Possibly.
Imagine if he went one step further and was like, you know what, once upon a time it was fleet footwork, and I'm just going to try and, you know, baby sustain my way through that. But I feel like, yeah, as you said, the Unsealed Spellbook, obviously the Materializer as well to really make life easy for him, right? If you're getting zoned away from the wave, at least you can guarantee that cannon, perhaps.
Yeah.
But it is... I mean, I always find it hilarious when you run it back. It feels very much like Season 1 League of Legends, where you just had the, you know, the cloth pot start, and you're thinking, you know, back in my day.
Yeah, I didn't actually play all the way back then. I started kind of playing really in like Season 4. But I have seen, you know, like, everyone's seen that Faker's debut game.
Yes.
And some of the item builds in that game are wild.
Egregious, hey? Yeah. No, I played in, Season 1, Season 2, and then I stopped for a bit, and then came back many, many seasons later. But I did watch always the Worlds. That for me was always the highlight. Even if I didn't play the game actively, it's always been interesting watching the game, you know, continue to build. I will say, though, one thing that's always upset me about Riot is how they transitioned Graves from an AD carry into a jungler.
Yeah.
Bring back old Graves.
That is kind of a base take.
It's best. He's the best AD carry.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like New Graves is pretty fun too. They really just should have made another champ, you know?
They should have.
Yeah, because old Graves, oh my god, yeah, that was the sauce right there.
Yeah, it really was. So, I mean, that's me just having my little tangent whilst we wait to see what the pause is about here for the final game of the night. But, yeah, bit of a roughy matchup, right? I guess the highlight, really what we saw from the drafting phase is that this is going to be a terrifying matchup. You're going to get punished. It should be expected, right? If you pick a Kassadin blind, that a Tristana or something along those lines is going to come out to try and make sure your life is a bit of a misery. But Sem9 having struggled, you know, typically in the early game, can they actually win the early game? Can they actually, you know, utilize a comp built to do just that?
Yeah, and I've heard apparently this is a ping issue, which has caused the pause. And S9, I believe some of their players play remotely, as you can see here. So not in the studio, these things do happen. Hopefully that will get sorted. There's nothing worse than lag in League of Legends.
It's like the Oceanic Pause League.
Yeah, that's right.
I've traveled the world for the same outcome.
That happens. It wouldn't be League without pauses.
Do you know what I tell you? This is the best part about me living in Sydney is that I get anywhere between like 3 to 4 MS.
Ooh.
It is crazy. And then, you know, you really appreciate it having lived in New Zealand when you're getting like, anywhere 50, 70, sometimes 80.
Oh, that high? I get 29.
29?
Yeah.
In Auckland?
Yeah, in Auckland.
I think in Christchurch I was getting like at least 50. Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
That's rough.
It's tough. It does be tough like that. So living in Sydney, and if I've ever like an issue where I miss a skill shot, I'm like, ping diff, but then it doesn't work anymore, right? You just spam the number and people are like, are you living in Riot HQ?
I played last year a few games on NA on 200 ping, and I had my name as 200 ping mid, and there were some people who wouldn't believe me, and then, you know, I'd ping it after a play, and they weren't happy with me a lot of the time.
They would not want you to queue up again, but hey, if you start smurfing, it's just like, the server's so free, and you just, you know, you give it back to them.
Yeah, and I mean, if I can play on a 200 ping, surely they can as well, right? We should be able to get out of the pause fairly soon.
What we really, really need is the technology to get so good that either we've got satellite connections or Elon Musk or whoever, right, has got the ability to make this happen. We've just got ultra giga omega fiber, right?
Is that what they're going to call it?
Yeah, something along those lines. So good that the whole world is connected. Or, okay, if it's not going to be a case where we have a 0 ping worldwide, AI is going to be that effective that we can just scrim bots that are better than teams.
Ooh, scrim bots are better than teams.
That'd be kind of cool.
That's interesting.
That could be quite exciting. Looks like we might be back into the game. So I'll have a little tangent, a little side story about how life could be maybe in 25 years. Can take a pause, but the pause here looks like it's finished.
Yeah, and I think another thing I didn't see at first is Tristana's gone for the lethal tempo. So you've seen a lot of Tristanas move away from the Hail of Blades and from the PTA just for, you know, much stronger scaling with the lethal tempo. And I think it's basically a given that you're going to win lane versus Kassadin anyway, right? You don't really need any extra early game power.
Yeah.
And yeah, the scaling does feel very nice. Also, I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe Tristana goes Navori second now. And with, you know, the extremely low cooldowns, I'm pretty sure you can have uptime on your Q at like near 90%, you know, just because it gets so low. So it's a lot of attack speed.
Yeah, I think it's the same as the Sivir, right, with the constant uptime of the Ricochet. So it's kind of cool to see that, you know, these builds have been opened up so much that, you know, it's not a case of just defaulting to Infinity Edge as you would have done many moons ago. That a lot of these champions that are very much, you know, spell-based can find value in that option as well. So let's see what happens. as we see all these lanes start to play out. I will ask, you know, you mentioned the Halo Blades. Are you a fan of the Halo Blades? I see a lot of people petitioning saying remove it, delete that rune.
Oh, yeah. I always see Lemus complaining on Twitter about that one. He was, I'm sure who you're exactly thinking of, but I'm not sure. I mean, I don't play bot lane, so I never feel like it's that annoying. But, you know, from the second-hand rage I've heard about it, I guess it's pretty bad.
Yeah, double Halo Blades in the bot lane would be certainly nightmare fuel, as we can see Rel here definitely finding a bit of fun with the snip action onto a rather weak early game Sion. It's only going to get worse.
Yeah. Lots of damage being dealt to these lanes, and we can see this, right? S9, they have the 3 pushing lanes, which is going to make Taco's Vi... It's a difficult situation to kind of navigate, right? Like, you just have wards in your entire jungle. It's difficult to just start buffs without assistance for it. It looks like he's managing to clean up pretty much everything. And Fear... Is he actually... There's no way he gives up his top side, right? No, I don't think so.
It looks like he's just going to cross map. Oh, no, not going to reveal himself through mid. Actually going to double back to go for the second Scuttle Crab. So, one apiece here for both sides.
Yeah, I think Fear probably knows there that if Taco invades with 3 lanes of no prior, he's a psycho. So that's just probably not going to happen. And actually, the Helpix bot lane is getting pretty low here, but Fear does not have the red buff. So I'm not sure if you can actually get something to happen, but it's spotted on the ward and pushes him away from the tower. Ooh, is recalling on vision.
Yeah, it's a dangerous recall. This is one that's going to delay tempo tenfold. Just playing with him now. But that does mean the wave is going to crash, and he might now just look to try and search for vengeance, but Tarkum is in the area here to try and answer back. Nice clone away. So that is just an illusion, but that's a guaranteed play only 4 minutes in.
Yeah, that was actually pretty nice from Fear. Did get the base stop, but managed to turn it into something good. Got both the heal and ignite out of Hellpig's bot lane. And we'll reset here. Taka was spotted out on ward, and Hong 2 getting a lot of damage in this mid lane. But so far is like within touching distance of CS. Although a plate is about to die as well. Tago shows up, unfortunately, cannot get anything more. Actually, it's still staying in the area, so really committing to messing up S9's bot lane here. Ooh.
Oh, they've overextended. There's a flash. Oh, into the waiting arms of Taco. They've run out of damage, though, trying to stack it up. But, yeah, I mean, look at Tide and ICH just far too far behind.
Yeah, Taco in the area for so long. Does finally get something, though, but it's only carries his flash. I feel like if you can't punish that again, it honestly doesn't matter too much in the range versus range matchup. But perhaps can look to go bot again when he has that level 6. And the mid matchup, Kassan, yeah, gets the tier as well as the Catalyst components. I've seen some Kassans in this matchup just rush the Catalyst and decide to buy the tier slightly later. So interesting that he doesn't go for that, but, you know, big jobs.
What do you think of that? Are you a bigger fan of getting the tier right then and now, or just the Catalyst level buff?
I feel like you should still definitely pick up tier before Rod of Ages, I think. But just buying the Catalyst component does feel very good. At the same time, like if you don't need it necessarily to survive, stacking the tier early does feel really good. Just making sure you can kind of get your mana, skirmish a little bit earlier.
Guess it's all down to your confidence in managing this lane, right? Yeah, sure.
Now, Dragon is up and available, but I think Hellpigs are pretty much just going to have to give this one up. They really just don't have the early game strong enough to contest it.
Yeah, it'll seem criminal if they find a way to try and contest this one, or if S9 even allow it. But shouldn't be the case. You can see the minimap, and once again, every lane is pushing against them, so S9 can do as they please. They can roam top, they can roam bot, they can find what they're after. Starts here at the 7-minute mark with a Dragon, which is going to be Notion 1 removed from the equation. And then potentially have a Herald to look forward to in the next 60 seconds.
Yes, S9, they should be expecting to pick up pretty much everything from this early game. I'm actually surprised the mid lane lead is not bigger. It's only a tiny CS lead and only 1 play. So Columbia hasn't actually achieved as much as we would have thought. Because I feel like once Kassan hits level 6, it's, you know, you can still be pressured, but it's really out of that kind of danger zone. Potentially, Taco is in the area top.
And he's so close to level 6. He just needs a minute or two, but no camp found. It's going to respawn now, but he's already in the process of recalling back to base. Would have potentially loved to have looked for a fight with ultimate in hand, but not going to be afforded that luxury. Back to base he goes.
Yeah, and Calumnia actually just going for the reset very early. I think it's kind of questionable. I think you want to be forcing Kassadin to base first, although perhaps can just come back stronger and make sure that he can fight this Herald. Looks like that is going to be what he goes for.
Yeah, boots, Noon Quiver, as well as a pickaxe, so a lot of damage if you can get on top of him, right? You saw what it did before with a fully stacked explosive shot, so hoping to see more of that on repeat to make sure that Hong2 doesn't have the furious ride into the late game. Currently level 8, so everyone can get excited by setting their watches to see when level 16 arrives.
Yeah, and S9, like, I mean, they've done a good job of taking the drags, but I'm surprised they haven't built up a bit more of a lead. You haven't seen really any mid or jungle punishment, you know, which is really what you'd expect with the 3 winning lanes. Although it looks like they should pick up the Herald here, but it's not a Herald for free. You are losing stuff, you know, quite a lot, actually, bot lane. A Cannon Wave will be lost here, it looks like, as well as this plate. Actually, I think the Cannon Wave is going to get picked up, because it looks like Taco moved away. So it's decent. Decent overall. Now, with this Herald, I think this should go mid eventually. Like, clearly mid's going to be the one getting most damage on the tower. I guess you could put it bot with the Varus Karma lane. I think really opening up the game for your Tristana is very important. I think that's a champ where, like, if you're really good at Tristana, you can play it from, like, an even game state.
Yeah.
But if you're not, you know, a superstar at Tristana, you kind of do need it to be accelerated.
Yeah, and if it's not a kill, sure you want the gold to then try and just, you know, bunny hop all over the map and, you know, find kills and influence the game as a whole for sure. So I wouldn't put it past them for Fear just to, you know, pop his head into the mid lane and see what they can find and, you know, continue to keep Hong2 behind. But we'll have to wait and see when they decide to find that moment because, I mean, it's just going to continue to passively push into Hong2.
Yeah, and I think if Fear can come mid as well, will give Calumnia kind of the confidence to actually hit that tower just a little bit more. Has gone down to 3 plates. So yeah, definitely possibility to Herald and just take it with the Tristana.
I'm wondering if they try to time it quite nicely, or if they see Vi trying to make a play elsewhere, if you know, Fear's in the area, then they can look to just quickly snap straight into the mid lane and you know, snipe that turret away whilst plates are all still up and available.
Yeah, they should be able to use this mid and bot priority to look for control in the river. IC8, don't think he's under... Oh, okay, potentially under threat.
Yeah, could be in trouble, absolutely. Rocket jump in, but has a shield. There's the Whimsy, and that's the movement speed to try and counteract any kind of mobility to catch after you. So, a flash is burnt, but that's about it.
Yeah, and Calumnia continues just to push in that mid wave, and actually Taco could be in trouble here. Does just Q away, but this is good control. I think this pushes the Vi away from mid and should allow you to Herald if you want, although perhaps eyes on bot lane instead.
Oh, what's happened top here? That's going to force out the drive away. Oh, just going to drift himself to safety as the needlework was definitely in execute range.
Yeah. Calumnia, Hong2's in base, probably will TP back mid or is more likely to lose stuff. Sophia, actually, I think it is going to be, you know, playing for the gank and Herald bot is showing now. So yeah, the Herald does go down. I'm surprised this doesn't go down mid, but perhaps feel like the gold is better used onto the bot side here. Looks like it is going to be a few plates taken without too much trouble.
Yep, gone for 3. And I guess it just goes back to an age-old question, right? If you're feeling like you're just winning that matchup so easily as it is, do you need to summon it there? And I think it's always one of those ones where you're going to have different opinions from different plays that you ask. But in this case, they've said we need to triage this bot lane and we need to make sure that this Varus stays ahead, as opposed to making sure that this Tristana just, you know, removes Kassadin from the game.
Yeah, it just feels like that hasn't happened at all. I mean, Kassadin's hit the Rod of Ages at a pretty good timing, and it's actually up a single CS over the Tristana, which...
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, if the fact that you can just blind pick Kassadin and get away with that, it's kind of insane to me. Wow, Fear's just...
He's just faking the clone, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Calumnia, I feel like, has not got enough done in this lane to really justify it. Now, it's not like Triss scales badly. Anyway, in fact, Triss scales pretty well as well. So, it's not the worst, but I feel like given that the blind pick Kassadin is you know, a very risky pick. Definitely did not get punished.
And this is where you expected this to be the kind of pick, you know, the kind of pick matchup you expected to see, you know, not necessarily a kill, but at least some semblance of a major CS gap, not just, you know, the turret plates in isolation, right? So hoping to see a little bit more, because as it stands, only 13 minutes in, it's going to be S9 up by 600 gold. Certainly enough to feel, as a Hell Pigs player, that, well, this game is certainly going according to plan.
Yeah, and I think the one saving grace, I guess, here for S9's comp is they do have 2 drags, and if they can continue to stack these up, it's very good. I think the 3rd and 4th drag really forced scaling composition to kind of, you know, leave their base, stop farming, and actually contest the fight. But if they lose another dragon fight, it could be a very rough situation for them.
Let's see what they do here, if they can go in for a cheeky invade. Or is the leash going to break? He's holding on for dear life right now. He's more interested actually in clearing the vision. As the threat switches across to Fear, but everybody's in the area. Everybody wants a piece of the pie. They all want the red buff.
Who even got it there? I think it was Fear that picked it up in the end. That's kind of nice. You win the Smite fight. A little bit of confidence. The top lane, Sion, I think, gets very tanky very quickly. I always feel like when you versus champion solo queue, has an unreasonable amount of health extremely early into the game. He does quite a lot of damage as well. The ult's committed.
Yeah, but he's going straight in. The immune circle gets dropped, and the drift comes to an end. Oh, it is the flash! That's the assault and battery! And that all just happened out of nowhere. You figured it's a slow build-up, but then Taco comes in and executes.
Yeah, wow, I'm actually surprised that they managed to kill her there. I felt like she was out just with the ghost, but, you know, Taco really knowing the Sion Q limit there. Ooh. Taco could be in trouble.
Oh no, not the support karma. Oh, he's just emoted him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a tragedy. Don't tell me that the karma gets a double kill. Surely not.
I don't know if she can kill him. Yeah, I think it takes him a bit too long. Taco's just too tanky there, but yeah, Kara's manages to snipe one off the back end, which is a nice pickup. Actually, also delaying Taco's base there is pretty important, because that means that Relia is going to be able to take some plates at the back end of this.
And really well done, right, for Keras to actually make that play towards topside to roam to find that. But, I mean, it all starts here originally with Rel here just jumping on in, copping a bunch of damage, and even though they spot the gank ages away, still managed to make it work.
Yeah, I actually can't believe that they managed to close just as much distance, and the Sion Q hitbox is a little forgiving. I will say generous, perhaps, is the word. But yeah, they managed to get him, and it looks like S9, they are going to grab the Herald, though.
The thing for me, though, is the amount of distance covered. We talk about a Lucian Nami being able to delete you halfway across the screen with a maxed out Q charge into a flash ult. I mean, you've literally gone from Brush and River to their tower.
Pretty much. Yeah, it's pretty insane. Now, this tower should die to a Herald mid if they choose to use that. At the same time, though, I think Hellpigs, they're already at a position where they can look to fight if they want. And I think they should. You know, this dragon in a minute 45, I don't think you want to give S9 the 3rd dragon. That's when it can really start to get scary and really means that, you know, if you give over that 3rd dragon, you can't really afford to make any mistakes again.
Yeah.
Really don't want to give that soul over. And it's always interesting, right? The trade of dragons sort of suck for early game, but they're great late game. Do you want to just try and get heralds early, try and snowball the lanes, and give up those drags at the cost of that? And I think, you know, as you were saying before, you could get a very different answer depending on who you talk to, right? Based on their playstyle, their champions, and stuff like that. I'll be here, Hellpigs, I think, correct to give up the first 2 drags with such a scaling comp, but now are going to be forced to fight.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they approach this 3rd fight, because you do have Mythics coming across the board for the majority of them now. Obviously, you got the anti-heal on Taco as well, having gone back to base. Sitting on Tabby's 2, so going to feel fairly strong into a bit of an AD heavy composition, well, at least a lot of auto attack damage to say the least. But they need to weather the storm a little bit more. First of all, need to gain control of the mid lane, which is not going to be easy given that Shelly has been summoned and destroyed what is now S9's 3rd turret of the game. So all tier 1s have been removed, and they're trying to build this gold lead up to be a little bit bigger than what was a very fragile 1k lead earlier.
Yeah, so lead is starting to snowball. S9, though, they have great control over this dragon. 20 more seconds, and I think Hellpigs, they want to fight. They're definitely positioning to do so, but face-checking into this is very scary. I see he takes a little bit of damage. Nothing to write home about. 10 more seconds. And I think, I mean, are Hellpigs just going to give this up? I feel like they shouldn't, but at the same time, you know, maybe they have to. It's just very difficult to actually regain the control.
Yeah, if they're not feeling confident about this one, then they buy themselves an extra 5 minutes and say, well, if it's not this one, then absolutely no ifs, buts, or maybes. Has to be the next one. Let's see what they do, though, because as it stands, it's Taco popping his head in from the bottom side of the river. No vision on it.
TP comes in.
Charging it up, looking to go for the kill instead. The Dragon completely forgotten about. Who turns their back around to try and snipe this one? They're not. Karma has removed Taco. Vi's not there. Smite doesn't exist. The Featherstorm comes down. Can they rip it back? Oh, it's 57. 57 health and it reset. Unbelievable there. Hellpig is going to feel absolutely beside themselves. But it continues. Hong 2 receives the Wild Growth. Carries very low. Taco soaking it up as a tanky Scion can. Hong 2 flirting with danger, but a blue orb reveals instantly. Rift walks away. E40 at an angle, but ultimately is not interested anymore.
Yeah, the health bar is so low on both sides from the end of that. But I think Hellpigs, they got what they wanted, right? They got not only a kill, but they also got the Dragon, which allows them just to continue scaling. And I think I'd like to see a replay of that because I felt like Hong 2 really struggled to find impact at the start of that fight. Normally when you're playing Caston, you're expecting to, you know, find a flank, really try and get access to their backline, but just never was able to actually, you know, get into that. So hopefully we'll see that in just a moment. But I think, yeah, Hellpigs, I think should feel really good about that. But let's have a look at the replay. So Hong 2, he starts off without a flank, and I think if you just pay attention to him, despite the rest of the engage being quite good, the Varusol here just buys so much time, and Hong 2 I think should probably go over the wall, but instead just like ends up kind of CCing himself off the back end, and then yeah, the rest of the fight, I mean, the health bars are blinking across the board.
20
on the reset, yeah.
Oh my.
So low. And Cyan actually queued to steal it. It had a Tristana bomb on it. But yeah, I mean, that was extremely close, right? Just a couple things going minutely different. Could be the difference between, you know, a few more kills and the third Dragon picked up. So S9, you know, I feel like it's not bad, right? But it's not what they wanted either.
You can see Hong 2 there. Obviously, being on the Chemtech map, the blast cone just sends you halfway across the world, doesn't it? Right? So you're thinking, hang on a minute, I didn't really want to be in this position, but there is a reflection of what that fight all did look like. You complimented the Varus before, and for good reason too.
Yeah, he actually popped off, but have a look at the junglers. I mean, it might be because this was taken later in the fight, you know, after they'd already kind of died and not really committed a whole lot, but yeah, I mean, that really shows who the carries are here, right? Definitely these big ADCs and mid laners. Now, with that third drag taken away from S9, will Hellpigs just use this time to scale up, or will they actually look for something? I feel like you just scale up, you get your second item here on the Caston and the Xayah, and then in 2 more minutes, I think you're ready to fight, and this time, it should be a lot more in your favor.
For sure, you're going to be absolutely ecstatic that this game has been so quiet with only 4 kills in what has been 20 minutes as well, that the gold lead is basically dead even in a comp where you've had 3 losing lanes and a jungler that's saying, guys, I can't help everywhere at once. To be in a position like this, you're going to be very happy. Not to mention the fact is that your kills for S9 are all on your support Karma.
Yeah, she didn't even really notice that. It's kind of unfortunate. I wonder if Hellpigs would go for a draft like this against a higher tier team, or if it's just, you know, they feel that S9, have like too weak in early game, they can't really punish all the greedy scaling. I'm a big fan of drafting for the player or drafting for the team, you know. I think teams play out very differently, so knowing how to kind of gain advantages over them is important. Now, 1 minute 30 on this Dragon. Everyone's kind of grouped very early.
Yeah, on the hunt. Shirelius was active right there. Teva connects on to the Scion, so Taku's just going to shrug that one off, saying, I'm not the target you're looking for. They just toggled the XP, actually, as we can see that Rod of Ages is now at the magical 10 stacks, which means Hong 2 is at level 15, so don't expect him to group up with the team anytime soon. He's going to be firing up an absolute treat and then doing really what we all love to look forward to.
Yeah, he's actually very close to 16. I wonder if they'll try and make a push for him to farm it before the fight starts. It's funny how Hong 2 is a full level above his opponent, and those are the top 2 most leveled in the game, right? He's massively far ahead compared to the others. Might actually look to put some pressure on up here, but no, instead goes for the reset. Oh, cancels it. Dragon's in 45 seconds, so you don't have much time to kind of get back on the map if you don't base now. So it might just be committing to staying.
It's one of those dilemmas, though, isn't it? Where you're like, I need to get 16, but we have to play for the Dragon. But I really want to make sure that if we do go for the Dragon, I've got that power spike there. So let's see how they try and navigate this one, because S9 are going to say, well, let's clear up the vision. Nice ward has not been spotted. They know that Baron has not been snuck in there.
Ooh, Taco perhaps in a bit of trouble.
Oh, Tide forced to bend the Featherstorm nice and early. Thankfully, gets to hang on to both summoners as well as the Gale Force, but ult being down could be a bit of an issue.
The Baron's actually started up, and this ward is doing some insane work here. It's going to tell Hellpigs all the info they need to know. And I think starting this is perhaps a bit greedy. I mean, it's getting very low, but Hellpigs, I think they probably win out in this scenario.
And I don't know if Hellpigs are ever interested in even fighting. They just need to show face, and that's enough to try and turn them away. S9 need to pull the trigger, and that's what they'll do. Hong2 on the sides, trying to bait them away, and he's done so successfully. They're in a choke spot. That's Kalimnia just running for the hills. In he goes. He can't get it with the breath. Has to go golden. Explosive shot is going to explode, but a shield on his head is going to protect him for the meantime. Everybody is bleeding. But the bait of a Baron just too juicy to pass up.
Yeah, Hellpigs, they almost come away with some more kills there, and I think Hong2 once again sort of mis-executes, tries to greed too hard for Kalimnia, and lets the other members kind of get out. But ultimately, this still is a big win, I think, for Hellpigs. They should be able to pick up this Dragon. Also, Hong2 is going to TP back in. Full HP here. I don't think you can contest this as Sim9.
How do they get past the sign? He's the bodyguard. He's the one that doesn't let you into the club right now, and they're not passing. They're stuck. Stuck in mid lane, routed away from this one, and if you don't want to fight around the Baron, then it doesn't seem like it's going to be a case any different around the fourth spawning of the Dragon. This should be enough to stabilize at 2 apiece now. And they are relegated, just playing towards that mid lane. You can see the XP now only just hitting level 16. And maybe Hong2 now feeling a little bit better about his chances.
Yeah, okay, so 2 Dragons picked up. The 16 on the Kassadin, the Navori on the Xayah. I think Hellpigs, they're well and truly scaled now, and it's going to be pretty difficult, I feel like, for S9 to win an even fight at this point. They're going to have to try and make a pick. Finding a pick on a Taco doesn't seem very possible. He's got 4,000 health. Not going to be taken down anytime soon.
Yeah, either Taco in that position, given that the Fire was stepping up as well, right? So Kalimnia was certainly asking for a little bit too much in that situation. But, I mean, I can understand why they tried to go for the Baron. Maybe a little bit of anxiety that, hey, level 15 is there. We need to try and do something. We need to literally try and draw him away from these lanes. But I'm sure both teams will be feeling grateful that not many more fell down as a result of it.
Yeah, I think this next fight is going to be really interesting. It's really going to be a tell for me. Have Hellpigs scaled to the point where they just wipe S9 and there's not really any contest at all? Or are S9 still close enough in this game that they can put up, you know, a fair fight? Because I think if S9 can win a fight, they can snowball pretty hard off it, right? They have good Baron DPS, good Siege as well. Ooh, the Parasol does, you know, just not quite hit at the mark. And another Dragon 3 minutes. I'd be surprised if both teams want to just AFK and scale now. I think both teams want to fight.
Oh, we're in! Straight from downtown into mid, knock him up and take him down. Kalimnia didn't even get a chance to play the video game. Here we go, looking for more. Snip, snip, and a shutdown is found. Tide is dead. Burnt literally everything, and it wasn't enough. But the Kassadin remains supreme and is there to close out that team fight.
Yeah, I think Rally on the Gwen actually put in a lot of work in that team fight. It's something like 3,000 damage, which is probably all onto Tide. But unfortunately, they do lose out, and I think the game's kind of getting away from S9 at this point. You know, they're starting to lose more and more, and it's becoming more and more difficult to win fights. It was also an insane Cyanol. You know, it just goes up the entire river and connects on one of the carries. And the Tristana, I feel like, also has just really felt lackluster so far. Has not converted into anything noteworthy. Well, let's get a replay of that. So yeah, Taco, he starts the ult from way down the river, and I guess the CC comes in from, from the Vi here. Taco and Taco with the combo. Just actually one-shot him before the fight starts, and then, yeah, the Xayah here. I mean, Tide, he honestly did a pretty good job, I feel like, at using his abilities, but the positioning maybe just wasn't quite there. Ended up in the middle of the team. and was taken out. Dragon in 2 more minutes.
Just priority target assassination, really, wasn't it, for both teams there? Just laying down so much CC that you can pray that you can burn everything, but it wasn't enough. You managed to save 3k damage. It really was all about the Gwen. But, yeah, you don't really have a position to have a one-man army this late into a game.
Yeah, YJY and Calumnia really just not dealing the damage that needs to be dealt there. And I think, you know, the more fights that go like this, the stronger Hellpigs get. And now with Kassadin having the Zhonyas as well, feels really difficult to ever kill him. They're engaging again.
We're on. Oh, they found a target. It's not maybe who they want, but they'll take what they can get. Fear, dead, assault and battery across the wall. Calumnia, you can't kill me because I've got a Guardian Angel. So you proc that one. Featherstorm, rip them back. Oh, just out of range there. As the Gwen can eat some fruit and be okay.
Yeah, wow. I think that was actually nice driving from Taco of the side. He managed to curve the ult and ended up taking Fear out with him. With the jungler dead, I think Hellpigs can just pick this one up. S9, I think they might make some sort of attempt to contest. They're going to. I'm not sure they can, though. Ralhia does not have ult.
Hong's already burnt that smite, so it's all down to Taka right now to guarantee it, which he will do so successfully. And in they jump inside the sanctum of a Gwen's immunity ring. Hong 2 wants to do it, but realizes, oh, that snip hurts a fair bit. Calumnia sniping Lulu on the flank. They need to run away. They need to use these empowered Baron recalls, but it's not allowed. They're running them down one by one. Stragglers. Sheeps to slaughter.
TP comes in.
And Taco, as tanky as he is with 18 billion HP, eventually falls down.
Yeah, so Hellpigs on the back end, they didn't do a great job actually disengaging from that fight. And it is going to mean that they end up losing the Dragon here, I would think. But they still have Baron onto 2 members. So probably are going to be able to do something with it still. Especially, I think, keeping it on the Kassadin is pretty important. It does allow him to just go into that side lane. Although, both Taco and Hong 2 invested their TPs into kind of trying to salvage that fight at the end. And neither of them really mattered. So, honestly, I'd say pretty big win for S9 here.
Huge.
They're able to, yeah, deny some of the Barons, pick up that 3rd drag. Now they kind of have a win condition again. They potentially can just pick up this 4th drag. Let's take a look at the replay. So, I feel like Hellpigs, they should just get the Baron and then try leave. You can even just sacrifice your Scion here, and that can be it. Hong 2, he makes a great engage here. I think after this, you probably just need to leave. Now, I'm not sure Calumnia... Oh, I guess he killed Lulu with red buff, I think is what happened. And that allowed him to, you know, come back around as the reset. And this is weird, you know, we've got one member going out, the other coming in. And yeah, it just felt very, honestly, just not very disciplined from Hellpigs.
Yeah, I think there's disjointed comms as to really who had the idea of what they wanted to try and do in that situation. Some saying it's a winning fight, others saying, we need to get the hell out of Dodge here. But ultimately, that's the window back into the game. Well, once again, in a very much even game state. Dead even gold, same with the kills. And all about farming for these dragons. They're going to try and chase down a sign. It's never going to happen. He's just going to fast and furious his way out of there.
Yeah, now importantly, the Rabadon's actually completed by Ralhia. So that's really that's where your scaling is going to come from S9. And if Ralhia can have a big performance in the fights, potentially, you know, could win even against this very fed Kassadin. And this bot tower is going to go down. So yeah, not much you can do about that with the Baron obviously coming through. I think Hong 2 might have the Void Staff here. Yep, so the Void Staff is completed and now can do a lot more. Although, there's not a whole lot of MR. It's really just the MR on the Wukong. So interesting choice. 3 minutes left on this Dragon. That will be the 4th one for S9 if they can manage to pick it up. In this game, it's been slow, but at the same time, it's been very tense, I want to say. There's been a lot of moments of people, you know, trying to find engages or the fights leaving everyone on very low health.
Yeah. Certainly has been a prolonged occasion of when is the big moment. And we've had a few of those, and some have been explosive in terms of kills. Others have been warning shots, if you will, of many stragglers limping away out of action. But, you know, it's going to boil to a breaking point where, you know, a massive fight will close this one out, whether it is the Dragon Soul acquisition here for S9 or if it was to be a potential stall out in terms of we're going to an Elder Drake, perhaps. But respawn time is going to only just continue to get higher and higher as Hong 2 now is completely maxed out, the only one in the game at level 18. and the only one with a massive 500 gold bounty.
Yeah, 2 more minutes on this. I feel like both teams does come down heavily to this fight. If Helpix manage to get it, S9's win condition will start to fade away. On the other hand, if S9 can pick this up, you know, potentially can use it to really kind of actually close this game out. And I think for me, my eyes are really on Rel here. This fight is extremely fed on the Gwen, but has a very squishy build.
Yeah.
So, yeah, is he going to be able to survive? Going to require clever usage of the W. Actually, a lot of CS across the board. Everyone's been farming pretty well. You know, he hit level 18 a fair while ago. Also has a lot of armor. You see here, 160 on the Kassadin. It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, everybody's just picking up the tabbies. I mean, obviously the supports don't have that luxury, but 4 on the side here for Hellpigs. They just want to immune as much of that AA damage as possible, which makes a lot of sense. I do like the pickup there now is a few stopwatches on the side of S9. They know that they're gearing up for that potential next big fight, which could end the game. Both major objectives spawning up at a pretty synchronized timing. And it begs the question if we're going to have them actually meet at the same or look to try and rush one or the other.
Yeah, 1 more minute here. It's all going to come down to this. I really hope we don't just see the teams walking away from it. Rel here almost caught out, but actually they just kind of walk past each other. 50 more seconds. It feels like Helpix have more control. They have the side lanes pushed. They have great bot side vision control at the moment. So it's going to be after S9, they kind of late contest this. They also might just decide to give the drag, but I feel like it would be a mistake. The way they're kind of playing right now suggests they might. Columbia has the TP. And they are moving members down. Okay, I think they are going to fight this, so most likely we'll contest the midwave first. There is potential for people to get caught here. Contesting this midwave is very important. That's why you always see people getting engaged on and dying on it.
Yeah, they're going to try and force that fight right now. They spotted out Hong 2 isolated in the top side. They're trying to one-shot assassinate Tide. It's just not going to be enough. In comes the Scion. Wham bam, thank you, man. YJY cannot play the game, and he's already falling down because Columbia is dead for a whole minute now, Shock. It just doesn't exist. Relia tries to do it all. Look at that damage. The rip back of the feathers. And that is a very squishy Gwen that can do so much damage but can't live long enough to deal it out. And, well, we're not fighting for an objective yet. We're fighting for mid lane control, but it is Hellpigs that are just jumping in it. Oh, the snipe from the Varus across the wall inside the Raptor camp. You love to see that. Targo jumps in. Copsa Teva just breaks it by running away. And this is prolonged, but this is spicy.
Yeah, what an insane back and forth. I mean, Gwen did so much damage, and also I'm not sure how Hong 2 just, yeah, got quick scoped over the wall. I'm not sure if there was any vision on it or if that was just, you know, a blind guess, but yeah, pretty nice. And I think the Dragon might actually end up going over to S9 here, which is kind of insane, given that they're the ones with 2 members dead. And I think Hellpigs, they probably just should have, you know, send Hong 2 to reset, send Taco to TP back to base. I actually can't believe they managed to get the Chemtech drag out of this. Huge win for S9.
Absolutely huge, to say the least. That ties it up to Chemtech Drakes apiece, but ultimately it is the soul that has been acquired. Let's run it back on this replay, because this is just wonderful.
Yeah, so initial engage onto Tide. I feel like it's okay. It does kind of chunk him out of the fight. It's difficult for him to do much. I think YJY does get hit here by the Scion, but pay attention to the Gwen TP. I mean, she comes in and deals an absurd amount of damage in such a short amount of time, but also just explodes. Like, really just doesn't take long. As soon as the members are hitting her, disappears in just a moment. And then, yeah, off the back end, there's no real engage tools left, so both teams are kind of left just staring at each other. I think Hong 2 should have committed to the base, and maybe Hellpix should have just turned towards the Dragon. Hong 2, I guess he showed him this ward up here. Just gets sniped off on the side. And yeah, that really should have been Hellpix' Dragon. They fumbled the end of it.
Maybe a little bit of greed, excitement, and adrenaline pumping through their veins as we approach the 40-minute mark in this game. This one may be the longest of the night, but it's certainly delivering with not the most kills, but I tell you what, tension from the very get-go here as the soul points being picked up. Now we're looking at a Baron which is exposed. If that's not taken, then it could be an Elder that delivers the fireworks.
Yeah, and I think one thing we haven't really brought up is the fact that S9, they only got their first win yesterday, and here they are potentially picking up 2 in a row.
Yeah.
It feel really, really good for them. They have the Chemtech drag, but is it going to be enough against the scaling of Hellpigs? Maybe when Gwen get a little bit tankier, oh, they're actually potentially looking on the mid wave. All 10 members here, poised, know that farming is kind of pointless at this point.
Maybe this is all part of their plan. They've got the Chemtech Soul, so now Gwen becomes even stronger, right? She wants to get low. She wants to take damage. You know, she wants to be a bit of a menace.
It could be the long game.
Yeah, it's all part of the big brain. We're just, you know, not smart enough to understand their complexity. But we're all around the Baron. We're fighting for vision. We're staunching ourselves here by that pixel bush. Chain of Corruption goes out. Looking to try and find who they can. Taco forced to disengage away. A rocket jump to safety too. Going golden is Relia, who realizes, oh my god, the headbutt! And that makes it ever too easy for Tide to dish out damage untouched, unlooked at. As Sign will say, look boys, I'll finish it up. That's a Featherstorm for the ages. Oh, but ultimately it's Calumnia that could actually play cleanup crew here and could actually salvage the fight, but cannot find that extra reset. Now a TP comes in at a late game. Caston says, you couldn't kill me in lane and you can't kill me now. I'm coming for you.
Yeah. Wow, I think Calumnia did 11,000 damage in that team fight, so definitely no slouch on the late game Tristana, but Hellpigs pick up the fight, and I think they might be able to end off this. It looks like Fia will be up soon. I mean, look at that damage chart. Both the mid laners putting in some ridiculous amount of work.
Oh, late game carries with all the damage, with all the scaling. You love to see it, but really only one can survive to tell the tale, which is we're not ending the game just yet. The respawn time is just so long, but let's start it off again here.
Yeah, so I'm not even sure what happened in this game. I think Rel here took a lot of damage for free kind of at the start, and also did just end up getting picked off on the side, but Calumnia did a great job of salvaging this fight. I think at this point when Rel here was very low engaged on, it looked rough, but Calumnia just continually putting out the orders, kiting back, and also doing a great job of spacing the Kassadin. Just ends up like free hitting basically the entire fight. And at this point, it looks very scary, but Calumnia, you know, really good usage of the ult there to push Xayah out while he DPSs the other members. I honestly think Calumnia kind of 1v9 that fight.
And so many minute moments there, which, you know, you'd need to watch back in 0.5 speed, where, you know, you're flashing away from a pre-positioned arrow to kill Hong 2, who then comes back in with the TP, with the stopwatch on the initial assault and battery. I mean, so many micro outplays to try and find an advantage, but ultimately it came down to those two mid laners looking to try and showcase who is the best. And, well, we have officially crested over the 40-minute mark. The tension continues to rise.
It does. 1 minute 40 left on the other. Another engage coming out. IC8. He's taking a lot of damage. Verisol was used.
Certainly has been. Relia jumping in, looking to try and take out Tide. They're on him. Cyclone's there, locking him up in the back line with the clone also active. Tarka goes to the afterlife. Hong 2 goes golden. YJOA untouched across the wall. But it's a fight on two separate occasions. Fire trying to get the kill. Forcing out the GA there from Tide. At this stage, everybody is immunity stasis effect. And really now it's a case of how long these tanks can live as they soak up the world more. He's flashing away, but that's a Tristana jumping on his head. Look at the stone plate shield just evaporate. It does not matter. Oh, tanks just don't exist at this point in the game.
Yeah, Calumnia is really padding the damage stats on this Scion. Can just farm him forever, and actually they're turning towards the Baron, but their health bars are low. Hong 2 is not here though. I think S9 are probably going to get this, but Elder remains a different story.
Yeah, Elder in 30 seconds. What do Hellpigs do? They bank their game in a 1v9 situation like this? It would seem so tragic to lose it in that fashion, so no.
Yeah, okay, so it's going to come down to this Elder. Both teams will be fully reset by then. Now, Taco isn't actually up for another 5 seconds after this dragon spawns, but does have the TP. Now, let's take a look at this replay. I feel like I actually have no real clue what happened in this fight. There was just
the last few fights have been that way.
So much happening in this fight. But let's have a look at Calumnia. I feel like the engage to start with is pretty good. And then, yeah, really nice flank from Relia. I'm not actually sure what went wrong. I guess Hong 2 just found another ton of damage in the backline. Yeah, it looks like it was just zoning out pretty much like 4 members on the backline. And then, yeah, just so much damage coming. But hold on.
Oh, we're back into it. Uh-oh. Instant drive away. Not taking any chances. They know that this next team fight, or this next major moment, decides the entirety of this game. 42 minutes have built up to this moment right here. Everybody, bar our supports, are soon to be level 18. Okay, maybe the junglers too, but they've got that smite maxed out and ready to do 1200 damage. Vision paramount. Angles even more so. And the Elder down to 50%, but it's all about finding that target selection as they jump on in. Tarko goes golden, Tarko gets knocked up with the wild growth. The Elder's been reset. Keris is zoned away. Tarko continues to go forward, the shield is there, the shield is gone. Hong2's forced to disengage away. YJ gets a double kill, and the virus gets to live for once alive. Oh my god, Tide is dead. As soon as he came landing on down, he's gone. And S9 with an early game comp that didn't find an early game lead are beating the scaling comp.
Oh, but actually, Hong2, can he 1v4 this? I don't feel like he can, but he's going to try.
He has to. He has to be a hero. The chain of corruption goes wide. Oh my god, it was low.
Wow. I mean, S9, they're potentially picking up their second win of the season, and actually, they might be, if they win this game, the team on the longest win streak, which would be funny to think about.
Well, the longest game before tonight was 48 minutes. That was Sem9 and BYG last night. So they're just basically saying this week, only bangers.
Only bangers indeed. Now with the Baron and the Elder, surely S9 can get it done. Although Columbian's not here, he's going to clear out the mid wave and then probably will look to TP. Or perhaps we'll... Okay, yeah, so the TP is committed. I think they try and end off this. This inhib is being sieged down.
Surely at this point, Shock, you have to win. You've got every buff in the game. Chemtech Soul, you got Baron, you got Elder. If you can't win here, something has gone terribly wrong.
Yeah, they're sieging. I don't think that... Oh, they're trying to find an angle in. One tower goes down. They have so many creeps.
Redemption, heal, shield, in jump sign. He's completely missed the target. No, he's caught Tristana mid-air, dashing away. The execution is good. Hong2 receives the wild growth, but forced to run away. YJY finds 2, answered back by a second net by Calumnia. And I mean, I don't know if he had the luxury to wait out the Elder. They're waiting for the next minion wave. They are all in on this play.
Yeah, I think S9, I believe they've done it unless Hong2 can pull something crazy out of the hat.
He's jumping in again. Tide's found 1. He goes golden. Calumnia's still there. Tide jumps in with the Gale Force. It's not enough. The Hex Drinker's shield is good. Hong2 is so low. 1 auto attack and he will die. Keris is juicy. Keris is dead. It's lethal. But Calumnia, 2 attacks and it's over.
Yeah, there's no creeps, but I think they will still be able to end. The creeps are here soon and Hong2 on his lonesome. Won't be able to do it. I think S9 after 45 minutes probably will have finally done it here. And yeah, they're just going to hit the Nexus. Hong2, he's trying to do what he can, but is just shot. Wow. What a game. Also, in that last fight, Columbia, again, 12,700 damage. I can't wait to see what the damage charts say, because I feel like we're getting pretty close to 100,000 potentially. You know, maybe 60 or 70.
Well,
did we
or did we not say that the last game we saw Tristana do 4K was going to be very different this time? Tell you what, it was completely different. Far out.
Yeah, what a weird game. Like you said, the early game comp kind of fails to really do anything, but critically, they did get the soul, which I think was helping, you know, made a lot of mistakes or just like misjudgments around that. And yeah, once the soul given over, it kind of gives S9 that lifeline back into the game. And it's so crazy that S9 go from not having picked up a single win to now 2 wins in a row.
2 wins in a row.
Back.
The playoff dream continues to stay alive. And if nothing else, it means that these head-to-heads to look forward to in that second round robin become even more interesting as to how they could look to try and shape the seeding with, as close as it is, there could be some big contests. A big race more so than anything for that top 6. What a game. What a way to close out the night.
Yeah, I mean, wow, I'm tired and I watched that game, you know. I didn't even play that one, let alone being in that. I think that's one of those games, by the way, where if you lose it, it takes years off your life. Like, wow, you really don't get those ones back.
You can be like 18, 19, but you're starting to grow grey hairs out of nowhere. Absolutely.
That's not one you're going to forget for a while.
I gotta tell you what, you'll feel good about that in terms of going to bed tonight. You'll be like, what a day. What a week, actually, for them. And it begs the question, long may it continue. Let's see if they can continue to upset some of the big dogs.
Yeah, could they perhaps pick up a 3-0 this week? I'm not sure who they face tomorrow, but at this point, I'm not sure anyone's safe up against S9.
Well, let's talk about MVP, because I feel like it's a interesting conversation as we wait for the highlights to come back up. But in terms of candidates, you'd be crucial for Calumnia in the early game because it didn't really achieve that much apart from turret plates. But then when you look at the mid to late game, you're thinking, okay, Tristana has been patched because the champion is just strong. So is it that, or do you look at the Gwen and say, look how much damage the Gwen was able to do to try and stabilize that mid to late? Where else do you look?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure I would look anywhere else. Actually, I feel like it was Relhia kind of MVP of the early to mid game, but I think Calumnia should get the overall MVP. I mean, he's really the one that, sure, he didn't find the early game lead that we perhaps expected, but he really dragged them over the finish line on all of those fights. And I feel like if you're ever putting up more than 10,000 damage in a fight, let alone more than once,
you
have to be pretty high up there on the MVP candidacy. And I want to see what the damage percentage was for him. I mean, yeah, I want to see those charts right now. They're going to be pretty exciting.
They're going to be pretty crazy. And I think it just begs the question that if you underestimate a team, if you say that they have a very weak early game, that you can afford to draft triple scaling with losing lanes, that as well as it looked in the early game, they managed to pull off a miracle. They managed to make it work somehow, some way in that mid to late game, winning skirmishes, taking decisive points, like the Dragon that you said. I mean, the sole point for me is that major turning point.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, honestly, S9's team fighting, it felt like was pretty solid. Really, I think if they can clean up their early game, they could be, I'm not going to say a title contender, but they could definitely be in playoffs contention. But the early game, I think, really remains kind of an issue, right? If you have 3 winning lanes and you can't really snowball into anything, it definitely raises questions. But we shouldn't rain on their parade too hard because
of course.
It was a massive win, right? It was
We're critical, but it's like, it's in a good way. It's like, when you want to see them do better because you've just seen them obviously overcome what was such a crazy scenario. 2 incredibly long games going the distance over 40 minutes, but they've found the composure in the late game to win out on both fronts.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, S9 has the most practice in those post 40-minute games. So they kind of just make sure the game goes long enough and then beat them with experience. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's playing a double banger. I mean, it's basically playing scrims on stage.
That's one way of putting it.
Sure,
yeah,
why not?
I mean, there was... I feel like at some point it really does, all the kind of cohesion is lost, right? And it becomes like a solo queue game pretty much, right?
I'm always curious about those kind of games, though, because I always wonder what the comms are like, because we saw a lot of that confusion, especially coming out of Hell Pigs, right? When they're trying to disengage away with the Baron, but then somebody else is TPing in. On the flip side, I'd love to know what Sem9 were thinking when, early game wasn't really going as strong as they would have liked, as to... Don't worry. I mean, what are they thinking at that point? Trust me, I'm strong. Gwen is scaling, like I can deal with the Scion. Or Calumnia is just like saying, yeah, I've got turret plates. Yeah, this Kassadin is level 18, but trust, like, I'm going to do more. It's always an interesting insight for me as to sort of how these teams can hold their nerve, especially when you're a rookie.
Yeah, I think 100% bringing up the rookie thing, it is definitely a factor, because how many of those games have you been in, that go that long? But I think that... they weren't all out of win conditions. Like we said, picking up the 2 early dragons does mean there's potential for something down the line, right? And Relhia on the Gwen was really kind of keeping them in the game. So, yeah, I would imagine it's just a lot of comms from Relhia and trying to keep everyone calm. And I think it's really easy to be like, okay, we're falling behind, so we're going to try just force everything. And a lot of the time, like, mistakes will still be made, right? So you can kind of wait for them, catch their mistakes, and then, look to punish off that.
Have you ever been in a situation like that where you've found yourself down, bottom of the barrel thinking, oh, boys, what do we do here? 40 minutes in, this is not the way it's meant to work?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's happened, but the one game I really think of being like real stressful in my mind was I played this Mordekaiser mid-game in, I think it was 2019, when I was on Avant.
Okay.
And this was back when Mord got his dragons, right? And I think,
old
we stacked up, I think, 4 dragons as Mord, and so we were feeling great. And then I think we lost a crucial fight, and then we got Elder, but we didn't manage to end off it. We actually needed 2 Elders to end the game. I can't remember how long it was, but I remember, like, I was the Mord, like, I was the one 1v9ing, and, like, I knew if I messed up, like, the game was done, right?
You just got daggers piercing you from every angle. You just know that your teammates left and right, you're like, please, Shock, like, it's...
Yeah, I mean, that's a stressful situation, but... Mord, he had his dragon back then, so half the load's taken off you. You get the Elder, and I actually remember in the last fight, like, my Elder just one-shot the enemy Akali. It was... I miss him. I miss him so much.
Mordekaiser, how good was that? And now we just have this Mord that just takes you to a death row and you just have a bit of a dance party.
That's another one where it should have been, Riot makes 2 champs.
A new champ?
Yeah.
I know,
I want old Mord back so bad. I think I'm definitely in the 1% for that, though.
Well, I'm wondering. I'm really wondering, when we talk about the future of League of Legends, if we'll ever have like a League Classic. Yeah, you go back to the old school and, you get to see how all the pre-rework, like, the old Urgot, the old Gragas, the old Graves.
Old Scion.
Old Scion. Absolutely, right. You just have so much craziness Maybe we just bust out the old Yi Tarek again and just, just cause havoc.
Would be fun. I mean, there's some pretty insane metas you could go back to. Like you're saying, like the Yi Tarek and that one, like the funnel meta where it was like, what, like Zyra Khan, Karthus Nunu. There was so much weird
so
stuff.
good. Cogmore, Nunu support. I just think of Moscow 5.
Yeah, there's a lot of wild stuff.
Reminiscing on very good times here as we, just wait for the highlights to see really how this game all fleshed out. I'm sure, our counterparts overseas were absolutely ecstatic watching that one. I'm sure they got a ton to say, but I mean, for us, maybe this is the beginning of a brand new chapter for Sem 9.
Yeah, you would hope so. And I think the highlights, there were just so many, it's probably taking too long to make at this point.
It's rendering right now as we speak,
I mean, wow, what a game. I think, though, Hellpigs, like, they really showed that kind of inconsistency, right? But I think we're finally getting into some highlights here. This was one of the many fights that happened this game. I don't remember this one that well either. Oh, okay, I remember this one now. This was where I think Hong2, he ended up finding a pretty nice flank off the back end of this, and just so much damage coming in from S9 here. Hong2 goes in, but doesn't quite manage to find the kill, and importantly, Calumnia is full health pretty much the entire fight. Pretty much never gets low, is just DPSing for free, and the Elder kind of gets ignored. I feel like there might have been potential for one team to just kind of finish it off, because 7k damage at this point in the game does disappear in the blink of an eye. But yeah, wow, look at that damage. So just coming up on 60,000 for Calumnia here, as well as almost 48,000 for Rel here. So wait, why is the game time only 35 minutes? It definitely was not.
Well, I'm not sure if they've just, cut it down the middle and said, enough is enough. But I was going to say that's a bit of a confusing graph to see when Hellpigs had the gold lead, but still lost. So I feel like 58k is a little bit shortchanged. I feel like that must be at least 100.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say. Calumnia, he does pick up the MVP, 34% of his team's damage, 838, and the damage per gold percent. I mean, that's pretty crazy. As well as actually it was up in gold over the Cassidy at the end.
Yeah, 33.7 as well. I mean, I would have loved to have seen it be higher, but obviously we were looking at Relia as well, which was just doing so much work. Begs the question, if had gone something a little bit more tanky, right, like a Dead Man's Plate, or, you start to sprinkle in some other options like Force of Nature and whatnot to, try and weather that storm, could you have been even higher than that Tristana? But ultimately went full glass cannon and said, it's either I get one shot or you don't.
Yeah. I kind of like that, though. I think that Gwen a lot of the times would get off all that damage then instantly die, but it's fine. Obviously Gwen has pretty good extended damage, but she also has a lot of bursts, right? If you just get all 3 of your ult charges off, it does kind of do a lot of damage. Now, taking a look at today's results, with Megabank Beyond Gaming taking down Impunity, PSG Talent looking very, very strong, take out Deep Cross, Frank Esports, no surprise, take down Duish Team. Flying Oyster and J-Team was a very back and forth game, but it was picked up by CFO. And finally, S9W, they're now on a 2-win streak and pick up a win up against Hellpigs.
But they are, yep. So we will not have a 5-way tie for 4th. Sem 9 keep things interesting. Break away from the pack, which is Duish Team, and say that Hellpigs, we're 1 game behind you now. So it really does, I suppose, confuse us as to where things can all lay out. I feel like there's a consensus, at least towards the top, as to who the favorite should be to win out the region, but that's not to say that these other teams can't cause a little bit of chaos. So here are your standings, as just mentioned before. It's a 3-way tie at the top of the table, as it was going into tonight, with 6 wins between them all. CFO at the very top of the table, with Frank Esports and PSG sharing the joy, really, more than anything, with them. You've got Deep Cross Gaming alongside Beyond Gaming at an equal record of 4-4, breaking even perfectly. Impunity alongside them as well, with J-Team just there too, and that's why it is 4-4 being the magical number, whereas Hellpigs, Sem 9 and Duish Team close out the standings.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how Sem 9, they've been, last place the entire time, but now actually have climbed above Duish Team to that 9th place, which, hey, you're not there yet, but it's a pretty good start. And one of the only 2 teams as well on a 2-win streak right now. So definitely good signs from them. I'll be looking forward to see, will S9 continue to grow from here with their newfound confidence, with the fact that they've found, stuff that actually works for them. I guess we'll see.
I guess we will, because for me, it really says, what do we get to look forward to tomorrow? Because there should be some games, hopefully, that can look to try and disrupt the standings, and here they are. So going into tomorrow, It is PSG Talon up against a Taipei J team, looking strong as ever, looking to try and showcase that, yes, we were competitive against CFO, and perhaps we can be up against PSG as well. Hellpig's up against Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. They'll be looking to try and bounce back and say, well, you know, if Sem9 can beat you, then perhaps we can as well. Deep Cross Gaming then take on Doish team. Frank Esports up against CFO for me. Personally, my game of the night. And then to close out again, it's Sem9 that gives us all the excitement with Impunity.
Yeah, and I think that last game, Sem9 versus Impunity, they've been kind of struggling recently. I think if you go back to week 1, you say, okay, there's no chance Impunity ever loses to Sem9. In fact, you probably say there's no chance any team loses to Sem9. But now, you know, I'm not sure. The struggling Impunity, they could be in trouble up against the kind of rising Sem9.
The thing for me with that last game that's the most exciting is it's a complete clash of styles, because Impunity are very, I want to say, rigid in what they've played across the last 3 weeks. It's always been these champions locked in to a T, and I think that can be exploited, and I think S9 have shown that they'll play literally anything. So we could be in for a real treat where everything's being prepared for. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and I think we will wait and see tomorrow. I believe that will be us for the day. So thank you all for watching, and don't forget to come back tomorrow.
See you then.